Chapter 12001 Transmigration. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. A heavy fog enveloped every corner of the city, and occasionally sharp warning from the air defense radar sirens struck the dark sky. In today's time, the Axis powers, headed by the Germans, fought inextricably with the Allied powers. Every day, a news story or news will pop up about the war casualties and the international situation. From Europe to Asia, from the Atlantic to the Pacific, the flames of war were everywhere, and bullets were being fired at every second. No one knows what one will come first, hope to end this war or destruction of the whole world. In Luke's opinion, everything happening was just terrible. If only I had traveled to any other point of time in history. It would have been nice to enter the world a few decades from now. I would have gone to Hollywood, written a few scripts, made a few movies, and would have become the richest person in the world. Enjoying my life at its fullest. Located on the corner of the street was an empty tavern. Luke held his head in his hands, put his legs on the table, and sighed at his fate. Or, they could have just given me a normal world. The US economy after World War II was unprecedentedly prosperous. If I seized the opportunity, it wouldn't have been difficult to earn my first pot of gold. It's just, why am I in the Marvel Universe? Luke sighed and unfolded that day's newspaper. The most striking headline was the meeting between President Roosevelt, Churchill and Stalin in Tehran. The Allies wanted to open a second battlefield in Europe to defeat the Germans as soon as possible. It's just that what attracted his attention was not the direction of the World War, but the lace scandal in the corner of the page. Howard Stark and Hollywood's goddess of love Rita Hayworth were photographed by reporters entering and exiting the Waldorf Astoria hotel together. There was also an obvious black and white photo below this headline. Stark Industries. 20-year-old, Luke now had a wry smile on his face. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Howard Stark was just a smart arms tycoon sitting on wealth. But for Luke, the other party had another critical identity. He was the father of the future Iron Man, Tony Stark. The existence of Howard Stark allowed Luke to confirm that he really did transmigrate in the Marvel Universe. And now, he was standing at the beginning of everything. The beginning of the timeline before all significant events were about to unfold. This was both good news and bad news for him. The good news was that Luke wouldn't have to see Thanos, the chief of the Universe Family Planning Department, snap his finger, because Luke will be 100 years old by that time and may not even be alive on that fateful day. The bad news was that he wouldn't get the chance to meet Chief Coulson or go to Queens and find Spider-Man, let alone the Avengers. He didn't even know where Nick Fury will be in the coming years. Luke never expected that he would start from the United States in the context of World War II, and somehow became a naive guy on the streets of Brooklyn. It's a headache to think about it. Luke covered his face with the newspaper, feeling depressed over his condition. He had traveled into this world for almost 5 or 6 years and had already accepted the new identity of Luke Cavell. He came to know that his family were Irish immigrants. However, his father died in gang fights, and his mother died of tuberculosis. The only good thing that came out of this was that there was no little sister to take care of. That would have been a headache. Luke's only relative was the uncle who used to paint the house for people when he was young. Paint the house. This is a black word. Luke's uncle is not a craftsman who painted the house walls. This sentence he used was referring to murder. Because it's hard not to splash blood on the wall when dealing with certain troubles, gangsters were used to using the term cleaning the house after doing the dirty work. Luke's uncle was such a man who did dirty work for the gang when he was young. He used to be an army veteran, and later to support his family, he began to clean up houses for the gang. Because of his decisiveness and clean hands, he had never left any clues and was always appreciated by the senior gangsters. In the years since his parents passed away, Luke also relied on his uncle's assistance to avoid starving to death. The plot armor that I haven't received for so long. Luke felt even more concerned when he thought of the cheats that every transmigrator must have. First of all, the reason why he could cross over, it was because of a very nonsense reason. It was due to a game, Golden Kryptonite. That's right. At that time, Luke was addicted to fighting games that had superheroes as the central character. Moreover, Golden Kryptonite was very addictive. trying to use a rude and straightforward way to change the main character's fate. One afternoon, he couldn't hold back for a while and ended up purchasing the luxurious gift pack in the game, which contained an SSS level card, the Superman, and multiple selection templates of kryptonite. It can be said that if we take contents of the gift pack in the picture, it was extremely cost-effective. As soon as he received the gift package, Luke opened it to check its contents. However, the next time he opened his eyes, he was in the Marvel Universe, Chapter 22002 Bucky Barnes. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. When he transmigrated, there was a screen projected in front of his eyes. Maybe due to the bad signal or good luck, that expensive gift item had also come with him. It took 5 to 6 years for it to connect and load the progress. 99%. Luke glanced at the progress bar in the consciousness space. An expression of expectation appeared on his face. Over the years, he insisted on doing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and actively running in the sun every day, just to wait for the moment when the luxurious gift package will open. Unfortunately, he didn't know if it was too far away from his Earth, or was it a bad signal, or there were other reasons. The progress bar had always been stuck at 99%, as if that was the final destination, and it didn't wish to take any step further. This gave Luke a headache. Do I have to collect infinity stones to load this thing? That's cheating. Luke curled his lips in frustration. If he could get superhuman powers, then he will be able to survive longer in this dangerous world. By that time, his life may be better than his time on the real Earth. I want my cheat. Just as Luke whined inwardly, the door of the bar was pushed open. Ding dong. The crisp bell at the door sounded. Luke, I have been looking for you for a long time. The young man wearing the brown uniform of an army soldier and holding a newspaper in his hand said, I went to your house and found that you weren't there. So I ran to old Joseph's bar. I knew you were here. The handsome, high-spirited young man took out a chair and sat on the opposite side of Luke. I'm helping old Joseph look at the store. He is sick. Luke, still with the newspaper on his face, asked unenthusiastically, Bucky, did you succeed? The young man sitting across from him is the future Winter Soldier, a good friend of Captain America, James Barnes. Bucky was his nickname, and it can also be regarded as a kind of affectionate name, which was only used by his close friends. Of course, the 107th Infantry Regiment. You should call me Sergeant James Barnes from now on. I will set sail for England tomorrow morning. Bucky lifted his chest and raised his head with a proud look on his face. It was World War II, and Uncle Sam's recruitment posters were all over the States. The passionate propaganda and pervasive TV speeches inspired a large number of young people's patriotism. They couldn't wait to go to the battlefield and win the Medal of Honor. It's a pity that I can't be with you. Luke pretended to be disappointed. He didn't actually plan to join the army. Bucky patted his friend on the shoulder in a reassuring manner and said, someone has to stay to take care of Steve. That guy always likes to fight for justice. It's really annoying sometimes. He and Luke had discussed secretly, hoping that someone could stay here. It's a pity that Luke lost in that wine fight to decide who could join the army. Well, he did lose on purpose. It's not bad to think about it. All the men in New York would have gone to the army. There are about 3.5 million women left in this city. Maybe I can have a chance to soothe some of them. Their fragile and beautiful hearts. Luke joked. He and Bucky had known each other years ago. The other party and Steve Rogers are both original friends. Bucky sighed. Steve doesn't think so. He has a dead brain. He frowned when he thought of the little man who also wanted to rush to the battlefield like himself. However, he was just not at the right standards to become a soldier. When shall we go to Steve? He must be in that cinema again. Shaking off the sadness in his head, Bucky took out a few tickets from his pocket and said enthusiastically, I will go to Stark Industries World Expo tonight. I have a date with some pretty girls. Chapter 3:003 The Three Friends. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. When Luke and Bucky walked towards the cinema on the opposite side of the street, Steve Rogers, the future Captain America, was being beaten in a back alley. Bang! A punch hit Steve in the stomach, convulsing his face in pain. Unable to maintain his balance, Rogers was knocked to the ground. His thin body gave no defense against the street gangster. The street gangsters caused a lot of trouble and harassed everyone. However, none of the bystanders dared to stand up against these people in fear of getting into unnecessary trouble. Only a fool like Steve will risk being severely beaten and jump out to stop these gangsters from causing trouble. After getting punched, Steve, who had now fallen in a corner, picked up the lid of the trash can next to him in a hurry and used it as a shield to block the next punch. In his eyes, there was not even the slightest tinge of fear, but there was a look of resolution as he stood up, like a brave soldier. However, it's a pity that his courage couldn't cover the massive gap in size and strength. The gangster waved his fist and knocked Rogers back on the ground again. But it didn't take long for the little man to struggle and stand up as if he wasn't feeling any pain. As he took up the posture of a boxer, he gasped, "I can do this all day." His punches were slow, and his strength was not enough, so he was quickly blocked by the gangster. "Looks like you haven't learned your lesson." The gangster sneered, and clenching his fists, he targeted Rogers' nose this time. "I am going to teach you not to be so nosy." However, bang! A strong force came from behind. The gangster let out a scream as he lost his balance and staggered towards the wall. "Who the fuck are you? Don't you fucking dare touch my friend here!" A cold voice rang from behind. The gangster turned his head quickly and found two young men. One was wearing a nicely ironed brown military uniform, while the other had a leather jacket. The latter is staring at him with sharp eyes. "Luke, this kid was being nosy. I didn't know he was your friend." Bang! Without saying a word, Luke stepped forward and punched the gangster's nose. The guy leaned to the side and fell heavily on the hard road. Blood began to flow out from his nose, unceasingly. However, Luke didn't stop there. He lifted his legs, stepping on the gangster's face with his dark black boots, almost crushing his teeth. "Ugh, Luke." The mud and dirt on the shoes poured into the gangster's mouth. With the blood spilling from the nose, it gave out a strange smell. After a while, Luke let go of him and said coldly, "Get out of here. Next time I see you bullying my friend, I might come over to paint the house." The gangster, with blood all over his face, ran out of the alley in embarrassment, without even uttering a single word. He was afraid of Luke because of Luke's uncle. Moreover, Luke worked with the Irish gang, so he couldn't afford to offend Luke. "That's why I have asked Luke to stay in Brooklyn to take care of you." Bucky, in his military uniform, stretched out his hand to lift Rogers. With a helpless expression on his face, he continued, "Sometimes, I think you just like to get beaten up. Otherwise, why do you always like to provoke these assholes that you can't beat?" Rogers patted the dust on his clothes and took a breath from his inhaler to calm himself down. The pain on his face was finally transmitted back to the brain, and now he felt a burning sensation. Earlier, he relied on the adrenaline rush of his courage, and didn't feel the physical pain. Now, Rogers felt like he needed to go and find a doctor as soon as possible. "You went to the conscription station again?" Just then, Luke picked up the enlistment form on the ground, which had Steve Rogers' identity information written on it. "It's illegal to fake a draft form, Steve." Luke rubbed his palms. Fortunately, he had been exercising all year round and was quite physically strong, so it was no big deal for him to beat up a street gangster. He, Rogers, and Bucky grew up in Brooklyn. But compared to him, the two of them had much similar experience as kids. Firstly, both of their parents died in the war. Steve's father, Joseph Rogers, served in the 107th Infantry Division and was killed by a German grenade in an ambush. His mother was a nurse in the tuberculosis ward. Unfortunately, she was also infected and could not survive. As for Bucky's background experience, it was also similar. His father also served in the 107th Infantry Division but died in an accident in a military exercise and was raised by his mother. Therefore, both of the kids, who have known each other since childhood, became inseparable brothers. "I just want to do something." Rogers lowered his head slightly, feeling depressed as he coughed up blood due to the punch earlier. Chapter 42004. Some want peace, while others want fortune. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Steve was not only thin and weak but also had mild asthma. Then there were his occasional chest and body pains. With such a physique, sending him to the war was no different than killing him. Therefore, Every time Rogers went to the recruitment station, he would be rejected. Rogers looked up at his friend and hesitantly said, "You didn't need to be so angry, Luke." Luke frowned slightly, then giving a friendly smile, he said, "I have to do that. Everyone will begin to push you around. This is Brooklyn, after all." Luke is right. If it weren't for his uncle and his own good connections in the Irish gang, we don't know how much trouble we would have faced every day. Bucky nodded in agreement. The punks always bullied him and Rogers in the past. This went on for days, being blocked in a corner and non-stop fighting on the streets. Until one day, they met Luke and soon became good friends. Keeping each other's backs, their friendship grew deeper. And in Bucky's eyes, Luke was very quick-witted. He came up with an idea to make money, taking advantage of the strict discipline of military bases and the fact that soldiers weren't allowed to go out of the base. These three then sneaked into the barracks to sell small things like alcohol and tobacco. Because their parents were old comrades, many people turned a blind eye to their sneaky actions and chose to leave them be. They made quite a significant amount of money by relying on this business. Later, this attracted the attention of the bootlegging gangs in Brooklyn. Note: bootleggers mostly include smugglers. Due to this, Luke had to make good relationships with the Irish gangs and even took the initiative to part away with a big chunk of his sneaky business to escape from the trouble caused by the bootleggers. As they talked about how Luke lost his fight earlier with Bucky, he joked, "That's good, you stay here and continue running this business. When I come back, maybe both of you will already be rich." Just like Howard Stark. No one knows how long the war will last. For civilians, they hoped that the guns would stop firing as soon as possible and life would return to normal. But for others, this was an excellent opportunity to make a fortune. Industrialists will never let go of any opportunity to accumulate wealth. Many people knew that before the United States participated in this world war, it sold a large number of weapons and equipment to the Axis and Allies at the same time, thereby making a fortune. Among them was Stark Industries, which had gained a lot of fame and money in recent years. It continues its rapid growth, jumping up and standing side by side with those old military-industrial groups, mainly because Howard Stark seized the opportunity. He used his own witty mind and was also the central figure in many new inventions, which was appreciated a lot by the Ministry of National Defense. Then he used the colossal wealth to make connections with the upper class, thus laying a broad and sound foundation for the future. In just a few decades, he had become a huge military tycoon. Apart from the rapidly growing Stark Industries, oil companies also seized this opportunity. They broke through the British blockade through neutral countries like Switzerland and shipped barrels of oil to Germany, and made huge profits from this deal. As a multinational corporation and industrial giant, Ford was even more exaggerated. He even helped the Germans produce trucks and made some hidden political investments. Therefore, Henry Ford, the founder of the Ford Company, was awarded the Grand Cross, the highest medal awarded to foreigners by the Germans. Anyone can see from this that the industrialists were not taking sides in this war. They only had one purpose, and that was to make more money. Even now that the United States had entered the war and joined the Allied powers, with the political scene getting more and more serious, it still didn't stop people from going after wealth. Howard Stark: "I don't have that kind of mind." Luke smiled slightly, and he turned his head and said to Rogers, "Steve, if you really want to join the army, there are many other drafting stations. I can accompany you to some. Let's try our luck there." "Really?" There was a surprised smile on Rogers's face. Bucky had always opposed him from joining the army, and there have been several arguments between the two. However, Luke rarely expressed his stance, but today he suddenly agreed to accompany him to the drafting stations. This made Rogers very happy. Standing next to them, Bucky was about to say something, but when he saw Luke throw a look that said, "I know what I am doing," he chose to remain silent. He knew that Luke, a friend who was the quietest among their group of three, would never do anything without reason. "All right then, tonight is my last night in New York. Are you guys planning to waste time in this alley?" Bucky changed the topic. He was going to be on the battlefield tomorrow, rushing to a foreign country. However, tonight, He would enjoy his time with hot ladies and get drunk with his best friends. Chapter 52005 Stark Industries World Expo. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. By the time Luke and Bucky came out of Roger's house, it was already dusk with the sun setting on the horizon. The afterglow of the setting sun illuminated New York, coating the surrounding skyscrapers with a layer of golden glow. In the future, you may have to look after yourself. Luke and I can't always be there every time. Bucky patted Roger's shoulders, while the little man felt awkward and remained silent. The scars on his face were not severe, and after some cleaning, only faint bruises remained. The three of them put on some good clothes and headed to the Stark Industries World Expo. On the way, Rogers frowned while saying, "I also want to join the 107th Infantry Division like you. You know, my father was also once part of it." He was still unwilling to stay behind. Due to the war propaganda, many youngsters were eager to join the army at this time. They wanted to step onto the battlefield and win some honor medals. Rogers and Bucky are among them. Compared to Bucky, who had more than average physique, Rogers is thin, weighed less than 100 pounds, and had a mild asthma case. So even if he were allowed to join the army, he would have to run for several kilometers, ending up exhausted and panting for breath. This can even lead to death due to his weak body. His physique prevented him from joining the army even if Rogers changed his address and falsified his identity every time he went to the conscription station to look for chances to join the military. His medical evaluation always turned out to be 4F, the worst score. Note: check paragraph comment here. Luke, who was walking behind, with his hands in his pockets, smiled as he said, "There will always be more opportunities." He was thinking about whether to find a way to get the super soldier serum or not. His regular workout and exercise over the years had promoted the progress bar to 99% and was only one step away from being unlocked. Intuition told Luke that he needed a solid external boost to get the progress bar to 100%. At present, the easiest and most likely to work thing for him was the super soldier serum. As a transmigrator who roughly understood the direction of the plot, Luke knew that tonight was going to be a turning point in the life of Steve Rogers. This little man was going to encounter Dr. Abraham Erskine, a German scientist who had sought refuge in the Allies and was the super soldier serum's inventor. He was moved by Steve Rogers' heartfelt words and strong will and gave him the opportunity to join the army. Later at the military base, Rogers was selected to be the receiver of the super soldier serum. "Should I take it or not?" Luke, who was walking behind, was still undecided about this. If he could grow stronger silently, he would not have such thoughts, and in no way was he going to join the army. After all, the battlefield was full of bullets and constant danger. Even Captain America and the Winter Soldier were not entirely safe. However, the delay in receiving his plot armor gave Luke a headache. There was really no other option. He had to take this gamble. As Luke was distracted, he unknowingly followed Rogers and Bucky to the bar on the corner. Many people were present at the bar, ordering beers and snacks, chatting non-stop, waiting for the start of the World Expo by the Stark Industries. Rogers still looked a little sullen and hadn't yet dispelled the idea of joining the army. Bucky didn't notice it. He was already enthusiastic about defeating the Germans and bringing victory for the Allies. "Let's go. I know some hot chicks." After looking at the time, Bucky and Rogers left the bar. The streets outside were pitch black, and only the World Expo venue was brightly lit, giving it a great look. At this time, World War II was in full swing. Like European countries, the United States was also on the cusp. To save energy, the military had implemented intense electricity control policies. Like neon lights and colorful billboards, they were restricted at night. Every night, the city will occasionally cut off electricity to prioritize and ensure the power supply to the military bases and government agencies. Even New York is no exception. However, tonight, because of the Stark Industries World Expo, the military significantly relaxed the restrictions. Otherwise, New Yorkers wouldn't see such a brightly lit scene. "It's quite lively." Bucky smiled as they entered the venue. Chapter 62006 The Inheritance of the Starks. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Inside the World Expo of tomorrow's venue, the event was indeed quite lively. The crowd was chattering aloud, and the lights were gorgeous. Everywhere, one can see young men and women hugging and enjoying the mood. Luke and his two pals stood close to a vast metal globe, silently eating the snacks they bought from the bar earlier while waiting for the girls. Soon, 3 young and lively girls waved their hands and called them over. They wore brightly colored cotton dresses and flat heels, looking enthusiastic and reserved at the same time. Bucky beckoned and pointed at Luke and Rogers behind him while saying, "Girls, they are my friends." The girls, ignoring the small thin figure in between, looked over all Luke, one by one. Currently, Steve Rogers was not yet the Captain America with a huge build and strength and muscles, and there was no so-called American ass. Naturally, he couldn't attract these young girls. However, Luke, on the other hand, looked pretty good. The neat short black hair and the slightly stern young face could make any girl feel interested in him. "Don't be stubborn, Rogers. You gotta have some fun," Bucky said as he put his hands over the thin man's shoulders. While Luke, who was now walking in the front, was surrounded by the young girls, listening to them chattering about boring stuff. They soon crossed the area with the metal globes. Passing through some small exhibition halls, they entered the core area. "Welcome to the Modern Marvels Pavilion." The narrator's voice paused slightly, and then with increased depth in his tone, he continued, "The world of the future. A greater world. A better world. Everything starts with Stark Industries." The people coming and going clapped and shouted in admiration, with a novel look in their eyes. The steel dummy in the glass showcase, the airplane model that was hanging from the ceiling, and the glass curtain wall showing Howard Stark's inventions. These were undoubtedly quite advanced and emerging products that the public found very attractive. However, Luke didn't feel much enthusiastic about these. He was from the 21st century and had already binge-watched enough sci-fi movies to get excited from this Expo's exhibitions. The gadgets placed as showcases could hardly arouse his interest. However, the girls, who held his arms left and right, were so surprised as if they had found a whole new world. It gave Luke a headache. Sometimes, he wanted to be like Rogers, strolling behind with a cup of popcorn, enjoying the moment in peace. As if sensing Luke's mood, Rogers, who was standing behind them, picked up a few popcorns and threw them into his mouth with a smirk on his face. However, Luke was relieved soon. The 2 girls around him suddenly screamed like fans and rushed to the base of the main exhibition area stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Howard Stark," the host on the stage announced as the curtains opened. Several beautiful women in tight waistcoats and black tuxedos did an excellent performance in front of a red car. Then, Howard Stark, with a mustache, walked onto the stage. There was a burst of violent applause from the audience. Howard Stark, the man of the era, a young genius with a clever mind. However, the love scandals of this genius never seemed to stop. Howard, who walked out from behind the scenes, did not greet the audience but deeply kissed a beautiful girl on stage, with a confident and charming smile on his face. "This guy really is the father of Iron Man, can't deny that." Standing in the audience, Luke felt quite impressed. Thinking about Iron Man, who once had a fantastic feat of sleeping with every cover girl of the Playboy magazine throughout a year, made him feel that being flirty and having lots of affairs was the true inheritance of the Stark family. "Ladies and gentlemen, what if I told you, in just a few short years, your automobile won't even have to touch the ground at all?" He moved the microphone, took out a handkerchief, and wiped his lips while the audience, with audible gasps, digested what he had said. He seemed to enjoy the gazes of the audience while talking about his company's innovative technology. He then beckoned the pretty girls to take off their wheels of the red car. Standing on the stage, Howard Stark was not like a scientist, but he was more of a magician who was also well versed in acting skills. He knew how to grab the audience's attention. With Stark gravitic reversion technology, you will be able to do just that. Howard smiled and turned on the power by moving the lever on the podium. The car, whose wheels had been removed, slowly began to float in the air. This magical scene made the audience hold their breath. Chapter 7207 Dr. Abraham Erskine, the creator of the super soldier serum. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The corner of Luke's lips twitched when he heard Howard Stark talking about how he was about to change the future. Luke had no interest in all this nonsense. Although the man in front of him can be regarded as one of the smartest people alive in the world, he sometimes acted a bit immaturely, similar to his son, Tony Stark. Both of them had a common characteristic, or a characteristic that was in their genes. They were not easy to deal with. Perhaps this can be called a common problem among geniuses. While everyone was focused on Howard Stark, Luke sneaked out of the crowd to get rid of the starstruck girls. Just as he turned his head, he saw Roger's thin back. He passed through the crowd and walked to the conscription station not far away. Luke took a deep breath standing at the main entrance. He knew that this was going to be the beginning of Captain America. Putting his hands in his pocket, he thought about what he should do next. Although it can be said that up until now, everything was going as per the plot. But who knows when his cheat will arrive. While thinking about what to do, Luke saw the figure of an old man. He had grey hair, was a little bald, and glasses on the bridge of his nose. Abraham Erskine. Luke recognized him within an instant. Abraham Erskine, the developer of the super soldier serum, and the German scientist whose prototype serum turned the Hydra leader into Red Skull, was now walking slowly into the conscription station. Luke, who was about to enter the conscription station, suddenly turned serious. Someone's following him. He saw that behind Abraham Erskine, a few men in black suits, wearing round hats, were closely following him. There were visible bulges around their waists. Their expression was nervous as they looked around. They didn't look like ordinary tourists, and the bulges on their waist gave Luke a bad feeling. Suddenly a thought flashed through Luke's mind. Hydra? As the creator of the super soldier serum, Dr. Erskine was a thorn in the eyes of Hydra. The Red Skull would do anything possible to get rid of this variable. Once the Allies get the chance to mass-produce the super soldier serum and create a large number of super soldiers, there won't be any suspense regarding the result of the war. With such thoughts flashing through his mind, Luke walked into the conscription station. Bucky finally came back to his senses after Howard Stark's sensational performance and turned to look at his friend, only to find that he had long since disappeared. Luke. He turned to the other side, but he didn't expect to not see Luke either. What's the matter? Where did both of them go? Bucky was about to go out. However, he was dragged back to the exhibition by the girls. The war is not for you. In the conscription station, Rogers was rejected again. The officer who recruited soldiers into the army saw his thin body and gave his judgment without even thinking anything. He didn't even read the application form. Although Rogers argued, his words were ignored. No matter what he said, the officer just shook his head in denial. In his opinion, sending this thin little man to war was no different from killing him. In the end, the officer got impatient. You can still serve the country without joining the army. We are in urgent need of factory workers. You can go to the factory to help in making weapons for the front line, or you can find another job. He pushed back Roger's application form, with an indifferent expression on his face. You will be a burden to others in the war. Instead of this, it is better to stay back in the country. Listen, kid. Don't risk your life like this. Not everyone has a chance to stay back home. The officer didn't get why this little guy wanted to join the army. Wouldn't it be best to stay in America? Let alone the horrors of war, his life will be safest here. No matter how precious the Medal of Honor is, can it be more important than one's life? Who doesn't know that the Allied and the Axis powers are fighting non-stop? Every day both sides were losing thousands of men. God knows how many corpses were left to rot in the trenches, with no way of even giving them an honorary burial. Sir, I want to fight for the country, and I won't be any burden to anyone. The draft officer avoided Roger's firm eyes and just shook his head in denial. Even he needs to follow some rules. He can't just recruit an unqualified soldier. Their argument soon attracted the attention of Abraham Erskine. He looked at Rogers, who was depressed, and he seemed to think of something. It's going exactly like the plot. Luke watched quietly from a corner with a small smile over his lips. But he suddenly retracted his smile, when he noticed the men in black suits who were following behind Abraham Erskine came closer. With cold eyes and murderous intent, They slowly moved their right hand toward the bulge of their waist. Just then, one of the men tucked his coat and pulled out a hidden pistol, aiming at Dr. Abraham Erskine. He pulled the trigger in the next second. Bang! Chapter 82008 Saving Dr. Erskine. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Bang! As soon as the gun was fired, the crowd at the conscription station immediately fell into chaos. With panic-stricken screams, they started to run in all directions, trying not to get hit by any bullets. Those recruits who had yet to be enlisted suddenly ran away like ants, with no clue what's happening whatsoever. They had never been to a battlefield, nor had they received any formal training, so have no idea what to do. The security guard at the gate fell on the ground as blood gurgled out of the bullet hole in the white hat on his head. "Keep quiet." Luke, who was hiding at the side, pulled the fallen Dr. Erskine up from the ground and ran towards the hallway. Bullets kept on raining from behind, hitting walls and creating debris and dust throughout the hall. Luke looked out for Rogers and found him hiding behind a table with his hands covering his head. He held Dr. Erskine and ran towards Rogers. Suddenly Luke couldn't help but come up with a strange thought. If the future Captain America dies, in which direction will the future lead to? Will there be a new hero? Or will the Germans win and the Red Skull conquers the world? Bang! 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 The gunshot interrupted Luke's thoughts. He looked at the nervous Dr. Erskine, and whispered, "You stay here, don't go anywhere." In the hallway, the sound of approaching footsteps could be heard. Under the table, Luke slowly emerged. He took out the Colt M1911 from his waist, took a deep breath, and rushed out towards the hallway. 5 minutes earlier, outside the conscription station. "You lost Dr. Erskine?" "German spies are most likely hiding in the city, trying to capture and kill Dr. Erskine. Don't you understand how important he is? Start searching for him." A female officer was reprimanding the security guards with an ice-cold expression. The security guards in plain clothes nodded repeatedly, trying to suppress the dismissive look in their eyes. This is a tempestuous era and the status of women had not been taken seriously. Most people still held the idea that women should stay at home as wives and do housework. There was no need to go outside. Even if the stern and cold female officer in front of them was their superior, the respect in their eyes of security guards was merely perfunctory. "We were separated from him. There were too many people at the Expo gate. Who knows where the old German man went?" One of the security guards defended themselves. "He is called Dr. Abraham Erskine," the female officer corrected. "This cannot change the fact that he and Hitler are from the same country." Another security guard retorted with a sneering expression. Due to the deliberate propaganda by the government, the public had a deep hatred for the Germans. Even if Abraham Erskine was now with the Allied powers, the prejudices against him just couldn't be stopped. Bang! Just then they heard a clear gunshot from the nearby conscription station. A suppressed scream from pain could be faintly heard as soon as the gunshot was fired. And soon people rushed out of the building. Her expression turned pale, giving the security guards a cold look. She quickly moved towards the noise. 3 minutes later, the female officer rushed to the conscription station followed by a team of fully equipped soldiers. They found several cold corpses on the ground and the pungent smell of blood everywhere in the hall. "Doctor." The female officer finally had a sigh of relief when she saw Dr. Erskine safe and sound. He was now in the highest level protection list of the military and was also a major concern for the Germans. Everyone now understood the value of the super soldier serum created by Dr. Abraham Erskine. It could end this war. The delicate balance between both sides would change and then it would turn into a one-sided massacre. In the end, the whole future can be influenced. These people should be spies they sent. Dr. Erskine, who had now recovered from the panic, said calmly, "It seems that Schmidt really doesn't want me to live anymore." The female officer nodded her head in agreement. Then, she swept her eyes at the two young men next to Dr. Erskine. There was clear alertness in her glance. "Fortunately this guy saved me." Then turning towards one of the men beside him, he said, "By the way, I don't know your name yet." He saw Luke alone get rid of the 3 spies who came here to assassinate him, and though he was one of the security guards sent by the government to protect him, But judging from the alert eyes of the female officer, this man was not from the government. My name is Luke Cavill. Chapter 92009 Meeting Peggy Carter. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Luke put away the gun with a smile while introducing himself. He didn't expect to meet Dr. Abraham Erskine and Peggy Carter in this way. That's right. The female officer standing in front of him will be one of the founders of the SHIELD. Right now, she should be an agent for the Office of Strategic Services, responsible for protecting Abraham Erskine and participating in the Super Soldier project. You killed these spies? Peggy Carter said as she looked at the corpses. You got some good skills. As she scrutinized the bodies of the spies, she found that all three were killed by a single shot. There were no extra traces of being hit. All the bullets had struck the vital parts, killing them instantly. Judging from the wounds alone, she deduced that Luke must have some good marksmanship. Moreover, there was no panic or any other intense emotion in his eyes, even after killing three people. No matter how one looked at it, it wasn't a work of a beginner. Such an amazing performance was the very reason for Peggy to be suspicious. How was it possible for ordinary youngsters from Brooklyn to take out German spies so casually? If this was true, then the Allies would have captured Berlin long ago and put an end to this war. Well, I learned some self-defense skills, Luke casually answered. He did learn fighting and shooting from his uncle Frank long ago. The latter even thought about training Luke to be a gangster. Irish gangs were rising rapidly, but they just lacked some good guys who could handle the killings. Unfortunately, Luke had no interest to follow that path. Although he worked hard to learn fighting and shooting, and even insisted on exercising, it was only to increase his means of self-protection. He was not a dumb guy who had dreams of becoming a gangster godfather. Doctor, it's not safe here. Let's leave first. The female officer retracted her gaze from Luke and looked at Dr. Erskine, whispered softly, we will investigate all for this afterwards. Okay. Dr. Erskine nodded, then as he looked at Luke and said, I will keep your name in my mind, Luke. Dr. Erskine was here because he was invited by Howard Stark to the World Expo of tomorrow. However, after meeting him, Dr. Erskine felt that the young and promising Mr. Stark was more like a businessman. The enthusiasm for climbing toward the peak of science was far less than his interest in amassing wealth and chasing women. Therefore, in the end, the two of them only exchanged a few words, and then they didn't talk much about other important topics. Is he your friend? Before leaving, Erskine looked at Steve Rogers on the side. For some reason, he was very interested in this small, thin man. Perhaps it was the conversation between the other party and the conscription station officer that brought back some memories in Erskine's heart. As the developer of the super soldier serum, Abraham Erskine knew its danger and what side effects it had. I have already created a devil, and I don't want to create any more. Therefore, Erskine was always looking for a suitable candidate to be the next super soldier who would misuse his powers and understand mercy. Yes, and his name is Steve Rogers. Luke pulled Steve over and said, my friend here really wishes to fight for our country. Although his physique is only subpar, his sense of patriotism is like never seen before. Oh? Erskine nodded with a thoughtful look and left the scene. The female officer didn't stay any longer and also followed him, but she looked suspiciously at Luke before leaving. While soldiers stayed back to investigate the scene and clean up the mess. Luke. Who were they? Steve, who survived the incident, had no idea about what had happened. Luke curled his lips and softly said while patting his thin shoulders, someone who could change your destiny. I didn't expect that I would enter the military's radar in this way. I am afraid that Peggy Carter will carefully investigate my background. But he was not worried that the Office of Strategic Services is destined to find nothing. Their enemy was Hydra, and Luke had absolutely no relationship with the so-called German spies and assassins sent by the Hydra. All that just now was terrible. Steve, who still didn't have much idea of what had happened, still had some lingering fears. The conscription station officer who was arguing with him earlier was now in a pool of blood. His hollow eyes had lost all the color as blood seeped out of his forehead due to the bullet lodged inside his head. If you step on the battlefield, You will encounter more of such things and witness even more dead partners. Luke sighed. He had watched Uncle Frank clean the houses. He even personally solved some troubling gangsters. He had long been accustomed to blood and death. Do I even have a chance to go to the war? Steve is a little frustrated. He has suffered a lot of rejections. Everywhere he went, everyone he met, only had one reply, that he won't be able to do it, and he should stay back. Even his best friend Bucky was no exception. There will be a chance. Luke nodded lightly. He seemed more confident than Steve himself. Feeling Steve's puzzled gaze on himself, Luke changed the subject and dragged him out of the conscription station. All right. Let's go find Bucky. We need to enjoy our time while we three are still together. Chapter 10-1010 Seeing Uncle Frank. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The next day, Luke got up early from the bed, prepared himself for a new day, and continued his daily training to become like a certain bald guy from his previous life. Push-ups, squats, sit-ups, running. By the time he had finished his exercise routine, it was already past 8:30. Bucky should have boarded the ship. Luke headed out to meet Rogers. They had planned to send off Bucky, but Sergeant James Barnes, who was heading for England, didn't allow them and said he may get a bit emotional. His last night was amazing. With a well-ironed military uniform and some cheesy lines, Bucky was able to pick up some pretty girls. Good morning, Luke. The flower shop owner downstairs looked enthusiastic and continued loudly, Frank is looking for you. He seemed angry about something. All right, thanks, Uncle Dor. Luke stopped, changed directions, and walked towards his Uncle Frank's house. Probably it was due to yesterday's street gangster, who must have gone to complain to his boss, and then news came to his uncle through the Irish gang. 10 minutes later, Luke took out the key from under the doormat and opened the door. Uncle Frank, I brought you roasted mushrooms and hash browns from Aunt Bertha's. Carrying a rich, steaming breakfast, Luke walked into the living room and saw an old man with grey hair and a rickety waist. Even from his weak and shallow figure, one can easily see the tough and strong shadow of his youth. Luke, you annoying kid. Seeing Luke, the old man cursed angrily. That son of a beach. Hobson went to complain Mr. Hoffer again, saying that you beat up his little brother. Hobson had to tell Mr. Hoffer even this kind of thing? He didn't tell Mr. Hoffer when his mother died while sitting in the toilet, last week. Luke pretended to be surprised. Without hesitating, he took out the plates, knives and forks from the cupboard. Eat while it's hot. Aunt Bertha especially added meat for you in these hash browns. The old man named Frank sat at the table and said, don't try to buy me with this, Luke, you messy bastard, that Italian guy last night. Oh wow, this is awesome. So fucking tasty. No matter how much I eat it, I will never get tired of this. Well, it turns out that good food can calm down anyone's temper. After Frank ate his fill, he didn't mention Hobson or his younger brother. What he did do was persuade Luke to join the rapidly growing Irish gang. Mr. Hoffer values you very much. That idea of doing business with the barracks was good. It allowed the gang to get their hands on some guns, or else we would have been long eliminated. Those Italians aren't arrogant anymore. Frank couldn't understand why his nephew didn't wish to join the gang. Other street gangsters of Brooklyn would do anything to join the gang and become one of them, because no one would mess with them with the gang behind them. Luke made himself a cup of coffee and with a light smile, he replied, not interested. It would be better to go back to school than be a gangster. He knew that this was the most turbulent period in American history. As the newspapers said, violence. It is as American as cherry pie. With the start of the World War, various gangs had sprung up continuously. At first, most of them were poor immigrant groups, such as Irish and Italians. Unlike the British and Germans immigrants, who came with large amounts of money to settle in North America, these immigrants were destitute. In fact, they are called immigrants because they keep on changing their places and continue to be people at the bottom. Many people can't even rent houses and could only do manual labor to fend themselves. These immigrant groups had gradually formed slums. This was also how the Hell's Kitchen of New York was born. A philosopher once said, nationalism often places the poverty of the country at its heart. making it basically a critique. Because the Irish and Italians are both Catholics themselves, they were regarded as boorish, incapable of settling down in North America, which was dominated by Protestants. The ever-present exclusion and discrimination made life difficult for these immigrant groups. Therefore, in order to fight against the exploitation of labor and religious persecution, the Irish and Italians slowly formed various violent groups. This was the embryonic form of the American gang. Chapter 11-2011 Rising Momentum of Gangs. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The gangs at that time were just a group of poor people, and they weren't taken seriously by anyone. It was not until later that special groups called families began to emerge. They were professionals that came into being after the rise of the industrial society, and their main responsibility is to raise campaign funds for political party candidates and to buy votes for their elections. In the past, no one would have valued those immigrant groups because of their low status and poverty. But the families keenly discovered their value, and the gangs formed by the workers at the beginning gradually changed. One got loads of rum to drink, and the other provided stable votes to politicians. The two sides hit it off. However, no one expected the follow-up development. Prohibition provided a lot of wealth to these gangs. Coupled with the rise of labor unions, labor movements also became frequent. Prohibition was a nationwide ban on the sale and import of alcoholic beverages that lasted from 1920 to 1933. But its smuggling gave a lot of wealth to the gangs and families. These gangsters had finally found a place in the social order. On one hand they had loads of wealth, while on the other they had the backing of politicians because of their power to generate votes. All this played a big role in the rise of gangsters. Like the Irish gang which Uncle Frank was part of, they had a very close relationship with the senior executive of the National Brotherhood of Truck Drivers, Mr. Jimmy Hoffa. Note: Teamsters. This union represented nearly 1 million truck drivers and warehouse workers, and later reached 2.3 million members at its peak. It can be said that if one was running for mayor or councillor and if they can get help from the union, then it was already a win for them. Gangs, labor unions, and politicians come together in a tight chain of interests. It's a pity that this glory won't last long. Luke silently mulled over it. Whether it is Irish or Italian, their power was only temporary. Even if the former succeeded in electing Kennedy as the president, and the latter had close ties with Edgar Hoover, the first director of the FBI, it was just that the gangsters are, after all, a deformed product of social order. With the end of World War II, they will inevitably decline and will be reduced to tools in the hands of politicians and the rich. It would be difficult to regain the glory of the past. In Marvel, a gangster has no future, even if he becomes a godfather or family head. These were Luke's inner thoughts. Seeing Luke's indifferent look, Frank finally lost his cool. "Why are you so stubborn? Can't you just do what I ask? Join the gang and you will have a secure future. You will be able to take my seat. Why don't you want to? Stop wasting your life. The world won't accept you for nothing." He had a good relationship with Mr. Jimmy Hoffa of the National Brotherhood of Truck Drivers and he didn't wish to ruin it. After retiring, he may get a seat as the honorary president at a branch in the union. Although it was just a position with no power, he was going to get a good salary every month. If Luke joined the gang, then there was a chance that Mr. Hoffa may help out Luke in settling in his life. "Uncle Frank, don't worry about me. Here, cover yourself with a blanket, it's still cold outside." Luke didn't refute, and put a thick blanket on Frank's legs with a grin. If he followed Captain America and joined the Howling Commandos, he might really be a war hero. Unfortunately, even if one becomes a hero, he is still a tool or a mascot in the eyes of politicians and the rich. So Luke had another idea. Meanwhile, at a military camp somewhere in New York, in the conference room, the female officer is reporting about the incident at the conscription station to her boss, Colonel Phillips. "I think that guy named Luke Cavell has a problem." Chapter 12-2012 The Decision by the Strategic Scientific Reserve. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Somewhere in a military camp, New York. In the conference room, the gallant female officer was briefing her superior, Colonel Phillips, I think there is something wrong with that Luke Cavil guy. Carter briefly summarized the attack that Dr. Erskine encountered near the World Expo of Tomorrow's venue and then talked about Luke, who was listed among the suspects. I've seen the wounds on the German spies. All of them were one shot. Ordinary people can't do this. Cavil must have practiced marksmanship and is quite good at it. The female officer concluded with certainty in her tone, after leaving the conscription station. The doubts in her mind never went away. That young guy from Brooklyn single-handedly killed more than one professionally trained spies. It felt unbelievable. There were too many things that didn't make sense. Therefore, Carter believed it was likely a plot by Hydra. By sacrificing those German spies, they wanted to get close to Dr. Erskine. Then, they will implement their evil plan. Germany preferred kidnapping more than killing Dr. Erskine. The value of super soldier serum just couldn't be neglected. Whoever obtained it will be able to influence the course of the world war. Such threat and potential just can't be ignored. Colonel Phillips, who was sitting in his seat, shook his head and whispered, "He's not a problem. I've sent someone to investigate Luke Cavil. His parents were Irish immigrants, died very early. The administration took pity on him, and he had excellent grades and was academically gifted. He was even offered a scholarship every year, but he later dropped out of high school after he turned 17. Why did he drop out of school?" Carter was puzzled. "You should know that Irish immigrants aren't well received. It is very common to be bullied and discriminated against. As a result, Cavil often fought with other students at school. When the teachers encountered this, they had to call his parents, but well, he had no parents." Colonel Phillips shrugged his shoulders and helplessly said, "After fighting the bullies, he still had to deal with unreasonable adults. For a 17-year-old, it wasn't something easy to deal with." Carter went silent. She can imagine how difficult those years were for Luke Cavil, who was an orphan. But where did he get the gun, and how did he learn marksmanship? Carter hesitantly asked. Through the colonel's account, she dispelled her inner suspicions. However, Carter didn't understand how an ordinary young man in Brooklyn could shoot with such precision. Cavil's uncle, Frank, is a veteran, the kind that actually survived from the battlefield through combat. He went on to join the Irish gangs and did some dirty work. Now, he's about to retire as the honorary president of one of the truck drivers' union branches. Colonel Phillips informed her about the results of the investigation. He knew that Carter had always been competitive and good at her job. It's just that she was somewhat obsessed with showing that she wasn't inferior to any male. Sometimes, Colonel Phillips had a headache due to this. He wouldn't have had such a good temper if the other party hadn't been a Brit and wasn't a faction of the American military. After all, the Strategic Scientific Reserve had very diverse members, with talented people recruited from all over the world and of all genders. Carter was one of them. Luke Cavil isn't a German spy. He has nothing to do with the Germans. I don't think Hitler, no matter how capable he is in provoking people, could make a young man who grew up in Brooklyn turn into a spy for Germany. Sure, Cavil did do some underhanded stuff, but the Strategic Scientific Reserve isn't interested in those, and interfering gang fights isn't our job. We're against the Hydra, and winning this war by defeating the Axis is our aim. Colonel Phillips emphasized the last part, instructing her to stop nagging him about Luke. He didn't want Carter to stir up this hornet's nest, which the Irish gangs were. Those people had now joined forces with the unions and helped politicians gather votes and interfere with the elections. In recent years, their power had increased exponentially. Even Colonel Phillips didn't wish to provoke such unnecessary trouble. God knows how many Capitol Hill lawyers were standing behind them. Instead, he seemed to think of something and said, "Erskine seemed to be very interested in those two. Luke Cavil, and what's the name of the other guy?" "Steve Rogers," Carter replied. Yes. Erskine wants to take them both and recruit them to Camp Lehigh." Colonel Phillips pondered for a moment and asked, "What do you think of this, Carter?" Camp Lehigh, on the surface, was a place to train recruits. However, the real purpose was to select test subjects to be injected with the super soldier serum. Erskine's intention was undoubtedly to get Luke Cavil and Steve Rogers selected. Colonel Phillips didn't think there was any problem with the former. Luke was tall and strong, and he could even take care of 3 German spies all by himself. Even if he wasn't selected in the end, it doesn't change the fact that he would become a good soldier. But Steve Rogers, that small, skinny guy, looked like he could be blown away just by a gust of wind. It would be ridiculous if the Allies had to be saved by such a guy. If this is Dr. Erskine's idea, then I think it's fine, Colonel. Carter thought for a moment and answered, "Well then, I'll leave the matter to you. I want to see them on the bus to New Jersey." Colonel Phillips nodded and handed off the assignment. He figured, anyway, with Rogers' physique, he probably wouldn't even make it through basic training for the recruits. As for being selected and becoming a super soldier, Chapter 13-013 Candidates for the Super Soldier Serum. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Knock knock. Luke, who had returned to his room, opened the door. Outside, he found Rogers standing with the frosty-looking female officer. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, "What's going on, Steve?" He thought that the Strategic Scientific Reserve would investigate him and perhaps even drag him in for questioning in the name of assistance. As an important person protected by the military, Abraham Erskine gave them the perfect reason to do anything they wanted. "Steve, what are you so happy about?" It seemed like he wasn't able to hold back his smile. Was being dragged in for interrogation something to be happy about? "Luke, I can now join the army. We will leave for New Jersey tomorrow." Steve was so happy that he was almost shouting while giving him the news. His days of depression were finally over. Luke's eyebrows trembled a bit when he heard what Steve just said. "They decided to recruit us." Despite the changes in the plot, Steve Rogers was still on the road to becoming Captain America, just like the original timeline. "I thought the process would be a little more complicated." Luke collected his emotions and regained his composure. It seemed that the plan to obtain the Super Soldier Serum had completed its first stage. "Luke Cavell, are you willing to serve your country and bring us honor on the battlefield against the Axis?" Carter asked coldly, "as if I have the right to refuse." Luke looked at the 2 soldiers with live ammunition standing behind Carter and thought silently, "Since I chose to enter the military's radar and have already aroused Dr. Erskine's interest, at this moment, there was no turning back. Ahem, since the organization has already made the decision, Luke resisted the urge to say something patriotic on the spot and just accepted the military draft. The next day, early morning, Luke, now drafted in the military, packed up his luggage and went with Rogers, who was more than just excited, to take a special military truck to Camp Lehigh in New Jersey. Before leaving, they met several important personnel from the Strategic Scientific Reserve. For example, the serious-looking Colonel Phillips, the creator of the Super Soldier Serum, Dr. Abraham Erskine, Howard Stark, who was well known in New York, and of course, Agent Carter, who still had a cold expression, and so on. The Strategic Scientific Reserve was a temporary organization specially established by the Allies to win the war. It was personally approved by President Roosevelt and the heads of the European countries. The main purpose of such gathering elites from various fields was to fight against the Third Reich's Hydra, a certain evil organization symbolized by the monster Hydra. The secondary purpose was to implement the Super Soldier Plan and to end the war which was sweeping through the world. The current leader of Hydra is Johann Schmidt, nicknamed Red Skull. He was said to be a member of Hitler's inner circle. His authority was so high that he was one of the people whose approval led to the formation of the secret police in Germany. Red Skull isn't the one who founded the Hydra, Luke thought as he sat on a military truck, swaying from side to side. He remembered the cartoons mentioning that the origin of the original Hydra was quite early enough to go back even further. Red Skull just used this name. There were some similarities between him and his idol, Adolf Hitler. "Luke, do you think we would meet Bucky?" Rogers asked, clutching his bag. Thinking of Bucky's surprised expression when he finds out that they have joined the army and set foot on the battlefield. He couldn't help looking forward to their next meeting. Luke laughed and said, "Bucky should have already reached England and may even be fighting in the war as we talk." He could understand why Rogers was so obsessed with serving in the army. For a long time, this little man had been made fun of and bullied because of his thin figure. In such cases, the future only followed 2 paths. Some people, like Rogers, maintained an optimistic and positive attitude, while others developed distrust and self-imposed apathy. The former are few and far between, while the latter are numerous. And this was probably why Steve Rogers became Captain America. He was a man who always had a positive approach to things. Rogers was keen to serve in the army, not out of strong patriotic feelings. He wasn't the kind of a person who was eager to get some military honors and medals. This skinny little guy is trying to prove that he was no different than the stronger guys. Luke, why did Howard Stark go to Camp Lehigh? Was he also drafted as a soldier? Rogers asked with a curious face. He didn't know anything about the super soldier plan or the strategic scientific reserve. He only thought that they went to Camp Lehigh to receive training for new recruits. Stark isn't the same as us. He's a scientific consultant, a full-fledged senior officer. Luke shook his head. As to new recruits, how could they compare to Howard Stark? Both sides were treated differently. Howard Stark was able to take a smooth and comfortable private car and talk and laugh with a group of senior officers along the way. In the evening, he might even go out and have fun, while he and Rogers had to stay in the military truck that rocked like a lurching ship. Luke smiled meaningfully. Get ready to live like a soldier, Rogers. For Rogers, who was far from strong, recruit training is no easy task. Chapter 14-014 Candidates for the Super Soldier Serum, 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. A week later. Steve, are you alright? Luke, who finished the rucking, handed a towel to the thin little man. Note: rucking equals walking a long trail with a weighted rucksack. He looked like he had been fished out of the water, and his military camouflage was soaked with sweat. His chest was heaving up and down heavily, as if pulling the bellows, emitting a heavy huffing and puffing sound. Even the easiest 5-kilometer rucking was an impossible challenge for Rogers that had poor physical fitness. No, it's fine. I just need a break. And I'll be fine. Luke looked at Rogers, who was talking between each breath he took, fearing that he would suddenly pass out. Steve was able to persevere until now, forced himself to stand up. He was indeed very determined. Regardless of each day's training assignment, Rogers was the last to finish and the one with the worst grades. But in terms of efforts, he wasn't inferior to others, sometimes better than others. I feel much better. Thank you, Luke. After a few breaths, Rogers thanked him with a grateful smile. If it wasn't for Luke's help, his situation would have been much worse. To Rogers, Camp Lehigh was no different from the streets of Brooklyn. People relied on strong muscles and built, bullied the weak. Such bastards can be found everywhere. Luckily Luke came forward, otherwise Rogers would have already been beaten up more than once. Huddle up. A sharp whistle resounded, and the recruits, who had long since developed a conditioned reflex, trotted over and stood in neat formation. Some of them had learned the hard way about what happened when they disobeyed orders, or what happened when someone acted like a prick. That cold-faced female officer with a British accent wasn't as weak as she looked. The recruit who took the punch, Gilmer Hodge, was very vocal about this. He still had a band-aid over his nose bridge. What's more, high-intensity physical training every day was enough to release everyone's extra energy. By the end of the day they were too tired to create trouble. From the report over the last few weeks, which recruit has the best scores and the best performance? Standing not far away, looking at the new recruits being lectured, Colonel Phillips asked. It's Luke Cavell. Carter, who was holding the score sheet, raised an eyebrow. She really didn't expect the answer to be the young man from Brooklyn. Not only was his marksmanship amazing, but his performance in other test subjects were excellent. Shooting targets, marching with weight, climbing barbed wire and other physical training. Luke could easily win the first place and left the one who was placed second, far behind. I knew it. Erskine, as I said, Cavell is the most suitable candidate, Colonel Phillips said as he clapped his hands. He looked at Luke, the strong, sturdy man in the lineup, with admiration in his eyes. The other party perfectly conformed to the definition and image of a good soldier in the colonel's mind. Wait. We still have time. Dr. Erskine, who was standing nearby, replied. His eyes didn't stop at Luke, but looked at Rogers, who stood out in the lineup. If they were to choose a big strong man as the super soldier, then there was no need for Erskine to start this secret selection at all. Just pick anyone out of the army. In this world, there had never been a shortage of good soldiers who knew how to obey orders and had strong muscles. However, it was quite difficult to find a truly good person. They needed a super soldier who had strength but will never misuse it. Erskine knew he didn't have much time, but he still chose to be patient and think carefully. He had high hopes from Rogers. That thin little guy has a rare quality that touches people's hearts. You asked me to look into Rogers' life. Yes, he is indeed a good man. But what's that going to do? If the bureaucrats of the committee know that the choice for super soldier was a thin guy who was as skinny as a piece of wood and can't even finish a 5 kilometers run, what will they think? Colonel Phillips said with discontent. In his opinion, war was a matter of comparing the strength of both sides, not the character of the soldiers. The selection isn't over, time is not up yet. Colonel, let's wait patiently for a little longer. Dr. Erskine ended the conversation. But this time, his eyes were on to Luke. Chapter 15-0152 Soldiers, 1 Serum. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Before going, Dr. Erskine said as he looked at the training soldiers, General Patton once said, wars might be fought with weapons, but they are won by men. We can definitely win this war because we have the best soldiers. The Strategic Scientific Reserve is composed of various national allies. The best and brightest of the free world have gathered here. Our goal is to build the most powerful army ever. And every army has a leader. By next week, we will choose that person. And after a moment of silence, he continued, he will be the first super soldier. And he will send Adolf Hitler to hell with his own hands. At the end of the 2-week training program for recruits, Colonel Phillips finally revealed the super soldier selection program to the recruits. He held Carter's score sheet in his hand and looked over at the tall and well-built Luke. As expected, this young man from Brooklyn was still excellent in his performance. Judging from the physical quality and the comprehensive results from various training programs, he was a well-deserved first place among the recruits of Camp Lehigh. This is the super soldier our country needs. Colonel Phillips was very satisfied with the results. But when his eyes accidentally landed on the thin and weak Rogers, he couldn't help but sigh. Despite the fact that the other party trained seriously and never slacked off, his naturally weak physique made it very difficult for him to become a competent soldier. I really don't know what Erskine is thinking. Colonel Phillips was a little annoyed. He was under pressure from the committee and the White House's watchful eye. If the super soldier couldn't satisfy the military, then his career would very well be over. It was important to know that various countries had invested a lot of manpower and resources to set up the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Now, everyone was waiting for the result. After the meeting, the recruits were dismissed. However, the recruits had half expected who was going to be selected and were bootlicking him. Boss Luke, your performance should be the best of all the new recruits. You should be the super soldier. Back at the barracks, Gilmer Hodge, who had been lectured by Carter, was one of such people. He was considered a mob character in the original plot. He often bullied the skinny Rogers, because of his large size and hard punches. However, this time due to Luke, things were different. Hodge, who felt satisfaction by bullying the weak, suffered the first defeat in his life. On the night before arriving at Camp Lehigh, Hodge tried to make fun of Rogers, but Luke stuffed his head into the toilet. He thought his fists were hard enough, but Luke, who had beaten gangsters, cut down gangs and painted houses, had a lot of real-life experience. It was like a sheep meeting a lion. It was a one-sided massacre. Since then, no one among the trainees would dare to mess with the Brooklyn duo. Hodge, who was stuffed into the toilet, became Luke's faithful gopher. He would follow him around every day, calling him boss, just like a bootlicker. Luke once wondered if this guy had masochistic tendencies, or if his brain was filled with water when he was stuffed in the toilet. Note, head, brain filled with water equals became an idiot. However, he later realized that bullies like Hodge, who were afraid of bullying and bullied people, often believed in the simple thinking that the strong have the last say. Therefore, it was normal for him to act like this. All in all, Luke seems to have turned on the King of Soldiers template and had managed to dominate the entire Camp Lehigh without realizing it. Note: template/character template equals it's where you define your character's race, backstory, appearance, abilities, goals and flaws, everything you'll need to successfully place them in your game, story. For example, a character card. Colonel Phillips not only praised Luke, but he was hailed everywhere he went in the barracks. Use your head and think about it. If the conditions for selecting super soldiers were training results and strong muscles, then couldn't the military just pick someone from the army? Luke didn't treat Hodge differently just because this guy bootlicked a lot. Yes, Boss Luke has a point. Hodge had a smile as he cleaned the barracks. Steve, don't be discouraged. I can see Dr. Erskine thinks highly of you. Ignoring the fawning Hodge, Luke walked up to Rogers. The future Captain America is somewhat depressed right now. When he saw Luke's excellent performance and thought of his poor performance, he was inevitably a little depressed. I wasn't thinking about becoming a super soldier, but I'm starting to wonder if my choice to join the military and serve was the right choice. Maybe Bucky had a point. If you aren't destined to do something, giving up is also a kind of courage. Rogers sounded like he had reached a new low point in his life, and his tone was full of doubt towards himself. Through these days of training, he finally realized how weak he was. I don't think so. Dr. Erskine saw you and drafted you into the military, so he surely found some good qualities in you that are worth considering. Confidence, that's the secret to success. Don't be defeated by a momentary setback. A character of gold is worth more than strong muscles. Luke brought up a steaming bowl of chicken soup for the soul, filling Roger's eyes with light and fighting spirit. Note: chicken soup for the soul equals speech, story intended to encourage someone to make more effort or to think more positively. If he kept up the good work and said a few more inspirational sayings from the future, perhaps Captain America would regard him as a spiritual mentor. So, it was possible to learn something by reading some marketing mottos. Luke breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Rogers's mood slowly return to normal. After all, Captain America was an important part of his plan. During the 2-week training for recruits, Luke unapologetically distinguished himself and achieved excellent results. And he did that obviously for the super soldier serum. It was just that. However, he didn't wish to wear the Star-Spangled Banner uniform and take Captain America's place. Even if I become a super soldier, I will inevitably be regarded as a mascot by politicians. I don't want to perform on stage and debut as an idol. Luke's thinking is very clear. The military researched the super soldier serum. The real purpose was to form an invincible and powerful army. In this way, they could march into Berlin and end the war. According to the development of the original plot, Dr. Erskine will be assassinated, the only sample will also be destroyed, and the formula for the super soldier serum will be lost forever. Roger's usefulness at war, as the only super soldier, was at most as a mascot to promote buying of war bonds. That was what the politicians thought. If Luke replaced Rogers and donned the Stars and Stripes uniform, his ending would probably be similar. Suppose he did it differently and saved Dr. Erskine. The next step would be the mass production of super soldiers. Luke still wouldn't have any future, because he would no longer be the special one. Therefore, after much consideration, Luke decided to show his excellent side and strived to win Colonel Phillips' admiration and put more pressure on Dr. Erskine. With 2 suitable candidates, the story may progress differently. Chapter 16-016 Dr. Erskine's Decision. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. At dusk, Erskine went looking for Luke, who was resting in the barracks. The German scientist didn't beat around the bush and explained the reason for his arrival. Colonel Phillips thinks you're the best candidate for super soldier. What do you think, Luke? Feeling that scrutinizing gaze, Luke kept his calm. After a moment of thought, he replied without hesitating, "What a super soldier needs to possess is not just a strong body, Rather, it's knowing compassion and having a good heart. He could see that Dr. Erskine was testing him. Rogers was always the right person in the other party's mind. After the Red Skull incident, the German scientist had a bit of trauma. Even if Luke performed well, Erskine wasn't as impressed as he was by Rogers' words at the recruiting station. Erskine pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and asked with a hesitant tone, "Who do you think meets such conditions in the camp?" "My friend Steve Rogers. His character is most trustworthy." Luke's eyes were determined, as if he was inwardly convinced of this. Hearing this satisfactory answer, Erskine's last doubt disappeared without a trace. Originally, he was suspicious of Luke's involvement in the gangs and the high probability that he had blood on his hands. He was afraid that if the other party became a super soldier, he would be like Red Skull and completely lose his sense of humanity. Because of the effectiveness of the serum, that is what would happen. "Very good." Erskine patted Luke on the shoulder and smiled approvingly. Originally, he and Colonel Phillips had very different ideas, and neither could convince the other. Luke's answer completely dispelled Erskine's doubts. He spoke solemnly, "You will both be super soldiers." Next week, Luke and Rogers left Camp Lehigh and boarded a car for New York. As for the trained recruits, they became reserve soldiers. If the serum injection is successful, everyone has a chance to become a super soldier. "I never thought we would be back in Brooklyn so soon," Rogers lamented. He sat next to Luke, looking through the window, gazing at the familiar buildings. "So, the Colonel was right. Fortune favors the foolish," Luke joked. When Rogers learned that he had been selected as a test subject for the super soldier, he couldn't wait to find Luke to share it, only to see Colonel Phillips in the barracks. The latter, with a look of disgust, glanced at Rogers and uttered this phrase. Remembering that incident, Rogers didn't feel bad but rather had an earnest expression. "This isn't good luck. It's all thanks to you and Dr. Erskine. I couldn't have made it this far without your help." He heard from Colonel Phillips that Luke had recommended him to Dr. Erskine on his own initiative. Although Rogers wasn't very good at expressing his emotions, he remembered this gratitude in his heart. "If you were a woman, I might have accepted your gratitude." Luke made a disgusted face and snickered. "See that block, that alley, and the parking lot out there? Those are your old battlefields." Rogers lowered his head and smiled awkwardly. He had been beaten a lot because he couldn't get rid of his nosy habit. These battlefields were actually the places where he had been beaten before. "Did you have something against running away?" Carter, who was sitting in the front and driving, asked. She was the entourage this time and was responsible for getting Luke and Rogers safely to their destination. "You start running, they'll never let you stop. If you stand up and fight back, you will have the opportunity to defeat them one day." Rogers spoke of his inner feelings, and Carter was a bit moved by his sincere tone. Dr. Erskine didn't choose him for no reason. At least this courage is worthy of praise. "Being underestimated is something I have often experienced." Carter seemed to be drawn by the idea and said a few more words in a rare moment. On normal days in Camp Lehigh, this female officer was like an iceberg, keeping people away. Even the notorious playboy Howard Stark would be careful around her. So far, not one dinner invitation was accepted. "Miss Carter, I don't understand why you want to join the army. You are a beautiful lady." Rogers glanced at Carter and began to speak with the emotional intelligence of a straight man. "You know, what the other party hated most is when people say she's too good looking to be an agent in this line of work." Note: straight man equals slang word. It's not about their sexuality, it means awkwardly sexist males that don't understand women at all. Carter had a strong character and had never thought that she would lose to any man in terms of ability. Seeing that Rogers was about to anger her, Luke hastily intervened by asking, "How much longer until we get there?" "Soon." Carter glanced at Rogers coldly, snorted, and stopped talking. The latter looked innocent, not knowing where he was wrong. "Rogers, your ability to talk to women is among the worst I've ever seen." Luke shook his head and whispered in low voice. The car remained quiet for the rest of the journey. About 20 minutes or so, they arrived at their destination. The trio stepped out of the car and pushed open the door of an antique shop. "Yes, This was the secret base of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Carter exchanged codes with an older woman and led Luke and Rogers into the inner room. What a cliché design. Luke looked at the shelves full of books. Entering the interior of the base, each door is guarded by heavily armed soldiers. From time to time, some researchers in white coats would walk by with files in their hands. Rogers, who was seeing this kind of scene for the first time, was a little nervous. Chapter 17-2017 Marvel's Superman. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Rogers looked at Luke as they walked side by side. He found him to be calm and relaxed. That's so like him, Rogers thought to himself. Actually, Luke's true emotions were far less calm than they seemed. From Brooklyn streets, step by step to the Strategic Scientific Reserve's secret base, and about to receive the super soldier serum injection. This wasn't an easy task. In order to get the plug-in, I went on desperately. Note: plug-in equals component that adds a specific feature to an existing character template. The three went down to the bottom floor and saw two metal coffin-like boxes in the middle of the room, where Dr. Erskine and Howard Stark were talking about something. Colonel Phillips and the senators who were in attendance stayed in the control room on the second floor. Everyone was looking forward to witness a miracle. Let's get started, Dr. Erskine said to the two men. Luke and Rogers looked at each other, and took off their garrison caps and coats. The contrast between their physiques was obvious. The former is strong and well-defined, while the latter is as thin as dry wood. Seeing that, the researchers around them shook their heads and sighed. They doubted whether Rogers could survive the serum injection. It's okay. You can do it. Luke squeezed Rogers' shoulder as if to inject courage into him. If Steve wasn't around, he would be the one to debut as an idol and sell war bonds. Seeing him nod in agreement, Luke turned his attention to what was before him, a metal box with complex wires and cables inserted on both sides. Howard Stark, who sported a mustache, was in charge of operating the machine. He was currently at the console, busy with the preparation for the serum injection. This talented millionaire, who had good relations with the military elites under the banner of patriotism, was also one of the participants in this project. Click. A bright light flashed as the staff from the military's public affairs department snapped a photo of Luke and Rogers standing together. This was a memorable historical moment. It's time to start. Erskine cleared the people, leaving only Howard Stark and other researchers. You'll both make it, the doctor seriously said. He was only going to choose one person to make a super soldier. However, Luke's outstanding performance and sincere attitude made Erskine's original idea waver. So, he and Colonel Phillips each took a step back. It was decided that both of these candidates would be injected with the serum and become super soldiers. In the words of Colonel Phillips, at least one will succeed. Dr. Erskine patiently explained the process, and then the shells of the two metal boxes placed together slowly closed. It will start out as a series of minimally invasive injections to inject the serum into the muscle groups. After this step is completed, it will trigger radical changes in the cells. Luke was plunged into darkness, unable to see the slightest bit of light from the outside world. He could only hear Dr. Erskine's voice talking to Howard Stark. The cold needles pierced his skin, and the serum was steadily pushed into the body, which merged with countless cells. Weird, I don't feel much pain. Luke was worried that the process of injecting the super soldier serum would be extremely painful. At least in his memory, Rogers shouted at the top of his lungs, and almost died. Start the instrument. Luke heard Dr. Erskine's voice. The metal instrument connected to the cable introduced a sizzling strong current. A burst of white light broke out. Fook. Luke instantly felt intensively excruciating pain, as if his muscle fibers were pulled into a million strips. His whole body felt like it was torn apart. Not only the physical, but the mental strain was just as unbearable. However, the intense pain, enough to make people crazy, only lasted a short moment. Then, as if it was absorbed, it just disappeared. 100%. On his retina, clear data emerged. The progress bar, which had been stagnant for years, had finally completely loaded. Player identity cleared. Gift pack is being issued. Issued successfully. Please check. Lines of information flew out. Then, The hazy white light slightly lit up. A huge stream of data, like a waterfall, scrolled down to form a character panel dash. Host, Luke Cavill. Loaded card, none. Ability, none. Reputation, none. Task list, not yet opened. Luke felt a bit puzzled. After working so hard for so long, he only got 3 empty stats. Forget it, let's first open the gift pack. Luke was familiar with it and clicked on the conscious space. Open. With a slight thought, a golden shimmering light erupted. Many characters poured into his mind. Golden Superman, Silver Superman, Cyborg Superman, Quantum Superman, Ultraman, Superboy Prime. Various forms of Superman templates are displayed in front of Luke's eyes. Superman card detected. Would you like to accept it? Chapter 18-2018 Marvel's Superman 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Superman card detected. Would you like to accept it? Yes. Would you like to don the cape? No. Loading succeeded. Luke opened character panel again dash. Host, Luke Cavill. Loaded card, Superman, LV1. Abilities, Stellar Energy, passive, Bio Force Field, passive. Reputation, none. Task list, not yet opened. Then, rows and rows of specific information representing his physical data flooded into his brain. A few minutes ago, Colonel Phillips was in the control room exchanging some words with Senator Brandt, one of the members of the committee. I'm glad you can come, Senator, the colonel said with a smile. With his temper, he was unwilling to deal with politicians, because these guys were too hypocritical. Always smiling, but secretly thinking about getting their own benefits. This made Colonel Phillips, who came from a military background and attached great importance to the overall situation, uncomfortable. But as the executive of the Strategic Scientific Reserve and a participant in the Super Soldier program, he had to learn to socialize with politicians. After all, research funding and allocated resources need to be approved by the committee. Is that the super soldier you chose? My God. He looks like he hasn't eaten for days. Senator Brandt stood in the control room on the second floor, looking down. He was surprised to see the short and thin Rogers. This was a little different from the super soldier the committee wanted. Rogers is a backup to prevent failure. Senator, have you seen him? Luke Cavill. That's the best soldier I've ever seen. Colonel Phillips looked embarrassed and pointed to Luke, who was standing beside Luke. He wasn't optimistic about Rogers. The fact that the other party was here was the result of Dr. Erskine's insistence on going his own way. A lot of departments are applying for funding at this stage, but the budget allocated to Strategic Scientific Reserve is always the largest. Colonel, don't let the president down. Senator Brandt knocked back a comment and sat down with an accompanying reporter. His willingness to attend wasn't motivated by a love of science. Instead, he wanted to take the credit for it in the first place. Senator Brandt was keenly aware of the marketing value of a super soldier. It doesn't matter whether they could change the war or not. Attracting the attention of the public was the key. 5 minutes later, the experiment and serum injection were in its final stage. The power switches of the 2 metal boxes had crossed 70%. A dazzling white light flashed, almost drowning the surrounding space. An intense painful roar came from one of the metal boxes. It was Rogers. The process of injecting the serum was like a million knives to him, viciously cutting every cell and every nerve in his body. In particular, as the value of energy transmission increased, the more violent the transformation he endured, greater the physical and mental pain he suffered. Steve Erskine's right hand twitched. The serum injection might cause the death of the test subject. It was something that everyone knew quite well. Only the one who made it through could become a super soldier. But it seems that Rogers couldn't withstand it. Colonel, what's going on? Senator Brandt asked, tilting his head. Looking at the 2 identical metal boxes, with subjects injected with the same serum. Why is Rogers so agonized, while Luke isn't even responding? Don't tell me he was injected with a fake serum. Faced with Senator Brandt's suspicion, Colonel Phillips could only shrug his shoulders with an equally puzzled expression. Subsequent cards need to rely on reputation to unlock. It's just like when I played the game. Luke, lying in the metal instrument, didn't know the changes in the outside world. He digested the vast amount of information received by his brain and began to understand how the so-called card should be used. First of all, there was the level setting given by the character panel. According to different levels, the game divided Kryptonians into 6 levels: LV1, Civilian; LV2, Soldier; LV3, Captain; LV4, General; LV5, Counselor; LV6, Monarch. Every time he upgraded, he would also be able to get items that were exclusively from Krypton. For example, the Fortress of Solitude, the Codex and other key items. And the Superman card I have now is Civilian. In terms of both overall quality and ability, for the time being, I am as good as the genuine Superman. Luke looked at the many cards that were grayed out, while pursing his lips. Unfortunately, there were no other unlocked cards. The plug-in he received was essentially a game panel. Similar to a game, he needed to follow the pattern of gaining reputation, grinding levels, and completing daily tasks. Clark Kent was a natural-born Kryptonian with infinite potential. As for General Zod, who was also a Kryptonian, he was an innate general, and his rank should be in LV4 or LV5. Luke's thought of the two of the most impressive Kryptonians. Although he was only the lowest LV1 civilian right now, it was enough. The Kryptonian body is basically a solar battery, and as long as it absorbs the stellar energy of the bright sun, its physical stats will continue to get stronger. However, he just wanted to have unlimited potential, like the real Superman. He had to work hard to gain reputation, grind levels and increase his levels. After all, it was impossible to turn into the Golden Superman just by sunbathing. Chapter 19-2019 The Assassination. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. 100%. The metal box's power was turned up to maximum. The dense white light almost burned people's eyes. An electric spark broke out at the console, and Rogers, who had painfully cried out, suddenly quieted down. Erskine quickly asked Howard Stark to open the metal instrument. He temporarily ignored Luke, who didn't make a sound, to save Rogers first. A burst of white gas scattered, and everyone showed an incredible expression of shock. Steve Rogers, that scrawny little man, turned into a tall and mighty captain with big pectorals muscles in the blink of an eye. He was now a totally different person. The next moment, everyone in the control room cheered and revered in jubilation, eager to immediately throw a celebration party. Senator Brandt was even more enthusiastic, screaming things like Berlin should be nervous and capture Hitler alive. In his view, with a super soldier regiment with soldiers like Rogers, the Allies were assured of victory and could win this battle without a doubt. However, Colonel Phillips, who was immersed in joy, excitement and so on, with Senator Brandt, didn't notice that one of the guests in the control room approached Dr. Erskine while no one was paying attention. "Hail Hydra!" The man who came to congratulate, quietly whispered in Dr. Erskine's ear. The latter looked up in surprise, but only saw a pair of cold eyes. "Hydra?" Dr. Erskine immediately reacted, but the man didn't give him time to call for help. A PPK was placed against the other party's chest and the trigger was pulled. Note: check para comment here. PPK gun. The bullet went through his heart and brought up a blood splash. Dr. Erskine felt a moment of pain, and then helplessly collapsed. The sound of gunfire echoed through the room, accompanied by calls of "protect the senator" as the guarding soldiers leaned over. Then, there was a loud bang in the control room. Flaming explosion swept through the scene. The strong shockwave shattered the glass windows. Colonel Phillips shielded the panic-stricken senator, while the big soldiers on guard were hit by the wave of air and crashed into the wall like a kite with broken threads. Screams, explosions, gunshots. These noises interrupted Luke's thoughts. He frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and easily broke free from his bounds, which were to prevent the subjects from moving around and harming themselves. Crack, bang! Luke punched through the solid shell of the metal box, ignoring the jumping electric sparks, and blatantly pulled open the iron sheet with his hands. With a crackling, tearing sound, the next moment, Luke jumped out of the metal instrument. He saw Dr. Erskine, who was shot to the ground, and Rogers, who had become taller and stronger. Senator Brandt shrank back, hiding behind the cover of the crowd, and the man in the suit, suspected to be the Hydra assassin, shooting down several guards, running upstairs, and disappearing from sight. You stay here, protect the colonel. I'll go after him. Luke, who had jumped out of the metal box, looked around and immediately reacted to what had happened. He put on his coat and told Steve to stay back, who subconsciously nodded. He watched Luke bend his legs slightly and jump. With the Superman card and super soldier serum, his moment was like a powerful cannonball as he jumped directly from the underground room to the ground floor. Grasping the railing with one hand, with a clean and firm flip, Luke stepped on the ground. Fortunately, with the data ability provided by the character panel, he quickly got used to a lot of physical qualities which were beyond ordinary people. It wasn't like Clark in his childhood, who often faced the trouble of losing control of his ability. Under Luke's feet, the concrete cracked like spider webs due to the powerful impact. He was like a gust of wind sweeping past, raising a violent stream of air. With one thump, the ground seemed to tremble. He left like a swift arrow, leaving his blurred shadow. It had only been a few seconds since the assassin had rushed out of the corridor. The killer sent by Hydra is very clever. When he ran away, he didn't forget to destroy the button controlling the door, locking his pursuers behind him, delaying them even more. Unfortunately, for me, it's as thin as a piece of paper. Luke didn't stop or slow down. He suddenly accelerated, knocking down the thick metal door. With a bang, a clear human figure appeared on the door. Okay, I take back what I just said. I still feel something. Luke stretched his neck side to side. He admitted that the metal door wasn't as fragile as paper, just almost to the extent of a thick wooden board. He rushed out of the secret base, coming to the booth. Luke jerked to a halt, setting off a gust of wind that blew as the bookshelves shook and swayed. When he walked out, he saw the old woman, who was the antique shop owner, had fallen to the ground, shot by 2 bullets. Outside the door, the noise of an engine starting was heard. On top of that car, the killer sent by Hydra, armed with a Thompson submachine gun, went on a rampage. DADADADA, Chapter 22020 The Chase. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Heavy gunfire broke through the windows of the shop and killed several agents who were standing guard outside. The sudden and fierce gun battle caused panic among pedestrians. For fear of being affected, they covered their heads and fled, not forgetting to scream at the top of their lungs. Luke stepped out of the antique shop and was about to start his pursuit when, suddenly, the car parked in front of the entrance exploded. There was billowing fire, and shockwaves. However, his figure remained standing, not wavering even the slightest. He saw the car carrying the Hydra assassin as it turned a corner and disappeared at the end of the street. Luke smiled coldly and ran after it. Why did you make such a ruckus? The Hydra agent who was driving the car complained. The task they received was to assassinate Abraham Erskine and destroy the super soldier plan, not to plan a terrorist attack in New York. Because once this incident blows up, they would have to pay a big price to retreat. There were 2 super soldiers and they will soon come for us. Drive faster. The assassin was panting, and a cold sweat on his back. He felt like a helpless prey under the eyes of a beast. Even after getting into the car and getting rid of the agents outside the shop, there was still no certainty of escaping. He was a spy planted in the military committee that Hydra has spent a lot of time, resources and effort to get him where he was. Had it not been for the order from Berlin that Abraham Erskine must be killed, he would have never revealed himself. The frontal battlefield between the Allies and Axis powers was the ability of soldiers, guns and commandos. But on the intelligence level, the competition depended on the decryption of radio signals, as well as the time and depth of spying. This assassin, named Greg, could be said to be a spy with the longest infiltration time and the highest intelligence level, which Hydra had in New York. He could have played a more important role, but now there was no more opportunity. Back to Berlin. The Führer will definitely give you a medal in person. The Hydra member who was driving the car said enviously, if I can return to Berlin, then I... Wait. There's someone behind. Greg, the assassin, just wanted to say that he was ready to go back to his hometown to get married when he finished this task, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw a tall figure running wildly in the rear view mirror. The Hydra members who thought they were safe enough to escape had their eyes rounded with disbelief. "We need to get faster," he muttered. There was someone who could catch up to cars with their two legs. Greg, the assassin, quickly raised his gun, poked his head out of the window and tried to fight back. Luke jumped and leapt high, dodging a burst of machine gun fire and slamming into the speeding car with precision. Then, with both hands, tore open the tin roof as if it was paper. Greg, sitting in the co-pilot position, threw away the machine gun that had an empty magazine, took out a pistol and pointed it at Luke, trying to pull the trigger. With no expression, Luke's right hand directly stretched out, holding the PPK automatic pistol's muzzle. With a bang, the 7.65mm small caliber bullet hit his open palm, but it looked like it was hitting a steel plate, emitting a metal clashing sound. Luke's eyebrows slightly raised. With a strong grip, the pistol was crushed into a lump of scrap metal. "Monster!" The driver screamed in horror. "Noisy!" Luke picked the guy up with one hand and threw him out like garbage. Fling! The driver smashed into the window of a shop on the street, and fell to the ground. No one could tell if he was dead or alive. "Cut off one head and two more shall take its place." "Hail Hydra!" Greg couldn't help feeling desperate when he saw Luke's frightening power. After shouting Hydra's chant, he was ready to bite the potassium cyanide poison hidden below his tongue. He has a sense of dedication to the organization and wasn't afraid of death. "I know you're a Hydra." "How could I not?" Luke sneered, as if he had expected it, and leaned in to punch and dislocate the guy's jaw. In his eyes, his opponent's movements are too slow, and as long as he concentrates, it was like watching a frame-by-frame motion. Hydra was a huge organization with strict management. Every spy and agent who was sent out to perform a task would put poison on their collar or hide it in their hollowed-out dentures in order to prevent being caught or discovered and resulting in information leakage. This information was known to the SSR. Ignoring Greg's frightened eyes, Luke lifted the other party out of the car as if he was a small animal. A few minutes later, Rogers and Carter drove up. They brought the captured assassin and the driver back to the antique shop in Brooklyn. "Well done, Luke." Back to the secret base, Colonel Phillips praised him. He had witnessed Luke chasing after the assassin. Now, he was hearing the amazing story about how he caught up with the car on his feet and his palm blocking the bullet. Looking at Luke, who was taller and stronger than before, the colonel seemed to have made a decision in his heart. "You guys go out first. I have something to talk to Cavill about." Looking at the bustling medical office, Colonel Phillips called out. He drove the doctors and nurses out, and then looked at Luke with a solemn face. Luke was surprised at this. "Something wrong, Colonel?" Chapter 21-2021 Howling Commandos. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The next day, Luke put on his jacket and headed out to meet Colonel Phillips. Like Rogers, he was also spared from having his blood drawn. Dr. Erskine was shot and killed, and all the samples were used up, which shouldn't have been the case in the original plot. In the original plot, there was only one super soldier, but now there was an extra, Luke. This caused the serum sample that was left behind to be used up. Even with a large amount of research data, any attempt to reverse engineer Dr. Erskine's serum formula was going to be a humongous task. The only thing they can expect now was in Luke and Rogers's blood. The hope of copying serum was hidden in their genetic code. However, the military's delusion is ultimately a fragile bubble. First of all, Luke wasn't really a super soldier. The energy provided by the serum was used to activate the plug-in and open the gift package, thus it didn't play any role in transforming his body. That's why Luke hardly felt any pain after the injection. What's more, now he has activated the Superman card. Trying to extract something from the blood would undoubtedly be a fool's errand, even after decades. The military produced a lot of inferior products with great side effects through the so-called reverse engineering. Have you thought about what you're going to do now, Luke? Colonel Phillips looked serious and whispered, "It is impossible to copy the serum formula and create a new super soldier in such a short time. That plan will now be aborted. Those politicians will try their best to get rid of their responsibilities. Also, as a super soldier, I'm more optimistic about you. Rogers is a good man, but you're better in all aspects." "I can tell, Luke," You're a born warrior. You'll never go soft on the enemy. At this point, Rogers is so far behind. He still has some kind of naive idealism. It won't help to win the war. The essence of war is destruction. It's violence. It's a means to gain benefits. Although we will say this is a war for justice and a battle for freedom, there's no good or evil in war. Rogers doesn't understand this truth yet. I hope you do. Luke was greatly surprised when he heard these words. He didn't expect the Colonel to see it quite clearly. What are you saying, Colonel? However, Luke wanted to know Colonel's thoughts, so he acted ignorant. The politicians on the committee can't be trusted. They're just a bunch of fucking assholes. That Hydra assassin got in thanks to Senator Brandt, and now he's trying to dump the blame on us. Colonel Phillips couldn't help but swear at the incident at the secret base. However, his mind eased a bit when he saw Luke's reassuring expression. For young talents, who were motivated and capable, the older generation would always have the idea of nurturing and lifting them up, provided that they could demonstrate the values that matched them. In the eyes of Colonel Phillips, Luke was such a young talent, who deserved to be nurtured. That's why he said so many heartfelt words. Politicians are only interested in profit. They can be bought and they may even betray their country for profits. The super soldier program is now almost a failure, and their next problem is how to use you and Rogers to their advantage. Colonel Phillips, who had been in the army for over 20 years, knew the political world well. The president wanted an army, but now he only got 2 super soldiers. On the battlefield, an individual's ability will be infinitely reduced. Even if you can punch through steel plates and catch up with speeding cars, you can't stop the bombardment of shells. And you can't fly to Berlin and kidnap Hitler from his bedroom. Luke listened quietly, his eyes slightly flickered. If they gave me time, I could really do this on my own. Less than 20 hours after loading the card, the enhancement brought by the sun had already exceeded the sum of so many years of his persistent training. Luke could feel that the trillions of cells in his body were hungry as they absorbed the rays of the sun. With so much research funding, only 2 strong soldiers were produced. To tell you the truth, the military is very disappointed and no longer interested in you. Unsurprisingly, your next fate would probably be staying in the lab and have your blood drawn, like guinea pigs. Colonel Phillips paused. He changed his tone, but I don't think so. Seeing your performance just now and your outstanding achievements in Camp Lehigh, Luke, I've decided to give you an even more important task. Do you know the Howling Commandos? It's a special operations team made up of the best soldiers under the Strategic Science Reserve's banner. I want you to lead this team and become their commander. Luke's expression of surprise was a genuine emotional reaction. He did not expect that Colonel Phillips' arrangement for him would be this. Leading the Howling Commandos? Commander, I wonder if I will meet Logan. Chapter 22-2022 First Mission. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Luke's mind wandered. He remembered a comic in which Wolverine was also a member of this team and fought side by side with Captain America. Maybe a certain black hard-boiled egg would be the two. Maybe he will also get to meet a certain cool black guy. After all, Nick Fury had joined the Howling Commandos in his early years. What about Rogers? Luke asked curiously. As the saying goes, the bigger the pectoral muscles, the greater the responsibility. He wondered if Rogers would debut as the American Idol this time. Rogers? Senator Brandt is interested in him and intends to make him a war bonds ambassador. Colonel Phillips shrugged his shoulders and said he was helpless. He wanted to recruit both super soldiers into the Howling Commandos, to complete a plan from the Strategic Science Reserve. But Senator Brandt won't relent. He took a fancy to the super soldier as a gimmick. He wanted to make either Luke or Rogers a household name and a star attraction. In this way, he could promote the war bonds, add some points under his political achievements, and also create a platform for his future campaign. Simply the best of both worlds. Is that so? Luke secretly thought he was lucky. Without Rogers blocking the bullet, the task of performing on stage in costume and being a salesman would have been on him. Even if he could use other means when the time comes, then re-enter the military's sights, he would miss a lot of opportunities. Just then, side quest, Howling Commando, The war hero's first step. Requirements: join the team and get the approval of 3 or more team members. Reward: Scarecrow's fear poison gas times 10. The task list is now open. Luke took the time to sweep his eyes over the character panel, and a side quest suddenly appeared on it. Well, this is strange. I am in the Marvel world, but rewards are from the studio next door. Seeing the gaze from Colonel Phillips, Luke collected his thoughts and quietly said, I am willing to lead Howling Commandos. The former was satisfied with this answer. Don't let me down, Luke. The colonel patted Luke on the shoulder happily, turned, and walked out of the infirmary. I received a phone call from President Roosevelt this morning. From now on, the Strategic Science Reserve has a new mission. We are going to fight Hydra to the death. We're going to kill this horrible beast that lurks in the depths of the shadows of this war. The next morning, Colonel Phillips delivered an impassioned speech. Various researchers, as well as agents and spies, began to pack up and prepare to move out. They are about to leave New York, follow the instructions of their superiors, and rush to the front lines in London. The Super Soldier project had failed, and the status of the Strategic Science Reserve, which had been carrying great expectations, instantly dropped. Rogers, standing in the lobby of the base, looked like an outsider. He didn't know what to do, and no one told him what to do. Miss Carter, Howard Stark, they all had their own tasks. Everyone's leaving, except me. Colonel, if you're going to fight Hydra, I want to join too. Rogers plucked up his courage and walked up to Colonel Phillips. Rogers had a deep hatred for Dr. Erskine's murderer. You are now a military property and I have no authority over your whereabouts. Colonel Phillips shook his head. With 2 super soldiers, he could only choose one. The rest belonged to Senator Brandt. Phillips hated making this kind of deal, but he had no other choice. Dr. Erskine was shot and the Super Soldier project failed. This series of accidents are made by the military's investment in research funding, all thrown into the water, with no returns from this investment. As the executive of the Strategic Science Reserve, Phillips had to shoulder the majority of the pressure and blame. Even though many of the problems were due to Senator Brandt because the Hydra assassin appeared among his entourage. But this powerful senator, like a non-stick pan, was not going to get his reputation to receive any stains. Phillips didn't know what the senator said, but in the end, the whole blame fell on his head and the senator escaped without any harm. In order to preserve the strength of the Strategic Science Reserve, a part of the earlier resources needed to be reserved. Phillips had no other choice but to make a deal with Senator Brandt and give Rogers to the other party. At least it was better than being a lab rat. The serum worked. Colonel, I can fight. Rogers tried to fight for the opportunity, but was interrupted by Colonel Phillips. Senator Brandt said there's a better battlefield for you. After saying that, he turned to leave. The colonel is also under a lot of pressure, so don't be discouraged. Looking at the lost Rogers, Carter, who was standing next to him, said comfortingly. She held the experimental record with both hands, and sympathy in her eyes. Through the human body transformation, the original thin little man had reached 6 feet, 188 centimeters, almost as tall as Luke. Moreover, Rogers' muscles are even more bulky, like those of a bodybuilder. Luke, who was also a super soldier, wasn't this exaggerated. Where's Luke? Where is he? Rogers suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen Luke since yesterday. I don't know, the colonel said he had another mission. Carter shook her head. Chapter 23-2023 Howling Commando, Dum Dugan. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. While the Strategic Science Reserve embarked on their journey to London, and Rogers was dragged by the senator to be the National War Bonds ambassador, Luke remained in Brooklyn, New York. As Carter had said, he had another mission. After that talk in the infirmary, Colonel Phillips told Luke about a highly classified and surprising plan. Even with a super soldier leading the team, the degree of difficulty is huge. Colonel Phillips had given the Howling Commandos to Luke. It was more than just adding some boost. As the only super soldier available, no one was more suitable to carry out the plan than Luke. In other words, The colonel needed him. That's why the desire to nurture him flowed out. Luke himself isn't surprised by this. This is one of the reasons why he didn't hide his excellent performance in Camp Lehigh. Interpersonal communication in society was essentially the exchange of interests between each other. Being able to be used by others, in a sense, is also the embodiment of value. In his last life, there was an internet meme: "Since I became a waste, no one can take advantage of me anymore," which did get more than a few likes. But it was actually quite reasonable after careful consideration. With the failure of the Super Soldier project, the status of the Strategic Science Reserve obviously declined. Funds were cut, and personnel were mobilized from the rear to the front lines. These series of actions indicated that Colonel Phillips wanted to make the Strategic Science Reserve demonstrate the necessity of its existence. If not, then SSR will likely face the prospect of being eliminated. This wasn't due to any schemes or underhanded measures by political rivals. In wartime, the allocation of all resources must be based on value and efficiency. Did the colonel let me lead the Howling Commandos to restore the Strategic Science Reserve's status? I think my strength is strong enough to play any current plot character on my own. Luke was lying on the hotel bed, staring at the stiff uniform hanging on the coat rack. "Captain Cavill," he muttered with a smile on his face. This is one of the benefits given by Colonel Phillips. It was also the benefit of leading the Howling Commandos. Otherwise, who would want to accept a new recruit as their superior? It took Luke less than a month to go from private third class to captain. The speed is amazing. If I really did what Colonel Phillips asked me to do, not to mention a captain, it would be possible for me to become the fastest promoted officer in history. When the time comes, if I want to get into politics, I might be able to follow Eisenhower's path and move into the White House. Note: the above sentence may differ a bit from the actual meaning. All faults mine. Luke's mind continued to think, outlining a bright blueprint for the future. A few moments later, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, laughing at himself. I seem to be thinking a little too far ahead. He was just promoted to captain and was about to lead the Howling Commandos. Getting rid of his unnecessary thoughts, he returned to the question of his own ability. I'm Superman now, although I'm still a less powerful version. Luke opened the character panel and looked at the data presented above. He had the same strength as when Superman first came out, running faster than a full-powered car, punching through thick steel plates with one fist. Dynamic vision that could even catch a bullet's trajectory. Luke's muscle density far exceeded that of ordinary people, making it difficult for small-caliber bullets and cold weapons to cause fatal damage to him. It could be said that he had a body of steel, invulnerable to guns and swords, not considering heavy artillery weapons. LV1 Civilian Superman card. The upper limit is probably an evolution of physical qualities. Being able to grab a bullet with my bare hands, and block explosions with my body. Luke found that if he wanted to unlock flight and laser vision, he needed the LV2 Soldier Superman card. It looks like when Superman first appeared, he wasn't that powerful, and his powers became increasingly perfect later on, so strong that a single punch broke apart the sixth dimension. Seeing that there were many Superman cards waiting to be unlocked in the conscious space, Luke suddenly felt that maybe he could evolve to that step one day. It's a beautiful world without Batman and Kryptonite. With this in mind, Luke closed his eyes and fell asleep. Old Joseph's Tavern, Brooklyn. When Luke walked in, the people who he was scheduled to meet were already sitting at the corner table. Timothy Aloysius Cadwallader Dugan. Oh, my God. Such a long name. I would rather call you Dum Dum Dugan. Luke beckoned for a dark beer, pulled out a chair and sat down. He didn't say too many pleasantries, nor did he deliberately act warm. Dugan is a typical soldier with strong features and a handlebar mustache. After seeing his commanding officer, a guy who was a bit too young, his expression was a bit gloomy. The word young often implied a lack of experience in a crisis-ridden battlefield. Without having gone through several wars, it also meant that giving your back to such a person could be a bad thing. Captain Cavill, you've been promoted quite quickly. I heard that you were a private third class a month ago. Dugan sneered. In his opinion, Luke must have climbed the ranks through someone underhanded connections. Otherwise, how else could a new recruit be directly promoted to captain? Chapter 24-024 Acknowledgment. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Dugan hadn't heard about Luke having any amazing achievements and merits. Luke's file was no more than a blank sheet of paper. "I would prefer that you call me sir." Luke smiled, not the least bit annoyed. He turned his head, looked at another man sitting next to Dugan, and whispered, "Dino Manelli." "Colonel Phillips said that you're a master of disguise and at fighting. I am looking forward to seeing what you do. And you, Jimmy, Kenneth, Jeff." Luke named everyone one by one. He had seen the Howling Commandos members' profiles beforehand and had a basic understanding of the team. "I am your senior officer and the captain of the Howling Commandos. At least until you receive some new orders. You will obey my command and follow my instructions." Luke leaned back in his chair and spoke in a rather casual tone. "Captain Cavill, we are soldiers. We will obey commands." It seems that Dugan was the leader of this team. He took the lead in standing up to Luke. "But we only respect capable people, not, by any chance, are you trying to say that just because I look young, inexperienced, without much merits, I am not qualified enough and I am putting airs in front of you?" Luke impolitely interrupted Dugan, and then with a slight smile, he continued, "I heard that you are proficient in combat and firearms, and even once went behind enemy lines and took out a German operative squad by yourself." "That's right. And from then on, everyone calls me Dum Dum," Dugan said with pride. The Dum Dum bullet is a kind of British-made ammunition, commonly known as expanding bullet and shrapnel, known for its amazing lethality. Because of the unbearable pain caused by being shot, international organizations have repeatedly requested that the use of such bullets be banned. The fact that Dugan was given such a name shows how powerful he is. "To tell you the truth, I wanted to have a fair fight with you and prove that I am not what you think. However, when I think about it again, it's unfair to compete with you." Luke shrugged, took a sip from the stout on the table, and smiled. "So, I'll be a little more direct, so you can see why I went from being a recruit to a captain, and why I can lead the Howling Commandos. However, I hope you won't be afraid of what you'll see later." "Ha ha ha, Captain Cavill, we all are soldiers who have survived the hell-like battlefield. I will be surprised if there's anything which makes us afraid." Dugan covered his stomach and laughed exaggeratedly. In his opinion, Luke was bluffing. Was there anything that could scare him? "Dugan, did you see that?" He lifted the Ford military jeep with both hands. "I've got A's, you don't have to tell me." And he twisted my lovely Winchester into a knot. "Can any of you explain why my combat knife couldn't break through his skin? Is this guy even human?" An hour later, Howling Commandos, who had followed Luke to Fort Drum Army Base in Jefferson County, New York, witnessed the most unbelievable and horrific scene in their life. As they have said, the members of Howling Commandos are all veterans who have experienced many battles and have special skills. Trenches that buried countless bodies, hanging flesh and blood fragments on barbed wires. They have survived that kind of hell, seen the fiercest executioners and played the role of butchers. Roaring cannons, machine guns spewing fire, steel monster-like tanks. You could say, what kind of big scene they haven't seen? It's just that, when Luke showed the Howling Commandos his power, it completely crushed the inherent perceptions they had built up over the past few decades. Until then, Dugan and his team had never imagined that anyone could lift a multi-ton military SUV like a barbell. Was he still human? "Don't give me that look." Luke's face still had the same calm expression. No one could see that he had just completed a full set of warm-up exercises with an SUV. "I am just an ordinary soldier who yearns for peaceful, quiet life." After a few days of drawing on the energy from the sun, Luke's physique leapt another step. Unlike Superman, it was difficult for him to carry a plane which weighed hundreds of tons, but lifting an off-road vehicle weighing several tons wasn't a problem. Even strength similar to that of a super soldier was enough to shock anyone. Superpowers, aliens and other crazy stuff was limited only to science fiction movies and novels. Thus, Luke's performance shocked all the Howling Commandos. "You are obviously a monster." Dugan, nicknamed Dum Dum, took a look at the twisted Winchester and the military jeep that was sitting firmly in place, and silently swallowed his words. "Cavill, sir, are you the rumored super soldier?" Note: Check paragraph comment for Winchester and Military Jeep. Chapter 25-025 Mission for the Howling Commandos. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Cav. Sir, are you the rumoured super soldier? After a while, Dina Manelli, whom Colonel Phillips called a master of disguise and hand-to-hand combat, asked. After seeing Luke's inhuman strength, all the members of the Howling Commandos, at least Manelli himself, had no objection to the young captain leading him, although he still didn't know whether Luke had the basic qualities of a leader. However, the ability to crush the Nazi army in combat was enough to lessen his main worries. No wonder Colonel Phillips asked him to lead the Howling Commandos. Manelli was instantly relieved, and his inner dissatisfaction dissipated. Super soldier? Dugan's eyes changed when he heard the word. He had heard about the project. It was said that it was one of the military's research projects on strengthening the human body. Yes, Steve Rogers and I both received serum injections from the Strategic Science Reserve and became super soldiers. Luke answered seriously. Although he had nothing to do with the super soldiers, this didn't prevent him from using this excuse as a cover. He wondered if, in the future, when people saw that the gap between his and Rogers's abilities was getting bigger, they would suspect that the latter had injected a fake serum. Well, sir, I'm sorry for what happened before. Dugan shrugged, no longer indifferent as he was before. After seeing Luke's real strength and knowing his status as a super soldier, he no longer worried about whether the other party would hold back the team. But now, he had different worries. Will I be able to keep up? With Dugan's vast experience, he felt that if he threw Luke onto the battlefield, the Nazi soldiers would cry out in fear. Hitler, who was far away in Berlin, was about to lose all of his sleep. Side quest, Howling Commando, the war hero's first step, completed. Requirements, join the team and get the approval of 3 or more team members. Achieved, reward. Scarecrow's fear poison gas ×10. Obtained, Luke received the message that the quest was completed. It was true that for veterans, the fastest way to get their approval is to show your ability. Reputation value detected. Opening shop. Luke, without any change in expression, immediately opened the character panel. The stats on the panel were updated, and a reputation value of 50 points was displayed. It was probably from the Howling Commandos members. It seems that by generating respect, worship and admiration, I can gain reputation points. Luke reasoned. He opened the shop. As imagined, there's a wide range of products. It wasn't very different from the game. There are various interesting props, such as Clark Kent's glasses. The description underneath read, as long as you wear it, you can form an absolute disguise that's impossible to detect, with the image of a tall, strong, bright reporter. Another example is Batman's escape technique, which is specifically described as, when any target turns its back to you, activate this item to disappear from the target's field of vision. There are also some skill cards for heroic characters, such as Master Assassin, which came from Deathstroke. The effect was to master all kinds of firearms and cold weapons. Defeat enemies whose ability is several times stronger than yourself in hand-to-hand combat. Another example is the expert in deception, from the famous exorcist Constantine, described as having the ability to convince, deceive, all, even angels and devils. The list went on and on. All of these could be exchanged with reputation points. This is quite interesting. Luke's eyes slightly lit up. He was particularly interested in the skill card, Ladies' Man in the Shop, from Nightwing, Duke Grayson. The specific effect is, against women in a regular relationship, especially those with a superhero profession, your charm will be fully unleashed. How did this wonderful ability get in? After a quick glance at the items in the shop, Luke looked around at the other members who were currently busy cleaning their weapons or just relaxing. He cleared his throat, looked at the Howling Commandos, and said, "Let me tell you one thing. Colonel Phillips sent me to lead this team in preparation for a surprise attack. I can't tell you much specifics for now, but the final destination of the team is Italy. I have the passports ready and suitable identities. You can think of this mission as a covert operation, to sneak into Sicily, posing as smugglers and bypassing the blockade from the maritime patrol fleet. The members of Howling Commandos looked at each other. Most of their previous tasks were to attack the transport convoys of the Axis countries or assassinate some senior general. They weren't really familiar with such things as infiltration. However, after listening to it, the members, headed by Dugan, uniformly answered, "We are at your disposal, sir." I believe that after this mission, Howling Commando's name, and all of your names, will be on the White House table. Luke promised. If the mission planned by Colonel Phillips could be accomplished, Luke's name is likely to spread throughout the Allies. When the time comes, the reputation points that can be harvested may even be exchanged for a bunch of skill cards, or even unlock new character cards. Chapter 26-026 Mission Impossible. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Luke took all the members of the Howling Commandos from the East Coast, through the Atlantic Ocean. They crossed the Strait of Gibraltar, and entered the territorial waters of Italy. Because Spain was a neutral country during World War II, and there was a British naval base stationed nearby, they didn't face any trouble till that point. After a long, bumpy ocean journey and several routine identity checks along the way, Luke and the others arrived in Sicily and were about to disembark in Palermo. The members of Howling Commandos couldn't believe it. They arrived without any hitches, right under the nose of the Axis. Dugan couldn't help but sigh, saying, "This is the most thrilling thing I've ever done in my life." The others agreed, like lions walking into a wolf's den. Even if the individual's strength was strong, as long as their identity is exposed, they would be eaten by the wolves. Maybe, when the time came, their captain Luke might be able to escape by himself with his strength. But they were destined to fall under the Nazi guns. "We have arrived at our destination, someone will meet us later. They will make arrangements for our hideout." Luke spread out a map of Sicily in front of him and said, "I will repeat the plan. I am now Vito Corleone, a Sicilian who left his homeland at an early age, and now I am returning as a smuggler, and a merchant who sells goods between the Allies and the Axis powers. But this is just a cover to deal with the Axis Navy. I personally captured a Hydra assassin in Brooklyn, named Greg Nissen, and the Strategic Science Reserve got a lot of information from him. So, now that we have arrived in Sicily, we are going to meet an SSR informant. My identity to the Axis soldiers, while on the way, will be that of a secret envoy from Berlin to give orders to Mussolini from the Führer." The British had cracked the enigma, and radio communication had become an reliable way of transmitting secret information. So disguising ourselves as a secret envoy from Berlin with the knowledge of the secret information would not arouse any suspicion. Note: for those who are unfamiliar with the Enigma code, I would recommend watching the movie, The Imitation Game, starring Benedict Cumberbatch as the ML. The movie is fantastic. Our mission is to go to Rome and kill Mussolini. Dugan's eyes widened. He wondered if he had heard wrong. This task was too crazy. If it wasn't for the fact that Luke's reliability and calmness had been recognized by his teammates, he would have thought they were joking. No, it's not that exaggerated. Mussolini's government is just a puppet. He himself was relieved of all powers by the King of Italy and imprisoned in Poncha Island, and was later rescued by Hitler's men. Seeing Luke shake his head and vetoed, the members of Howling Commandos were relieved. At this time in Sicily, there were 2 German armored divisions. If they made any trouble, they would definitely be shot dead. As for the assassination of Mussolini, it was even more impossible. Only God knew how much security there was around the dictator. Our mission is to enter Rome, capture Mussolini alive, and assist the Allied forces to land in Sicily. Become the first team to conquer Italy. Luke finally revealed the main objective. For the next few minutes, the entire cabin fell into dead silence. Everyone's mouth was wide open with a dumbfounded expression. Did I hear it wrong, or is this guy joking? "Sir, are you serious?" Dugan hesitantly asked. He found that the young captain could always give his teammates surprises. Kidnapping a government leader with just a few people and getting away with it, not only did it sound implausible, it is no different than suicide. Luke propped his hands on the table, leaning forward, his tall figure exuding an oppressive atmosphere. The members who wanted to express their opinions subconsciously reduced their voices and shut their mouths. But the actual situation isn't so bad. First of all, our opponents are the Italians, so I don't think I need to say anything about this country's military capabilities. The American newspapers said, if Italy stayed neutral, the Germans would have to increase their forces by 5 divisions. If Italy joined the Allies, they would have to add 10 divisions to their army. But when Italy joined the Axis, the Germans had no other choice but to send 20 divisions to protect them. Luke used a humorous tone to ease the atmosphere a little. Compared with the French who raised the white flag in 40 days, the Italians aren't much better. You certainly don't know that the British Army led 25 people in World War I, fought against 10,000 Italian troops, and captured 8,000 people. In fact, in terms of war, they can't even win against Ethiopia. Luke's tone was impassioned, and his eyes flashed slightly. Truthfully, most of the stories he said were just rumors in his previous life, and their authenticity needed to be verified. Chapter 27-027 Don Cossa. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Truthfully, most of the stories he said were just rumors in his previous life, and their authenticity needed to be verified. For example, the Ethiopians of World War II weren't the primitive natives that many nations thought they were. In fact, their army was known as the Lions of East Africa and was quite strong. If it weren't for the subsequent use of poison gas warfare by Italy in the second invasion, it wouldn't be possible to take over Ethiopia, and maybe the history would have repeated itself, and Italy would have suffered another defeat. As for the Italian military, it wasn't that miserable. Although it did become the butt of jokes, its military strength wasn't that weak, and it also performed well in World War II. For example, in the Second Battle of El Alamein, the 185th Folgore paratroopers blocked the British armoured offensive with burning bottles, anti-tank guns, mines and explosives under the absolute disadvantage of 113 troops and 1:70 armour. Note: let's not go deeper into the exact facts. This is fanfic. All in all, what Luke said before was to boost the Howling Commandos' morale and ease the fear of the members. Maybe he could raid Rome by himself and capture Mussolini alive, but he can't finish the task of assisting the Allied forces to land in Sicily alone. But what we have to face isn't only the Italian army, but also the Germans. Dugan was a little shaken by this mission, even though Luke's speech was quite compelling. At least, the members of Howling Commandos now believed that the Italian army was vulnerable, and it seems that it wasn't so difficult to advance into Rome. The Allies will take care of it for us, Luke firmly answered. He agreed to follow Colonel Philip's plan, not because he was hot-headed, but after careful consideration. According to the original timeline of World War II, the Allies had already finished the campaign in North Africa. The next step was to counterattack Italy, opening up a new battlefield. In July, the Allied landing forces will set sail in the ports on the east coast of North Africa, the Mediterranean Sea, as well as Oran and Algiers. Then, the army led by General Patton went straight to Sicily. And right now, it isn't too far from the fall of Mussolini's government and the surrender of Italy. Perhaps it seemed to others that it would be an impossible task to raid Rome and capture the leader alive. But Luke was confident because he was standing on the rumbling wheels of history, rolling forward. How much reputation can I gain by becoming a conqueror of Italy? Luke couldn't help thinking, spreading his own name all over the world. As a reputation-grinding method, it was almost like cheating. This was something he couldn't do in the game. At your command, sir. After a long while, Dugan gritted his teeth and made a decision. Anyway, he arrived in Sicily, surrounded by enemies. There were 2 roads in front of them, either to complete the mission and return home with honor, or choose desertion and appear before a court-martial. When Dugan, the leader, said this, the rest of the team didn't hesitate anymore. Sicily is located in the south of Italy, across the Strait of Messina from the Apennines in the northeast, and occupies an important position in the commercial trade routes of the Mediterranean. Therefore, when Luke came ashore from Palermo, he thought he would encounter a rather strict interrogation. To his own surprise, Luke, who was currently disguised as a smuggler, Vito Corleone, easily bribed the officers here with only 20 cases of cigarettes, some ham and bread, and was able to easily get through. It can be seen from this what later generations had said: the whole Italian military was corrupt from top to bottom during World War II. It wasn't without reason. After landing, Luke saw several tall men with caps and tattoos on their arms on the port wharf, secretly looking at his group. He walked over with a kind face and spoke fluent Italian. "Do you know where the Bronze Belt Tavern is?" The Superman card brought benefits beyond just physical strengthening. When it came to academic talent and planning skills, Luke had improved significantly. Superman, who came to the studio next door, may not be inferior to Batman, who was called world's greatest detective, when he really used his brain. However, perhaps it was because of Batman that Superman was too lazy to think. Luke smiled, and shook off these frivolous thoughts as he started to chat with these tall men. After a brief refresher course on Italian prior to his trip, he was now able to speak the local language with a slight Sicilian regional accent. This was also one of the reasons why the Howling Commandos was able to get past the patrolling warships several times along the way. Soon those people were convinced of his Vito Corleone identity. Even though Luke told Dugan that he grew up in Brooklyn, the latter got a bit skeptical, believing that the young captain was most likely from Sicily. "Mr. Corleone?" The man in the lead frowned and asked. "You can call me Vito," Luke said indifferently. Hearing the secret code line, these men dressed in similar clothes quickly changed their attitudes and became respectful. "Mr. Corleone, Don Cossa is waiting for you in the Bronze Belt Tavern. The car is ahead." Then, he waved and 3 black cars drove up in front of the pier entrance. The man opened the door and waited for Luke to sit inside. The Don Cossa, as they called him, was the informant for the Strategic Science Reserve. Chapter 28-028 Meeting. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. As they got in the car, Luke gestured to the Howling Commandos to keep up their vigilance. Soon, the motorcade raised a bit of dust and headed for the Bronze Belt Tavern. Cossa Alessandro, the only remaining mafia leader in Sicily. The mafia, which was famous in later years, and even world-renowned, didn't have it easy at this time. In 1925, after Mussolini gained absolute control over Italy, he made a famous national speech on the mafia. Through the loudspeakers, he vowed to all Italians to purify the social air, crack down on crime and to eliminate evil. To eradicate the mafia, the cancer, from Italy. No one expected that Mussolini would actually do what he said he would do and start a serious raid on the mafia. Openly, his dictatorship commanded the military and police to arrest nearly 1,000 mafia members. However, in truth, he directly bombed their hideouts. Once captured, they didn't even get a basic trial. A full-scale bloodbath was directly unleashed. In Sicily's Fountain Square, people were executed every day. Blood seeped into every floor, tile and land. As a result, the mafias died or fled, either by being arrested and imprisoned or by fleeing overseas. By now, Sicily was a clean slate free of sinister powers. People were no longer worried of the gangsters' harassments, but had to endure the dictator's reign of terror. However, it was worth mentioning that the mafia, which had been weakened in Italy, re-emerged from America and had regained its vitality. For the future Hollywood gangster films, it created a large number of inexhaustible character material. Luke, who had come into contact with the Irish mob and dealt with Italian mafia, knew this very well. Seeing the poor living environment in Sicily and holding a grudge against Mussolini, many mafia families secretly aligned themselves with the Allied powers. This was the case with Cossa Alessandro, who had now become an informant for the Strategic Science Reserve. 30 minutes later, the car stopped at the door of the Bronze Belt Tavern. Several burly men with tattoos stood at the door. Luke was stopped after he got out of the car. "Mr. Alessandro, you want me to go inside alone? You guys don't seem sincere." The leader of the group looked a bit puzzled, and after a moment of silence, he said, "The situation in Sicily is very tense, Mr. Corleone, please understand." "Well, you can bring an attendant." Don Cossa is very careful. This is also for his safety. "Since you're being so polite, I don't have any complaints." Luke took off his black woolen coat and handed it to Manelli behind him, signaling that he was unarmed. Then, He reached out and beckoned Damn Dugan to follow him. "You stay where you are and wait for me to come out," Luke ordered. Manelli nodded, holding the coat in one hand and carrying a suitcase in the other. There was a submachine gun hidden inside. He was sure that if the Mafia dared to play dirty, he and his team could turn the Bronze Bell Tavern upside down. Luke walked into the tavern, which was now a Mafia hideout. The thick round tables were full of family members. Most of them were young and strong thugs, who belonged to the Legion and were responsible for engaging in violence, fighting over or guarding territory. Being closely watched by over 30 strong men, who were also rumored to be one of the most ferocious Mafia, the average person would be weak in the legs, unable to walk. But Luke was calm and steady, and his temperament didn't diminish. "Mr. Corleone, we welcome your arrival." The bearded man, at the center of it all, got up and greeted him. He was Cossa Alessandro, the former head of the Mafia's Camorra family, now just a thug. When the Mafia was purged, every family suffered heavy losses, and even the head of the family was put to death in public. Such iron-fisted means and ruthless behavior greatly shook the Mafia. The special background, the special opportunity, in turn, gave Cossa a chance to make a name for himself. He had gathered a group of people around him under the name of the Camorra family and recruited a lot of good people while the storm was brewing. "I guess since you were willing to see me, you know why we are here for, right?" Luke leaned back in his chair with a relaxed and calm tone. Cossa was not only an informant for the Strategic Science Reserve, but also a mole for the future Allied landing in Sicily. In the original history, the American Intelligence Department chose the local Mafia leader, Salvatore Lucania, nicknamed Lucky Luciano. He was a big shot in the New York underworld and was quite established. On the Italian side, it should have been Don Carlo, but now there was a slight change. The Sicilian Mafia did play a significant role in the landings. They provided all kinds of support toward the Allies, delivered messages, handed out leaflets to persuade surrender and so on. Therefore, after the war, Don Carlo became the mayor of Villalba, while Salvatore Luciano was spared from prison and his wealth and reputation grew. Luke didn't mind giving this opportunity to Cossa Alessandro, who is sitting opposite him. "I understand." "Yes, sir. I am ready and waiting for instructions from the Allies." Alessandro smiled pleasantly. 20 trained gunmen. I've got them ready. It's just that with so many people sneaking into Rome, it's a little hard to get passes. The time is too short." Seeing Alessandro's embarrassed expression, Luke expressionlessly said, "That's your problem, Cossa. If you can't do it, then I'll find someone else. I heard about Don Carlo, who was thrown into prison by Mussolini, and he was a delight. That Stronzo Don Carlo is nothing. Sicily is now Don Cossa's. Even the governor of Palermo." Chapter 29-029. Bring me his hand. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. That Stronzo Don Carlo is nothing. Sicily is now Don Cossa's. Even the governor of Palermo. Before Alessandro could finish his words, the young man standing behind him stepped forward, seemingly uncomfortable with Luke's disdain for his own boss. Luke narrowed his eyes and looked up. The other person's appearance was quite similar to Alessandro's. He may be a family member related by blood. "You have some good people." Luke was worried about the lack of an excuse to put down the Mafia leader and test his determination to cooperate with the Allies. But now he got a chance to make a scene. "Elio, shut up." When Alessandro heard his nephew say such things, he rushed to slap him across the face. The young man in front of him wasn't someone he could afford to offend. Mussolini had taught the Mafia a lesson. No matter how powerful the Mafia was, there was no room for resistance against the state apparatus. This young man, who called himself Vito Corleone, represented the American military and is an ally. Once they anger the other party, they won't end up any better than if they provoked Mussolini. Boom. However, when Alessandro had just touched his nephew's face at that slap, a sound echoed in the Bronze Bell Tavern. No one saw exactly when Luke got up and how he pinned the young man named Elio on the table. The blood flowed down from his forehead as if his skull was cracked, and dripped to the ground. Cough cough. "Don Cossa, uncle." Elio felt his head was crushed like a watermelon, and it could explode completely in the next moment. He didn't know the terrible strength the young man had. Where did it come from? 5 fingers and a palm came together like iron pinchers, pressing tightly on the back of his head. The excruciating pain, and the fear of death, made Elio's resolve instantly collapse. His tears flowed along with the blood and covered his whole face. "Cossa, tell me, what does the Mafia do to people who don't respect the alliance between two families?" Luke slowly sat back in his seat, ignoring the tense atmosphere and completely treating the group of people behind him as air. As the only remaining Mafia leader in Sicily, even the police officers are reluctant to mess with the ruthless man. Alessandro had a great deal of prestige and authority within his family and in Palermo. His status and power were increasing with each passing day. When ordinary people see him, they must address him as sir to show their respect. And other heads of the family, either brought in, or suppressed. Gradually, every meeting turned out to be a meeting where Alessandro expressed his personal opinion and allocated their interests and turf. Although the Mafia wasn't as good as it used to be, they always had to worry about whether Mussolini would come for the purge again and had to be on the run. But Alessandro, who had taken advantage of this power struggle to rise to the top, gradually made them stronger in his hands. This was a fact that didn't need to be questioned. Therefore, the SSR took a fancy to him and he, seeing a chance, became an informant. However, Alessandro, who was regarded as Don by people and worshipped by many members, showed a trace of fear on his face, when he heard Luke's indifferent tone. Having experienced Mussolini's Great Purge, he had a strong psychological shadow about the military, which was essentially a powerful institution. If he offended this young captain, he would lose support of the Allied forces. Sooner or later, after the war, he would be targeted by the purge. Even if he switched to Mussolini's side, according to the dictator's temper, he was afraid it wouldn't end well. Thinking to this point, Alessandro's hands trembled slightly. On his chubby face, a touch of ruthlessness rose. "Mr. Corleone, I apologize to you for Elio's disrespect." He placed his palm on the table, and with a swish, drew a dagger from behind his waist and sliced down viciously. "Ah, ah!" The screams of pain echoed in the bronze belt oven. A thick radish-like finger tumbled on the table. Large beads of sweat seeped out from his forehead, rolling down his nose, and slowly dripping. Alessandro gasped and said, "Mr. Corleone, are you satisfied?" Luke loosened the palm on Elio's head. Deadpan, he slowly shook his head. "I didn't tell you to make amends, Cossa. I wanted you to explain how the Mafia treats people who don't respect their alliance." "Mr. Corleone, don't you understand?" "Cossa, please tell me, how much does your Mafia value the friendships with us?" Luke's voice remained cold, but it brought heavy pressure to Alessandro. He knew that the young captain was not an amateur that could be fooled. The bloody practice of cutting off one's finger off is a common way for the Mafia to ask for mercy, but it failed to impress the other party. Alessandro glanced at Elio, who was pale with fear, and sighed inside. "Calm low. Drag Elio down and bring me his hand." Chapter 32:030 Beat them into submission and then give them a treat. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Being able to seize the opportunity and become the top leader of the Camera family, Alessandro had guts. Although Elio was his nephew, he would still give him up in order to calm Luke's anger, who told him to be too stupid. Just like the former Mafia members, they thought that they were the real masters of Italy. For example, Francisco Cucca, who triggered the end of the Mafia, is such a fool. He was both the mayor of Pianura Grigio and a major player in the local Mafia. When he greeted Mussolini, who was the great leader at the time, he asked him in a rather arrogant tone, why he had to bring so many police officers. Because, Cucca felt that no one could pose a threat to him on his own turf, with the protection of the Mafia. This almost rude attitude annoyed Mussolini, who was already very powerful at that time. A few months later, the dictator summoned 4,000 special forces and 6,000 police officers and launched a heavy-handed campaign to eliminate the Mafia. As for Cucca, he was arrested and imprisoned for insulting the Führer, contempt of law, and rebelling against the government. Alessandro, who has had the horrible experience of being wanted, and almost executed, wouldn't make the same mistake as that fool Cucca. "Mr. Corleone, you will forever be a friend of the Mafia. Anyone who disrespects you, is disrespecting me and disrespecting the camera family. In less than a minute, the man named Carmelo presented a hand, placed on a tray. Are you satisfied with this explanation? If this isn't enough, I'll have Elio sent to the slaughterhouse later. Seeing Alessandro's trepidation and almost groveling, Luke's cold expression suddenly beamed with a smile. He knew the Mafia were contemptuous and only with a severe threat would they show respect. Thus he acted in such a way. Luke then picked up the glass on the table and said, "Come. A toast to our friendship." The smile was mild and friendly, without any sign of the previous aggression. His ability to change his face so suddenly surprised Dugan behind him, and thought, the captain is a scary man. The vicious Mafia was like a docile sheep before him. Alessandro smiled at the smell of blood and drained his glass of red wine. Get things done as soon as possible, and the Allies will never forget your efforts. Before leaving the pub, Luke patted Alessandro on the shoulder and added, your compatriots are doing well in North America and New York. They go in and out of high-end hotels with members of parliament, and hug Hollywood actresses. Cossa, I admire you very much. You deserve a chance. Mr. Corleone, I will remember this personal friendship. Alessandro paused and then he moved. He bent down slightly, lowered his head and waited for Luke to hold out his left hand. This was the highest etiquette from the Mafia, to show respect. Often, only the Godfather could get the kiss from a Don. No need. I have seen your respect and attitude. Luke's mouth twitched. He didn't have the habit of letting men kiss the back of his hand. Out of the Bronze Belt Tavern, the Howling Commandos got into their cars and went to check into one of Palermo's top hotels. On the way, Dugan, who was sitting next to him, had an awkward expression. Do you want to ask why I should treat Alessandro with such an attitude? Luke opened his closed eyes. Sitting in the front passenger seat, was Manelli, no outsiders. So, he didn't hide it. He said, Dugan, you don't understand the gangster mindset. Although the Italian Mafia has always used family honor and blood ties as a means to guarantee loyalty. But that doesn't mean they're actually a bunch of honorable criminals. Dugan nodded thoughtfully. He remembered that Luke seemed to have close ties with the Irish mob. When you want to tame a vicious dog, you have to beat it with a wooden stick until it's afraid to show you its fangs again. The same is true of the Mafia. Luke looked at the pedestrians in Palermo through the window and smiled. And human nature is a very complicated thing. Cossa definitely had a grudge against me when his men brought that guy's severed hand. But because of my status, and the fact that allies have won successive battles, he was afraid to show it. But when I told him that I would support him as the voice of the allies in Sicily, and he would be richly rewarded after the war, Cossa's heart immediately felt grateful, with only a few unpleasant emotions left behind. When you use harsh methods, establish unquestionable authority, and then give them a small reward, they will be grateful to you. That's the typical gangster mentality. Chapter 31-2031 The Plan. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The hotel where Luke and his party stayed was an important picturesque spot in a hilltop town, Taormina, on the east coast of Sicily. The climate here was spring all the year round, with beautiful scenery. There was a cliff on one side and the sea on the other. Like stones, urban buildings were piled up on the stepped peaks of the mountain. Luke had to agree, Alessandro is really good at what he does. Or, to describe it more accurately, Alessandro knew how to please his superiors. Luke came to the hotel called Valkyria and learned that Alessandro had already reserved an entire third floor for him and his entourage. Moreover, there were few reasons why he chose this small hotel with little reputation. On one hand, because there were few guests, it wouldn't be too eye-catching. On the other hand, the Valkyria was located at the top of the small town in Taormina. If you stay in a room on the third floor, one only needs to open the window to overlook the whole town, feel the moist sea breeze, and hear the sound of the waves, making them feel inner tranquility. Many people like this feeling. Luke is no exception. According to the plan, he needed Alessandro to recruit 20 well-trained gunmen and get a pass to enter Rome. After calculating the time, Luke may stay in Taormina for 4 to 5 days. It was a good thing to have comfortable accommodation and environment. Luke and the team chose their own rooms, as a precaution, it would have been Dugan, or Dina Manelli, in the same room as the captain. This can play a preventive role, but also facilitate dealing with possible unexpected situations. It's just that, after seeing Luke's great strength, members of the Howling Commandos had said that they were the ones who needed to be protected. Therefore, the two rooms next to Luke became the hot items in the team. In the end, Dugan and Manelli, the two veterans, received the benefit of being protected by the super soldier. In the next few days, Dugan and Manelli will take turns watching Alessandro. Although he looks like a wise man, we should also prevent him from making any stupid mistakes. In Luke's room, the members of Howling Commandos gathered to make plans for their next move. In addition to Luke, who was their captain, there were 5 other people in this team dispatched by the SSR. Dugan, as a front-runner, was the most distinguished man in the team. Dina Manelli, who is always taciturn and quiet, is a scout and an infiltration specialist. The following team members were, respectively, the sniper Jimmy, called the Wild West, a marksman with 100% hit rate; Jeff, in charge of the surprise attacks; and Kenneth, who was a gunner and experienced driver. Dugan and I will be posing as Berlin's secret emissary, with letters and necessary props to verify our identities. The Allies did capture a Berlin secret emissary 2 weeks ago, thanks to reliable information the SSR extracted from the Hydra assassin. Luke spreads out a map of Rome, with a clear layout of the troops on it. The rest of you will arrive in Rome with Alessandro's team of gunmen, and on the day of the operation, Jimmy, you will take the high ground. That's the spot. Jeff and Kenneth will lead the gun team and create chaos in Venice Square. The chief officer guarding Sicily is Italian General Guzzoni. He has 11 local divisions and 2 German armored divisions. During this time, the Allies will carry out irregular bombing, and drive the fleet into the Strait of Tunisia, taking Pantelleria as a stronghold, creating the illusion of landing soon, and restraining Guzzoni's attention. Our task is to break into Venice Palace. It will take less than 24 hours to coerce Mussolini as a hostage, and I believe the King of Italy will issue a proclamation to depose the Prime Minister. Anyone with foresight can see that the Axis powers have lost their momentum. Then, we only need to hand over the dictator to the Allied forces. As for Britain, the United States, the Army and Navy, it doesn't matter. However, my personal suggestion is to make a gesture of goodwill to General Eisenhower. Luke finished his long speech, and the members of Howling Commandos looked at each other and suddenly smiled. Their hearts felt like a boulder had been lifted, and they all sighed with relief. Despite the fact that the young commander, who had previously denigrated the Italian army as worthless, was able to break into enemy territory and capture the leader with a single team, sounded like a legendary story only written in a third-rate novel, and had no truth to it at all. The Howling Commandos were willing to follow Luke, not because of his charisma, but because they had no other choice. Anyway, they were all pulled aboard. What else can they do if they didn't follow the captain's orders? However, seeing Luke's plan and his confidence, the Howling Commandos had no other ideas. They felt they could trust this young captain. Let's disperse. Feeling the change of atmosphere in the team, Luke smiled. Perhaps it's not until this moment that he is truly recognized as the leader of this team. Chapter 32-2032 Malena. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After a short rest, Luke enjoyed a big seafood meal alone, and stood at the balcony overlooking the serene sky. The afterglow of the sun as it sank into the horizon, children playing on the silver beach, and rows of palm trees swaying and dancing by the evening wind. Further away, the seagulls skimmed over the water, catching fish from the surging waves and tides. Luke's inner mood relaxed and a look of longing rose in his eyes. In a few days, no matter the Axis or the Allies, everyone will hear his name and his legendary deeds. Even if I don't follow the plot and Captain America, I can still be a hero in the eyes of the world. Luke smiled. To conquer a country with less than 30 people, this would be an amazing feat that could go down in history. Just as Pizarro conquered the Inca Empire that had a population of about 6 million with less than 200 people. After taking a deep breath and calming his thought, Luke went out alone in his rare leisure time. He walked along the street and came across a magnificent theater, where people were crowded and enthusiastic. Under the sparkling night sky, he could hear the song of Oedipus or Antigone when he stood still. Of course, he also met many charming Italian girls during this period. It's a pity that Luke didn't have any intention of having a fling, and failed to live up to these beautiful women's fiery enthusiasm. After walking aimlessly for 40 minutes, he returned to the hotel. Luke, who was about to push the door open, stared at it and burst out with a cold glow. With his keen perception, he clearly heard another person's breathing in the room, seemingly indistinct. It was difficult to detect it unless he listened carefully. Is Cossa really stupid enough to betray me and give up the olive branch from the Allies? Or was the plan discovered by Hydra? A scurry of thoughts ran through Luke's mind. He gently pushed open the door and stepped on the soft carpet, without making any sound. The sea breeze blew through the half-open window as Luke walked slowly to the big bed in the main bedroom. He was confident that as long as the intruder showed the slightest movement, he would be able to break his opponent's neck in less than a second. Got you. Ah! Luke fiercely lifted the covers and threw himself on top of them, pressing his right hand against the intruder's neck. A woman, Luke, who was on top of the other person, had a shocked look in his eyes. A woman in silk nightgown was lying in his bed. She has wavy black hair, long legs slightly folded, and beautiful eyes full of tears, like a poor lost lamb. Who are you? Luke paused for a long while before he asked this. This woman, who was overflowing with maturity and beautiful curves, didn't look like a Hydra assassin. Her muscles didn't show signs of training, they were firm but lacked strength. And with a glance at the silk nightgown, there was no place to hide the weapons. My name is Malena. The woman's voice was as weak as her appearance. Hearing the woman's answer, Luke paused. The name sounded familiar. Then, he quickly realized that this was most likely the work of the mafia leader Alessandro. To make up for his nephew's offense, say he sent a woman to him. Do I look thirsty? Luke silently noted down Alessandro's name. Do you know who I am? The trivial thoughts just lasted a nanosecond. Luke looked at Malena beneath him, and a look of amazement appeared in his eyes. He had to say, this woman fully embodied the word beautiful. Just like Goddess Venus of Rome, she exuded a charm, which could make any man swoon. She was like a ripe fruit on the branches. Even if Luke didn't taste it personally, he could imagine it from the fragrant aroma that filled his mind. Mr. Corleone, Don Alessandro said, you're a powerful businessman. Malena looked away as if she didn't want to look into Luke's eyes. Her tone was mournful. Alessandro must have forced her to Luke's room. I didn't know Cossa would do such a thing. Luke was embarrassed to look at Malena that had tears on her face. His personality was also affected due to the Superman card, so how could he possibly do something like taking a woman by force? It's all Alessandro's fault. So, Mr. Corleone, can you get up first? It's a little painful for me. The mature beauty beneath Luke's body had a hint of aggression and shame in her voice. Ah? Oh. When he heard Malena's weak voice requesting him, Luke realized that he was still on top of the person. He simply got up and sat on the edge of the bed and asked, did Cossa send you here? Alessandro said that as long as I can satisfy you, the mafia, can help me get rid of the harassment from the officers and supply me with enough food every day. Malena lowered her head and turned to her side, hiding in the shadows. Unfortunately, she couldn't conceal the beautiful view. The moonlight outside the window spilled into the room, sketching out the graceful curve of this beautiful mature girl. It was pure but seductive. That thin silk nightgown draped on the outside, revealing her shoulders, in addition to adding a different kind of hidden sensual effect. There was no other role. Those beautiful eyes full of tears are full of clear and lovely sorrow. It would always attract the male's desire to protect the officers. Chapter 33-033 Her Misery. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Through conversation, Luke learned that Malena was a school teacher whose husband was drafted into the army on their wedding night to join the brutal war. Her beauty brought her many coveting eyes and unnecessary trouble. Just like an unattended orchard, full and attractive fruit, anyone would think of picking it with their own hands. The difference was that some people could only bury their desires in their hearts, while others have the means to implement them. Angelo, the constable of the small town of Tomina, was such a man. He had the intent, and the courage, to put them into practice. If it weren't for his sturdy ball and chain at home, with a voice so loud it sounded like a broken gong, the shrewish wife, who made a scene now and then, Angelo, the constable, may have picked this beautiful and delicate flower, Malena, by coercion. It was a turbulent time when the war between the Axis and the Allies had reached Sicily. During the war, Italy's monetary system collapsed, and prices soared. Also, Mussolini's control measures restricted the trading of food and gold jewelry. As a result, Italians were left to scavenge for food while cursing the damned dictator. Malena had her job. Apart from dealing with boring men's foul language in small towns and the harassment of the constable, she could still live and continue to stick to her boundaries. With the war hitting Sicily, the calmness of the past was broken. Everything had changed. Men in the small town seemed to become fierce all suddenly. They are like hungry wolves, waiting for someone to break into the orchard first and pick this ripe fruit. After that, Malena, who had lost her perseverance and chastity, would sooner or later become a plaything in this small town. "Your father is ill." Luke's face did not change, and he continued to ask. "Yes, drugs and food are controlled, and the constable said he could get them for me, as long as I would stay with him for one night." Malena seemed somewhat reluctant to speak. Her eyes looked sad. "I'm ready to give in. It's too hard for a woman to live alone. Besides, I can't let my father be taken away by illness." But Don Alessandro came to the door, and he said if I could satisfy you, he will guarantee my future life. Malena's tone sounded helpless, and whether it's the town constable or the Sicilian mafia, there's nothing she can do against them. "I got it, Malena. You should rest here tonight. What comes next, I will ask Cossa myself," Luke said faintly. He looked away and got up to leave the room. There is no doubt that Malena was a stunner who can arouse men's lust, but Luke wasn't interested in letting his lower body control his upper body and engage in lewd acts. One of the reasons why humans are at the top of the food chain compared to other animals in nature is because they probably know how to analyze and reflect. Desires do not easily dominate their brains. While an animal's nature is aggressive out of necessity, human nature is the foundation for establishing order. "Mr. Corleone." Seeing Malena call out to him, Luke waved his hand and said, "There's some misunderstanding in the middle, and it's hard for me to explain it to you. I'm sorry for your fright and unnecessary trouble." Looking at this beautiful girl's indelible fear, Luke didn't say much. He just walked out of the room. Tonight, he had to rest in the second bedroom. At least, it's better than sleeping on the sofa. Luke thought so. The following day, Luke went downstairs to order breakfast and spoke to the mafia people guarding the hotel. Within 20 minutes, Alessandro arrived in a hurry. He walked into Luke's room, stood respectfully, and didn't even stretch out his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "Why, Cossa, you sent a woman to my bed last night and used such underhanded means." Luke sat at the table, leisurely enjoying the local breakfast and pizza frittata. After picking up the coffee with his right hand and taking a sip, he added, "Did I come to Sicily to find a woman?" "Cossa, I know what you mean, but I want to tell you that I value a person's ability more than flattery." Alessandro nodded. He thought that a hot-blooded young man like Luke would never be indifferent to a beautiful woman like Malena. Besides, in the impression of this mafia leader, the most effective way to please a big shot was to send money and women. But when it came to Mr. Corleone, it didn't work. Luke seemed to guess Alessandro's thoughts but chose to not say anything. 20 gunmen are ready, and they are all good guys. They have long been dissatisfied with Mussolini, that cold-blooded butcher, and cruel executioner. Since Luke mentioned ability, Alessandro was eager to show his. "As for the pass, I've settled it and paid a lot of money to bribe the top brass of the Navy Patrol. You can get it the day after tomorrow at the latest." Facts had proven that Alessandro wouldn't only please his superiors, he also had a remarkable ability to handle affairs. Chapter 34-034. Unless he liked men. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Luke nodded with satisfaction. He couldn't stay in Sicily for too long. Otherwise, his fake identity of being Vito Corleone, a Berlin envoy, would be exposed. Taking advantage of the time difference in information exchange between Germany and Italy. As expected, It was the best way to enter Rome and approach Mussolini. If something unexpected happens, Luke could act alone and sneak into Venice Palace. One must know, the true meaning of being an assassin is to kill all enemies without anyone knowing. Judging from this, Luke felt that he would be an excellent assassin. However, Mr. Corleone, I'd like to say a few things in defense of the previous incident. After talking about business, Alessandro's eyes twinkled as he said, I sent you a woman, not because I thought you were a man obsessed with beauty. Maybe you didn't know, Malena is a famous beauty in Sicily. Her husband Nino was taken away by the conscription officer on her wedding night. The other day, there was news of his death. Recently, Malena's father broke a leg and became seriously ill. It can be said that her situation is very bad. I thought a promising young man like you, Mr. Corleone, would naturally have a warm heart. Malena, she's desperate now. It's better for her if you take a fancy to her. That's why I took the liberty of sending her to your room. Luke's face was shocked. He didn't expect the mafia leader to be so brazen. He suddenly felt that he was wrong. Why would a bootlicker have nothing? Clearly, he had everything. Although Alessandro looked like a flattering jester, as the object of his flattery, Luke couldn't feel any ill feelings. This showed even bootlickers had a hierarchy and depended on status. As for Alessandro, Luke could say he was already at the top. This guy is on another level. Luke told himself. He wiped the corners of his mouth, finished eating, and went to the living room. Alessandro took over the role of a gopher, bowing behind him. Who would have thought that this seemingly honest and loyal bearded mafia leader would do this? Mr. Corleone, to tell you the truth, in Sicily, there are a lot of men who covet Malena. She is alone and a widow. Even the constable is staring at this piece of juicy steak. If she can follow you, at least, it's much better than being reduced to a public plaything. Alessandro leaned against the sofa and looked carefully at Luke. Then leave her behind. Besides, don't think about sending me money and women. Just do your own thing. Luke thought for a moment and answered in a soft voice. As a superior, he can't disappoint Alessandro's painstaking efforts. After all, as the mafia leader, bothering to do this kind of pimping, he would be despised by his own underlings. By the way, the constable. Let's get rid of him first. The topic didn't stay on Malena, the charming and beautiful widow who was too pitiful. Luke didn't want to buy or trade her, treating her like property. A lonely woman with a stunningly beautiful and young face born in these turbulent times will definitely face many bad things. It had become the root of Malena's miserable life. Women in the small town rejected Malena and thought that she was only seducing men. Men coveted Malena's charming body and looked forward to being seduced by her one day. Find someone to kill him. It's best to make it look like an accident. And don't make too much of a scene, Luke faintly said as his expression turned cold. This is also a declaration of allegiance. If Alessandro did this, and he was tied to his chariot, if he wanted to rebel or betray, he should carefully consider the consequences. Mussolini's government wouldn't accept a mafia leader who assassinated the local constable. When the mafia was purged, a family shot the governor of Palermo in defiance of the law and caused Sicily's big sensation. As a result, Mussolini was furious. He arrested and executed more than 1,000 gangsters on the spot. As long as Alessandro did this, he had no choice but to take refuge in the Allies. I see. I will do it myself and make sure it is done beautifully. Alessandro nodded decisively. He considered himself well versed in assassinations. Which mafia boss didn't climb up slowly from this type of work? For Alessandro, the troubles that killing one person can solve were nothing. Then, I'll excuse myself, Mr. Corleone. If you have anything, you can summon me again. Before Alessandro left, he took off his hat, slightly bowed, and showed a look that all men knew. Malena has always been known as the flower of Sicily and is the bed companion that countless men dreamt of. When such a beautiful and charming woman is on the bed, even if he were indifferent now, sooner or later, he wouldn't be able to resist. Unless Mr. Corleone was not interested in women. But in Alessandro's eyes, there was no man in this world that wasn't lustful. At best, there was only the difference between a good man or a bad man. Ah well, what if Mr. Corleone was interested in men? Alessandro began to think. Does he need to look for any good-looking men nearby? Unfortunately, he didn't know whether Mr. Corleone liked strong or skinny ones. Chapter 35-035 Mr. Corleone is a decent man. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. If Luke knew Alessandro's bizarre thinking, he would put a hole in this guy's head with his fist. By the door of the main bedroom, draped in a silk nightgown, Malena's eyes looked complicated, as if she was finally relieved. She sat blankly on the bed, somewhat bewildered and overwhelmed. Malena had already prepared for the worst when she was sent to Luke's room, played, violated, and then gradually slipped into the abyss of hell. This was all she could think of, but things didn't go in the worst possible direction. The man, Mr. Corleone, displayed a gentlemanly demeanor rarely seen in the small town folk. Neither his movement nor words were frivolous. Thinking of this, Malena spoke from her heart. Mr. Corleone is a decent man. She was used to the disgusting stares of the men in town, who looked like they wanted to strip her clothes off with their eyes. She couldn't help but be sincerely grateful for Luke's restraint. Malena, who had lost confidence in men, shrank back into the quilt and wrapped herself. She could now finally sleep in peace. Malena. In her hazy sleep, Malena heard someone calling her name. In a trance, she seemed to think of her sick father and her dead husband. Pearls of tears came out and soaked the pillow she was holding as she relaxed, and the pressure which had been weighing her for many days turned into sorrow and heartache for her fate. Suddenly, Malena, who noticed the change in atmosphere around her, suddenly opened her eyes as if awakened. Then she saw Mr. Corleone sitting by the bed with food on a tray. She didn't notice when she rolled over in her sleep. She wrapped her arms around his waist and her face positioned near his thigh. After such intimate behavior, Malena suddenly bounced away as if she had been electrocuted, bringing her back to reality. I saw that you were asleep quite some time, so I thought you might feel hungry when you get up, so I got some food for us. Luke's expression remained calm, and he didn't look away. He said, "You're the one who hugged first." I am indeed a decent man. The next day, early morning. The sky was a subtle grey, as the golden sun slowly leapt out of the horizon to wake up the sleeping Sicily. Luke opened his eyes and got up from the big bed in the second bedroom. He opened the flowy curtains and took a deep breath in the morning sun. He was as if a plant was photosynthesizing, feeling warm light seeping into his cells bit by bit and slowly transforming his body. It's another day full of energy. Luke stretched himself, walking into the bathroom. When he finished washing up, a hearty breakfast was already on the table. I wonder if Cossa's mission has been completed? Luke rolled the seafood pasta with a fork and thought so as he ate. On this beautiful island, which is almost isolated from the rest of the world, the administrative officials are divided into a governor, a regional mayor, and a constable at the lowest level. After eliminating Tommen as constable, taking advantage of the blank period of selecting a successor, the Mafia could do things conveniently. I wonder what Rogers is doing right now? Is he still performing on stage? After a while, Luke heard a noise in the main bedroom. Malena, who seldom slept well, carefully opened the door. She saw Luke sitting at the table, enjoying his food swiftly and efficiently. She was like a frightened deer, so scared that the head that she poked out hastily retracted. "You're awake. I've got a change of clothes for you. Come and eat something." Luke smiled and whispered, "Malena, you and I stay under the same roof. We would always have to see each other. What's the use of avoiding me?" Malena came out silently in her silk nightgown after hearing that. She bent down, picked up the brand new clothes on the sofa, and then returned to the room. 10 minutes later, the main bedroom's door opened. Malena, dressed in a modest dress, sat down at the dining room table. "The pasta is cold. Just have the sandwiches and juice." Luke looked up and looked at her. It fits her. He was probably the first person ever to use supervision to guess a woman's 3 measurements. "I told Cossa that I would let you go back in a few days. Don't get me wrong, Malena. I came to Sicily to do something. I won't stay long. I will leave tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. For the sake of confidentiality, I'll let you stay here for a couple of days." Luke's polite attitude made Malena relax a little. As Alessandro said, she has no job, no income source, and with the wartime food restrictions, She had become the sweet cake that all men in Sicily wanted to eat. If she didn't meet Luke, Malena would one day let go of her inner perseverance, and with her heart full of despair and numbness, she would have fallen. "Thank you, Mr. Corleone." Thinking to this point, Malena couldn't help but be grateful to the young man sitting opposite her. She nibbled at the sandwich and watched Luke reading the newspaper. Clean short black hair, deep facial contour, slightly sharp eyes. In Sicily, she believed he could charm many beautiful, passionate, and unrestrained girls. "Malena, I have to go out. If you need anything, you can contact the inn staff, and they will get it for you." Luke put the newspaper down and looked at the time. He thought he should go and see Alessandro and the 20 gunmen he recruited. "Oh, okay, Mr. Corleone." Malena leaned against the door, staring at Luke's leaving back and somehow feeling at ease. Initially, she was ready to become a plaything, but there seemed to be a glimmer of help in her tragic life. Malena returned to the table with a complicated mood. She inadvertently saw the opened newspaper, especially a bold headline that reads, "Shocking. The constable's car fell off a cliff. Read what happened. The constable is dead." Malena was in a daze and didn't know what to say. The heaviest piece of stone in her heart disappeared. Just like that. Suddenly, "It's Mr. Corleone." Malena thought of Don Alessandro, a bully in Sicily and whom no one dared to mess with, but he bowed to the young man and was careful to show his goodwill. "Is it really him?" Malena, who experienced emotional ups and downs, looked at the clear blue sky and white clouds outside the window. Her heart was like a turbulent sea, and she could no longer calm down. Chapter 36-036 Stirring Emotions. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Luke, who has left the inn, didn't know that Malena, who stayed in the room, had lost herself in his thoughts. He took Howling Commandos with him, left the town first, and walked around the coastline several times. After mapping out the guard positions and defensive forces of the barracks stationed around the area, he returned to the Bronze Belt Tavern. In the backyard, there were dozens of strong young men standing around. These are the best fighters in the family. They all have good and accurate marksmanship and are willing to die for the family. Alessandro didn't take the initiative to mention the constable's accident, which was simply a trivial matter. The mafia had always been good at those kinds of things. The constable, who looked like a fat pig, went to his mistress's house once a week. Alessandro just told his people to secretly do something to his car so that it could be disguised as brake failure. The car skidded, and unfortunately fell off the cliff with the person still inside. Anyway, there were no surveillance cameras these days. It is impossible to find clues and find the murderer. "They are Camera family's army, or your army?" he asked faintly. "Of course, it's mine. But now it's yours, Mr. Corleone." Don Alessandro seemed to have thought of the answer a long time ago. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "This is Mr. Vito Corleone." His father is Sicilian. Because of the cruel persecution from Mussolini, the dictator and executioner, he had to leave his homeland and wander around. Now, Mr. Corleone has a successful career. He has returned to his homeland with bread and wine, guns and bullets. Starting from today, we are no longer members of the Camera family. There is only one person to whom I owe allegiance, and that is Mr. Corleone. Luke quietly watched Alessandro's performance, seeing him say he was Sicilian without even blinking, trying to exaggerate the helplessness and anger of being persecuted and uprooted from his homeland. He could only say that the future generation owes this man an Oscar. Sure enough, acting and lying are skills that any superior must be proficient in. Luke sighed with emotion. Although Alessandro was in front of him, flattering him like a jester and as humble as a bootlicker. But, it was because Luke represented the allies behind him. In addition to the 3 defeats, he had made this mafia leader bow his head. Because of this, Luke didn't really feel contempt for Alessandro. Even the most docile wolf would eat people when it's hungry. Once you let your guard down, you might get bitten at some point. You are not standing here today to serve me. The name Vito Corleone is just a stranger to you. Luke's eyes swept over the people standing in the backyard, some of whom Alessandro had recruited as gunmen, others as mafia hitmen. These young people, who he had never met, might not have any loyalty to him, but they were subservient to the family leader, power, and status. It is a centuries-old tradition of the mafia to be loyal to the family and never betray. Although it's said that the American mafia, which has its roots in North America, is on the verge of forgetting these outdated traditional rules, this is still very useful in Sicily. When Mussolini launched his mafia purge, he arrested thousands of suspects and tortured them, whipping, pulling off fingernails, or even electrocution, all kinds of brutal torture. Even so, few people dared to betray their families. Even so, in defiance of fascism and Mussolini. According to different factions and families, the mafia has set up assassination teams, with leading members acting as assassins. These men called themselves the Honor Association and targeted senior Nazi officials and officers for assassination. The mafia was chosen as an informant by the Strategic Science Reserve precisely because of their violent elements, and they weren't afraid of Mussolini's government and could be easily bought. Luke looked around. Surprisingly, he was younger than many of the people in the backyard. However, the intense atmosphere brought by the Superman card formed a pronounced sense of oppression, like a mountain peak pressing down on the hearts of the people. The crowd was silent, and no one made any noise. Your loyalty towards me is for the honor of the mafia family, the betterment of your family, and future. Before Mussolini came to power, the police had to grovel to you, and even the constable had to be respectful. But now, they could randomly drag any one of you into prison as a suspect and then hang you at the square to be shot. This dictatorship is trampling on the dignity of every mafia member and insulting the honor of each one of you. It's time to rise and fight like a real man. Even if you bleed to death, at least you can get the glory and dignity. Luke's voice was calm, passionate, and full of emotion, like a speech, not different from what he usually talks. But when it reached the ears of the crowd, it seemed like every word was full of power. They can't help but feel their blood boiling. Even Alessandro, who was standing by, felt the same. The fierce face, full of beard, was full of excitement as if it had recovered its lost youth. Constantine's expert in deception is easy to use. I need to exchange a few more in the future, in case of an emergency. Luke had exchanged Constantine's skill card in the shop with the reputation he had saved these couple of days. The demon exorcist, who spent many years professionally backstabbing his team members and was nicknamed the world's greatest con man, had the devil on his left shoulder and an angle on his right one. From the Justice League, to the supervillains, many people have been conned by him. Be careful when Constantine becomes your team member. It often means the death flag is flying over your head. However, even though he was a con man that could con people, and his skills were first class, in the future, he would simply go and be a top lecturer in a particular school for gifted children. When it comes to stirring up emotions and conning people to death, he was probably only a little worse than the Führer of the Axis powers. Today, I am not asking you to fight for me, the family and honor, but also, for yourself. To overturn the Apennine Peninsula. Let the mafia and the name of the Corleone family resound through Sicily again. Prove that you are not cowards but brave fighters. Chapter 37-037 The Plan to Ambush. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Once Luke was finished talking, a chorus of voices erupted from the backyard. This scene was like a lecture on success for the future generations. When successful entrepreneurs and well-known rich people carefully boiled their speech after their so-called pep talk, the audience sitting below would be so excited that they couldn't wait to start a business. In the backyard, the same was true of the influential and hot-blooded mafia members. Everyone was excited as if they would rush into the barracks at the next moment and hang those damn Nazis in the square. We are willing to follow and obey all orders, Don Corleone. A slightly smarter young man stepped out of the crowd and took the lead in shouting. Then, sounds of response came one after another. These fresh blood recruits from Alessandro offered their loyalty one after another. At this moment, Luke had become the godfather of Sicily's mob. On the character panel, the reputation value kept soaring upwards. This skill card is not a bad exchange. Luke is secretly satisfied. The reputation value he had managed to save was all thrown into Constantine's skill card. Now, he didn't only get his capital back, and he also had a slight surplus. Too bad there's only a 24-hour time limit on its use. Damn it, system. You're even taking advantage of a Kryptonian. Luke couldn't help but sigh. After making the pre-battle preparations, he was ready to leave for Rome. The plan was to divide the troops in two ways. He and Madame Dugan will pose as Berlin's secret envoys, while the rest of them lurk in through Alessandro's channels. After the two sides meet, they will go straight to Venice Palace. However, before this, they still had a task. Raid a nearby naval camp to create opportunities for Allied troops to land on shore. Give them the food and guns. As for the bullets will be given at the end. Keep an eye on it, and don't cause any trouble. After delivering a provocative speech, Luke left the rest to Alessandro. Also, you contacted mafia members of other families before. Did they answer? I got Don Carlo out of his cell. As you said, he is willing to take refuge in the Allies. Several other families have also agreed that they can be counted on for the raid on the naval camp, Alessandro said as he bowed his head. He hadn't been idle these days. Besides sending Luke women, he also contacted several prominent families in the mafia. Hearing that Alessandro hooked up with the Allied forces, and he also became close to the Strategic Science Reserve, those bosses showed loyalty and wanted to help. They mixed up their identities as anti-dictatorship and freedom fighters, to avoid bad luck after the war. That's good. Luke nodded his head. As a smuggler, all the goods he shipped were guns and bullets, bread, cigarettes, and red wine were used as a cover-up. At first, Luke didn't tell Alessandro about their plan to raid the naval camp and only told him at the 11th hour. Because, at this time, the mafia leader had no way to jump ship and could only obediently obey. After repeatedly explaining him some details, Luke returned to the inn where the Howling Commandos members waited with bated breath for the captain's orders. Alessandro is in contact with the chief officer of the camp. He is a senior official of the military supplies department. His mistress happened to be having an affair with a mafia hitman, and then his wife had a relationship with a painter. Anyway, it was a very confusing situation. Luke talked about the Navy camp officer being cuckolded, and he couldn't help but give a moment of silence for him. There is no such thing as a quiet period, but someone will carry the burden for you. In short, through this relationship, Alessandro had contacts with him, and the two sides have already talked. When the time comes, I will pretend to be a smuggler and sell some tobacco and wine at a low price in the name of doing business. Cossa will also find a group of stripper girls to go over and comfort the Navy soldiers. Luke carefully arranged everything. It would have been idiotic to mess with the German armored divisions stationed in Sicily, but he can raid the Italian naval camp with the strength of the Howling Commandos. It would be no problem. After all, who didn't know that the Italian army is corrupt from top to bottom? Also can be said that they were rotten to the core. Senior officers openly colluded with smugglers and let strippers into the barracks. This kind of thing would have been the reasons for court-martial in the Allies. What's more, Luke had a secret weapon. Scarecrow's fear gas. First of all, destroy their radio stations and prevent all information from leaking. And then, Luke uttered instructions, and the Howling Commandos nodded. They had already seen the outstanding ability of the young captain. This time, even if Mussolini isn't captured alive, as long as the return trip was smooth, it would be more than enough. However, crossing the long front, sneaking into Italy, and capturing the naval camp in Sicily, this honor alone was enough to make the Howling Commandos war heroes and be significantly commended by the Allies. Take a break. At 8:10, get ready to move. Luke waved off the team and turned around to see Malena coming out of the bedroom. She was wearing a long black velvet dress with knitted patterns on her neckline and cuffs, elegant and gorgeous. The fabric fits gently on her body, outlining the luscious curves. Mr. Corleone, come back safely. The mature and beautiful woman seemed to understand. Her lips squirmed a few times and whispered, I/N, few big announcements tomorrow, including a potential project. Chapter 38-038 Night Raid, Announcement at End. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Dark clouds loomed, obscuring the dim stars and the moon. At 8:20 p.m., Luke swaggered into the naval camp with the Howling Commandos in disguise and greeted the soldiers eagerly. Boxes of tobacco, wine, and food were sent to the officers' barracks as if they didn't need the money. There were also enchanting and coquettish stripper girls, wearing exposed clothing, posing on the stage for performance, attracting hooting from men below. Captain David, here's a small token of my appreciation. In the munitions department's meeting room, Luke, wearing a black hat, coat, and suit, sat across the desk. He pulled out a palm-sized long gift box with a smile on his face with a glittering pearl necklace inside. One could tell it was expensive, based on its color and size. I came in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts, so I'm giving a necklace to the captain, Mrs. Captain David, who had a beer belly, nodded in satisfaction and put away the gift box without a word. In these times of war, the monetary system had already collapsed. Banknotes are no different from waste paper. Only gold and jewelry were hard currency. By the way, for the other. Ahem, Captain David can give it to a friend. Luke turned to another gift box, and inside was an even more valuable green agate necklace. Captain David's eyes lit up. This smuggler has done his homework, even knowing that I have a mistress. He didn't notice Luke's pitying eyes at all. The captain didn't know the color of the hat he himself was wearing, just like the green agate necklace. He was genuinely clueless. Note: green hat equals cuckold. To tell the truth, Mr. Corleone, I've heard Lieutenant Serio talk about you. Since you are his friend, you are also my friend. If you want to engage in smuggling, the Navy will give you a warm welcome to ensure your ships are unimpeded. Captain David is also a sincere man, and after receiving the benefits from others, he patted his chest and promised, in the future, I can have Lieutenant Serio send a battleship to escort any of your smuggling ships. Then, thank you, Captain David. This is just a small gift. The surprise is yet to come. Luke's eyes flickered for a moment as he said meaningfully, however, we also have conditions. As long as Mr. Corleone is willing to let the Navy take half of every cargo, we will certainly work well together. Captain David's eyes were full of greed. He finally made real offer. The Navy can't carry out smuggling openly and earn huge profits, so they wanted to use Mr. Corleone as an ATM. Half of the profit from each private shipment could let these senior naval officers eat their fill. Right now, the domestic situation is agitated, and the war is increasingly fierce. The only way to make money was to seize any opportunity. This is what Captain David thought. You know, we take a huge risk by covering up smuggling and possibly going to military court. Looking at Captain David's insatiable appearance, Luke still had a smile on his face and didn't seem to be angry at all. He suddenly stood up, raised his hand, looked at the time, and whispered, "It's time." "Mr. Corleone, what are you talking about?" Captain David was bewildered. He didn't know why the smuggler stood up for no reason. Moreover, the overlooking eyes of the other party made him very uncomfortable. It was as if his existence suddenly became small. "Sit down, Mr. Corleone," Captain David said in an aggravated and irritated tone. "Haven't you noticed yet, Captain? You are no longer qualified to give orders." Luke laughed as he heard the commotion coming from outside. With the fear gas produced by Gotham's Scarecrow, taking care of these Italian soldiers couldn't be easier. The Howling Commandos only needed to wear gas masks before releasing the gas. Before long, the whole camp will be paralyzed. The Navy soldiers, gripped by fear, were like lambs to the slaughter, completely defenseless. "What's going on? What's going on? What do you want?" "I'm warning you. Don't come over here." Captain David finally realized that something was wrong. The frightened screams outside were now coming into the room. He quickly pulled out the pistol attached to his belt, but before he pulled the trigger, his arm was twisted and broke. The white bone splinter pierced the skin and spurted out a lot of blood. A sharp pain struck, and Captain David fell to his knees, unable to help but cry loudly, trying to alert the guards outside the door. "I'm sorry, I didn't control my strength." Luke apologized without sincerity. Looking at Captain David, who kept moving his bloated body backward, there was no fluctuation in his heart. Thanks to the experience he learned from painting houses with Uncle Frank, Luke had no psychological burden from blood nor death. "Don't waste your energy." The soldiers in the camp either went to see the strippers or are crying in terror. The guards on duty were also taken care of by us. He faintly said, "The entire camp, including the lower marine police quarters, the construction department, the munitions department, the health department, the port authority, and the warehouse, had long since collapsed under Howling Commando's sudden attack on Mafia members. Even patrol boats, minesweepers, and logistics support boats were eliminated by a gang of brazen invading Mafia in the name of Captain David's rewards for the soldiers. It isn't only scarecrows fear gas, but drinks laced with something special. Drinking it will incapacitate anyone, even elephants. This incident showed that the Italian army, without any vigilance, was lax enough to be handled by a gang of Mafia. "Let me go, please, Mr. Corleone, sir." Captain David begged and even changed his address. "Of course, I will let you go." Killing prisoners is inhuman behavior. Luke shrugged his shoulders. He just let go of his strength and made the unfortunate captain scrunch his expression. "Don't be so afraid, Captain David. I'm not the devil." Captain David's eyes were full of fear. Luke is no different from the devil in his heart. How can an ordinary person break his arm as if he was breaking chopsticks? Moreover, he also felt that the other party didn't use any effort at all. "Stay here and don't try to do stupid things. You can't inform the garrison troops in other camps because we have already destroyed the radio station and also cut the phone lines." Luke took a deep look at Captain David, then walked over and took the pearl necklace back. As for the other green agate necklace, it was a fake prepared by Alessandro. Luke pushed open the door of the meeting room, and heard faint cries of horror outside. The fear gas instantly transformed the Italian naval soldiers into fragile infants. They were dragged into darkness by fear gas, and the most frightening visions appeared in their minds, destroying their will. The screams of fear echoed under the night sky. However, the slight noise that came out swallowed instantly by the sound of waves lapping against the rocks. A group of mafias swarmed in, using axes or pistols, killing all the patrolling guards in sight without mercy. Simple and decisive. It was a silent raid. Luke stood on high, looking down at the bloody flowers blooming in the night, and sketched a satisfied smile around his mouth. By tomorrow, half of Sicily will fall into his hands. Chapter 39-039. Be careful, risky road ahead. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. When the sun rose the next day, Sicily maintained the rhythm of its everyday life. The slight change were the rumors that Malena climbed onto the bed of a prominent merchant, the constable's accident, and the strippers in the naval camp. This new gossip provided the town residents with many things to talk about at the dinner table. As long as the Allied forces didn't launch a large-scale bombing attack, as long as the air defense alarm didn't sound, Taormina was calm. The light of dawn shone over the town along the horizon. Luke jumped off a jeep and went back to the Walkyria Hotel. He stayed up all night, but he was still in high spirits. "Let Alessandro's men watch carefully and don't make any trouble." Before entering the door, Luke instructed. The accompanying Dum-Dum Dugan nodded to show his understanding. At this juncture, no one should make any mistakes. After a night of raiding and cleaning up, the naval camp was entirely under the Howling Commandos' control. From Colonel Bonino to the junior recruits, all were taken as prisoners from the top commander. According to Alessandro's report, after a head count against the list, there were over 500 officers of all ranks, together with the new recruits and sailors. Some of them inhaled too much fear gas, causing mental disorders and complete incapacitation. Others wanted to resist but were neutralized by the mafia, who stormed into the camp from behind. In a word, only about 420 people survived and became prisoners. The mafia imprisoned all of them in the barracks and warehouses in batches and under their care. Manelli sent a message through the only transmitter preserved in the camp, saying that naval vessels need maintenance and will not participate in patrol and defense affairs for a couple of days. No one would find out that this naval camp had fallen into the Allies' hands during this time. Like the shadow under the lights. No one thought that there was a daring secret team that sneaked into the heart of the Axis, ready to deliver a fatal blow. As for the prisoners in the naval camp, will there be any trouble? Luke didn't worry about it. As long as the Mafia steadily provided Italian Navy soldiers with food, they would be as obedient as domesticated animals. Throughout World War II, Italian troops' strength was there, but they were unwilling to fight, and their will was extremely low. They wanted to run away when they saw other countries' troops, even if they had the advantage in numbers. The most interesting one was when the Italian army met the British army. The former wanted to follow the usual practice and just surrender. As a result, the latter seemed to be tired of this kind of fighting without fighting, not only refusing Italy's surrender but also putting 2 liaison officers to death. This angered the Italian officers, who called on their soldiers to fight back and beat the confident British army to the ground. It can be said that this battle was Italy's most courageous one. If I were the Führer, I'm afraid I would feel desperate too. What kind of teammates were all these? Luke got rid of his superfluous thoughts and went back to his room. Good morning, Mr. Corleone. The beautiful Malena was sitting at the dinner table. She seemed to have just taken a bath. She pulled her wavy black hair behind her head, and her beige lace silk pajamas couldn't cover up her proud figure. Looking down, those long and straight legs stepped on the carpet, adding a seductive aura. She was indeed the most beautiful woman in Sicily. An ordinary dress alone was enough to make many men crazy about her. Luke calmly looked away and sat down at the table. This is for me. I'm a little hungry. When he saw the seafood pasta on the table, he took it without any formalities. Slurp, slurp. After a storm of slurps, Luke looked up at Malena, who was staring blankly at him, and asked, "Is there a problem?" "I already took a bite," Malena faintly said. She isn't as wary of Luke as before. Instead, she relaxed and stopped being too formal. As for the reasons behind this change, Malena herself couldn't tell. "I'm really sorry. I've been busy all night," Luke said with little sincerity. "By the way, you can call me Luke. No need to call me Corleone. I've asked Cossa to send your father to Palermo, where he can get into Sicily's best hospital for treatment and recuperation." "Thank you, Mr. Call." Luke. Malena, who previously looked sad, had a smile of joy on her face. She was holding a warm glass of milk in her hands, and her voice showed gratitude. Thinking of the accident that happened to the constable and then the proper arrangements for her father, Malena felt a sense of relief, and the days she spent at the hotel was the most relaxing she had ever had, not having to worry about men's greedy minds and women's vicious curses. "Don't be so polite. By the way, I will probably leave Sicily tomorrow." "Cossa will take you home then," Luke said as if he was indifferent about it. "Don't worry, Malena. No one will bully you in this small town. I already told Cossa." The smile that appeared on Malena's face froze for a moment. "Yes, I wish you a pleasant journey," the beautiful woman said with great reluctance. Malena didn't say much. She soon got up and went back to her room. Luke's lips rose, looking at the graceful figure leaving in a hurry. He is waiting for the night to come. The afterglow of dusk gradually sank into the sea. Malena didn't come out of the bedroom until dinner time. Luke simply packed his bags. He would no longer be Vito Corleone tomorrow but Captain Steiner from Berlin, who won the Iron Cross. Chapter 4204. Oh, be careful. Risky road ahead. 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The clock on the wall slid into the early hours of the morning, and Luke, who was still awake, heard a noise in the next room. Then carefully pushed the open door and someone is standing at the entrance of the second bedroom. The breathing became even more rapid, and the sound of a heartbeat was prominent. Lying in bed, Luke could almost turn the information she received in his mind into dynamic pictures through super listening. Standing there for so long. "Aren't you going to come in?" Just as Malena flinched and was ready to turn away, the door was opened. Luke, clad in a robe, asked in a teasing tone, "If you want to see me off, it seems a bit early." In the dimly lit living room, only the bright moonlight came in from the window. Luke took a step forward, almost sticking to Malena. The latter looked up, her charming body trembling, and a blush appeared on her beautiful face. "Like the burning clouds of Sicily in the sunset." "I thought you weren't coming." Luke made a move and hooked up Malena's chin with his fingers. "What would you have done if I hadn't come?" Malena tried to avoid Luke's aggressive gaze but failed. "Then, I would have come over." "Malena, I'm not the decent Mr. Corleone you imagine. I have a strong possessive nature and like to take what I like for myself. I am more like a villain than the mafia, and I covet your beauty more than the men in town." Luke's fingers traced over Malena's red lips, and his other arm circled to the slender waist and brought it closer with force. Malena was surprisingly not offended by Luke's confession. She wanted to say something, but Luke blocked her plump red lips. Outside the window, the darkness of the night was getting deeper and deeper. After a whole night of lovemaking, Luke woke up refreshed the following day. When he got up, he couldn't help but get a strange idea. How did Superman from the studio next door complete the act of biological reproduction with his girlfriend, Lois Lane? For the time being, if he didn't consider the combination between Kryptonian and Earthlings, would there be any problems? Someone that could carry an aircraft weighing hundreds of tons, the firm muscle density that even heavy weapons couldn't penetrate. Such a steel body, won't it break Lois Lane as if she were an inflatable doll? Luke walked into the bathroom with this inexplicable question. To be honest, it was supposed to be a strenuous exercise that made men exert all their efforts and consumed their physical strength. For him, who had loaded the Superman card, it was a bit too tricky. Especially controlling his strength was a great test of ability. This is only the LV-1 civilians. If he unlocked a higher level card, Luke might consider becoming an abstinent superhero without touching the opposite sex. Being overly adequate was really not pleasurable. Luke muttered in a low voice. He just felt like a relentless pile driver throughout the process. "Will you come back?" Lying on the bed, Malena's face remained somewhat charming. She stared at Luke, who was changing into new clothes and preparing to leave. She asked faintly. Malena didn't know whether what she had done was right or wrong. But there's no doubt that Luke's arrival freed her from her tragic fate and gave her an unprecedented sense of security. It's like a ray of sunshine shining into a gloomy world full of haze. "Don't worry, before long, and you will hear my name spread all over Sicily. I should almost be back by then." Luke bowed his head and kissed Malena's smooth forehead. While it's good to be in a gentle home, it was also important to take the first step in his future career. Captain America only defeated Hydra and Red Skull and created an opportunity for the Allies to win the war. He was hailed to the skies by the American military. In the next 70 years, Steve Rogers became a well-known legend, and there were many fans like Coulson. After recovery from the glacier and thawing, he naturally occupied a leading position in both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers due to his special status. That was the role of reputation. Standing on the commanding heights of morality at all times. The federal government and superheroes would give him proper respect. "Then be careful, I'll wait for you." Malena nodded her head sweetly, like a lazy cat. She didn't think it was a lie, and she didn't know about what great things this man would do to make his name spread all over Sicily. She simply believed that Luke would come back. At 3:40 tomorrow afternoon, Allied troops will land ashore. Luke looked serious, stared at Alessandro, and said, "Cossa, do this well, and you will truly become the most respected person of Sicily, maybe even Italy. The mayor, prime minister, even Mussolini. All these powerful people who once despised you will bow down to you and call you sir." "I will." Captain Cavill, the mafia leader, was so excited that his voice trembled. This is the first time he called Luke by his name. After all, Vito Corleone was now a thing of the past. Captain Steiner's identity, the Berlin envoy and recipient of the Iron Cross, also wasn't expected to last long. Luke divided his troops in two. As initially planned, he took Dugan, who was accompanying him, and boarded a ship for Rome. Hitler once said that military uniforms must look good, so that young people would join the military without hesitation. Luke had to say that there was some truth in his words. He dressed in a tailored captain's uniform, looked at himself in the mirror. The lapel pins, epaulets, and wristbands are embellished with the black regalia, and he wore a large brimmed hat with a silver double-headed eagle emblem on his head. There's a woolen center coat on the outside and a pair of calfskin gloves on his hands. This time, Luke, with the profoundly contoured young face, looks like a handsome and sharp Nazi senior military officer. "From now on, I am Captain Steiner, the envoy from Berlin. I was born into a military family in Germany and joined the SS. I am Heinrich Luitpold, Himmler's confidant. The purpose of this trip to Rome is to deliver the orders from the Führer." Luke repeated his identity to Dugan. "Got it," the latter noted silently. "They are about to infiltrate into the enemy's territory and capture their leader alive. There's no room for sloppiness with details." Chapter 41-041 The First Shot. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Thank you. Die 196, for supporting this work and becoming our first patron. The boat ride from Sicily to Rome took less than half a day, and Luke arrived at his destination in no time. Standing on the ship's prow, he could see Italy's capital surrounded by various large and small hills, known as the City of Seven Hills. The walls of the city are irregular in shape, like a crouching lion, staring down at the Apennines. Rome's city is arguably one of the oldest cities in history, located in the Latin plains of the Apennines in the middle of the Mediterranean. It had experienced two periods, Republic and Empire. It is the birthplace of ancient Roman mythology and has a glorious history and cultural heritage. Luke disembarked from the port in a dignified manner and presented his long-prepared documents. His cold face matched his sharp military uniform, exuding the momentum of a superior who just no one can approach. This made it difficult for the soldiers who questioned him, making them unable to examine him too carefully, afraid they would offend this young senior officer. After taking a general look at the documents and checking his identity, they let them go respectfully. If this were Berlin, the Gestapo wouldn't have been so easily fooled. Dugan, we will succeed in conquering this country and gaining unprecedented glory. Luke entered Rome, the heart of Italy and the center of Mussolini's rule. After winning World War I, the Roman papacy witnessed the strength of the Italian forces led by Mussolini. So, the two sides signed the Lateran Treaty, which recognized Rome as Italy's capital, while the Italian government recognized the Roman papacy's sovereignty over the Vatican. After that, the ambitious Mussolini wasn't satisfied. He led an army to Rome's city and declared a union with Nazi Germany to form the Franco-Spanish Axis. Many people thought that Hitler was the founder of the fascist doctrine. But it was Mussolini who opened this Pandora box. To a certain extent, he could be considered the teacher of the Third Reich's Führer. After the First World War, the European landscape was reshuffled, and the people of Italy felt a deep sense of loss over the uneven distribution of benefits after the war. This, coupled with a stagnant domestic economy and a difficult life for the people, Mussolini found a political entry point. He initiated the fascist movement in Milan and established the first Republican fascist party globally. However, this politician, who was bent on being a dictator, was essentially an opportunist. At least in terms of speeches and stirring up emotions, he had no outstanding ability than his student Hitler. Initially, in the Axis camp, Mussolini was on an equal footing with the Third Reich Führer, and even Hitler maintained a respectful attitude toward him. But who knew, the Italian army's performance was abysmal, either surrendering, falling without fighting, or calling on the German team members to come to the rescue. Mussolini even summoned Hitler, a student, to help him out when he had problems. The Führer grew to despise this man and almost called him a trash on the phone, especially after Mussolini was placed under house arrest by the King of Italy and then rescued was by Hitler's special forces. This once ambitious dictator was reduced entirely to a puppet manipulated by Germany. "Captain, you always create miracles that we can't imagine." Dugan stood behind Luke and remarked confidently. After getting along these few days, even if Luke said that he would fly to Berlin, bring Hitler out and end the war that was sweeping the world, he probably wouldn't doubt it. The two arrived at Venice Square, where Luke gazed at the vast and magnificent palace. That was the Venice Palace, founded by the Pope of Rome. And right now, it's the political center where Mussolini ruled over 40 million Italians in the most heavily guarded part of the city. Tomorrow, the first shot to conquer Italy will be fired here. London, Allied Command. At the secret base of the SSR team, a busy, hot, and tense atmosphere. A month has passed and the Allied Forces Intelligence Department had begun a fierce battle with Hydra. The spies and agents of both sides are active in the major cities in the rear, such as the Axis powers Berlin and the Allies London, New York, and Poland. People on both sides keep intercepting each other's intelligence. Although the Strategic Science Reserve had gathered all the elites from the Allies, it's still at a disadvantage in the face of Hydra, whose actions were more secretive and powerful. So far, we haven't found the exact location of the Hydra base. Where were the captured Allied soldiers sent? What experiments were the German Nazis conducting in secret? We don't know anything. Colonel Phillips roared loudly, and harsh reprimands echoed in the room. which silenced the people below. In just 1 month, we sacrificed 13 agents, and 4 spies embedded in the Axis countries were discovered. This is the greatest loss the Strategic Scientific Reserve has suffered since its inception. Allied Command is disappointed in us, and I'm disappointed in you. Colonel Phillips was angry, and one of the reasons is he got a call from President Roosevelt yesterday. Although the man in charge of the White House hadn't expressed any opinions about the Strategic Science Reserve, but from his tone of voice, the colonel could recognize the implicit message of accountability. Initially, the Allied forces gradually advanced on the battlefield, and many people felt that the Axis powers had lost their momentum. But no one expected that the Red Skull, who got the Tesseract, used Hydra's scientific reserves to develop potent energy weapons and applied them to guns, tanks, and other heavy weaponry. Powerful technology beyond this era had brought the Axis powers from a state of collapsing to a standstill. The situation of losing ground and falling into disadvantage had also eased. On the contrary, the Allies began to show weakness in Eastern Europe's battlefield, and the established defensive front was in jeopardy. For a series of reasons, the Strategic Science Reserve was under tremendous pressure. They weren't able to figure out the technical basis behind the energy weapons that Hydra has mastered yet. The military factory's exact location and the secret base of Hydra's, they didn't even have the slightest clue. Hydra's agents had long infiltrated the Allies top and bottom, making it impossible to avoid them. This situation made the team led by Colonel Phillips reactive in terms of intelligence. Have you heard from Luke? Chapter 42-042 Capturing Mussolini. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Have you heard from Luke? After venting his anger, Colonel Phillips turned and looked at Peggy Carter next to him. He could only pin his hopes on Luke's success now. If the raid on Rome is successful, the plan to help the Allies land in Sicily would be successful. Not only will the Allies' morale soar, but the status of the SSR would also rise. I received a telegram from Captain Cavell yesterday. They occupied a naval camp near Sicily. At 3:40 this afternoon, the Allied forces will land on shore with the local mafia's help. This operation is code-named as Trojan Horse. Carter's meticulously reported. She didn't expect Luke actually to do it. Take a team, go deep into the enemy's hinterland, and raid the leader. Now, they were one step away from success. Italy, Rome. Time, 2 p.m. sharp. As Luke approached Venice Square, the first thing that struck him is the magnificent palace on the north side of Capitoline Hill. Once the Pope's residence, the most beautiful building in Rome now fell into Mussolini's hands. The dictator often spoke to the people gathered in the square from the expansive balcony. With the rank of captain, the status of Berlin envoy, and Dugan is standing behind him, which spared him the trouble of being interrogated by the patrolling guards. When will Mussolini meet us? Dugan asked in a low voice. At 4 p.m. When he gets up from his mistress' bed. Luke chuckled. He stood in the square, like a tourist enjoying the scenery. Manelli and the others should be moving soon. Dugan nodded silently. According to the plan, Jimmy, the sniper, had already secured a high point. Kenneth, the gunner, was driving a truck and slowly pulling up to the side of the road, a block away. It contained 20 shooters, carefully selected from mafia members, and a Maxim heavy machine gun. It must have taken Alessandro a lot of hard work to bring that thing in without being found. The next step was for them to attract the Venetian Square guards' attention, create chaos, and create the best opportunity for Luke. Do you think Mr. Mussolini will be surprised to see us later? At this time, Luke still remained calm and had the heart to make jokes. Dugan, who stood behind him, couldn't help admiring this calm state of mind. When he thought about what was going to happen next, his legs slightly shook. The time passed by minute, it seemed to go very slowly. Go in. Luke showed the pass issued by the military and entered the parlors of the Venice Palace. Just after he disappeared from Venice Square, a very abrupt shot broke the peace in Rome, like a boulder crashing into the calm lake, causing unprecedented turmoil. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The ear-piercing whistle blew, and a team of patrolling guards sprang into action while military police quickly surrounded the entire Venice Square inches in attempt to find the sniper hiding in the shadows. Another series of gunshots boomed as Kenneth lifted the tarp off the truck. 20 of the Mafia's best gunmen emerged from it. This heavy fire caught the patrolling guards of Rome by surprise. Kenneth operated the Maxim heavy machine gun according to Luke's command. A long stream of gunfire swept through the crowd of military police and guards, who fell one after another. For a while, it was difficult to break through this deadly web of interwoven bullets. "Protect the leader," Luke shouted with excitement and walked out of the parlor without a second thought. At this time, politicians and guards alike couldn't be bothered to distinguish between the enemy and themselves. What's more, Luke is wearing a captain's rank and German military uniform, which was the best pass. The ordinary soldiers didn't dare to stop him, and those senior officers had no extra time to cross-examine and let him walk along the stairs. "Captain Kenneth won't last long. He can hold it for 5 more minutes at most." Dugan, who was following closely behind, gulped, feeling surrounded by enemy troops. "That's enough." Luke walked briskly and arrived at Mussolini's office floor with amazing speed. The security here is obviously stricter than the outside, and Nazi soldiers protected the Italian dictator. They wore hydro armbands and weren't alarmed by the sudden sound of gunfire. On the contrary, Mussolini was closely guarded. Even more, maintaining basic order. The Nazi soldier stopped an unfamiliar face like Luke for questioning as soon as he rushed up, even though he held the rank of captain in the Third Reich. "No passage. State your identity." Luke didn't bother to talk and kicked out. The Nazi soldier who intercepted him suffered a broken sternum and flew backward. Before the rest of the group could react, their necks were cleanly snapped. "Create a disturbance and draw fire." Dugan nodded his head when he heard Luke's instructions. He pulled out his pistol and ran further up the stairs while firing a few rounds down the stairs, drawing more guards. Intensive footsteps echoed in the corridor, and Luke strode forward, shouting, "Protect the leader!" And the enemy ran upstairs. As he made his way to Mussolini's conference room, he was fully prepared. The Italian dictator had the habit of having afternoon tea at 2 p.m. every day and liked to stay in the third conference room on the corridor's right-hand side. When the mood strikes, he will call his mistress over to vent some of his unbridled energy. The sound of guns shooting kept coming and going. Like a tiger in a herd of sheep, Luke knocked the Nazi soldiers who tried to stop him to the ground. This time, he didn't hold back. Chapter 43-043 Shocking the Allies, Shaking the World. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The sound of guns shooting kept coming and going. Like a tiger in a herd of sheep, Luke knocked the Nazi soldiers who tried to stop him to the ground. This time, he didn't hold back. After all, it still hurts when a submachine gun bullet hits his body. Luke pinched the hard helmet into scrap metal with 5 fingers folded, and the last opponent fell in front of him. Boom! He kicked open the door of the meeting room. A bald man was sitting in the conference room, his eyes full of horror. A German-made Walther P38 pistol was aimed at Luke, who broke in. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets clearly pierced Luke's German uniform, but no blood flowed out. "That's it." Luke took out the flat slug with his hand and grinned with a friendly smile. "Hello, Mr. Mussolini. Who are you, liberals? Or are you one of those Revolutionary Front guys?" Mussolini looked at Luke with the gaze of looking at a monster. "Bullets can't penetrate his skin." Luke didn't answer. He went straight over and picked up the Italian dictator as if he were carrying a chicken. "I'm an Italian, pa." With a slap on Mussolini, his face immediately swelled up. This was still the result of Luke's control over his power. "I don't care who you are, Mr. Benito Mussolini. Please face the reality of your capture." With a stern look in his eyes, Luke pushed Mussolini onto the balcony where he often gave his speeches. Gunfire broke out in Venice Square, causing chaos. "We are taking over the city of Rome. From this moment on, there will be no dictators. No fascist." Luke looked down at the crowd below, and his loud voice carried far away. "The sun is shining on his body like a heroic figure from a mythical legend." Telegram. The latest telegram. Allied command in London. The Strategic Science Reserve, which Colonel Phillips sharply reprimanded, was in a gloom state. Everyone didn't even dare to breathe loudly, fearing to provoke the anger of the chief again. At this time, the messenger burst in with great enthusiasm. He was flushed bright red, perhaps too excited, and everything he wanted to say was stuck in his throat. He couldn't spit it out. "It's Captain Cavill's telegram." Afterward, a messenger was short of breath, and his face was full of excitement and admiration. "What's the fuss about?" "No proper training, Fook." Colonel Phillips frowned, yelling at him first and then reaching for the telegram. When he saw the content, he couldn't help but burst out with a swear word, completely ignoring the majestic image of being the chief. "Italy, Rome, at 2:50 Central European Time. Captain Luke Cavill led the Howling Commandos to capture Italy and Mussolini alive." A short sentence made Colonel Phillips freeze in place, as if there was a bolt from the blue, exploding in his mind. The impact of this telegram made him suddenly lose his ability to think, and he was silent for a long while. "A success," the colonel muttered to himself. It was he who asked Luke to lead the Howling Commandos. He made a great plan to help the Allies land in Sicily and raid Rome. But he actually did it. Colonel Phillips was in disbelief and felt that he was in a dream, one that was full of delusions. In his plan, the best result was actually to sneak into Italy's hinterland and create opportunities for the Allied forces to land ashore. As for capturing Mussolini alive, it was just a temporary addition. It didn't matter much if it couldn't be done. No one expected Luke would give the Allies and Colonel Phillips such a great surprise. "Super soldier." "Erskine, did you see that? Luke is the best super soldier." Colonel Phillips was so excited that he squeezed the telegram with one hand and pressed the messenger's shoulders with the other. His eyes were a little bit red. "Are you sure that this news is true? If word of this gets out, this matter will boost the Allies' morale. Strategic Science Reserve will no longer be subjected to harsh criticism from many sides. The pressure will not only be reduced, but its status will also rise. Everything will be different. The telegram is from Rome, Italy." "Absolutely true." The messenger seemed to be infected, his tone was excited, and his voice trembled. "There is also a bulletin from the King of Italy deposing Prime Minister Mussolini." Immediately afterwards, the messenger added, "Hurry, inform headquarters. Notify the president. Notify everyone." Colonel Phillips grabbed the telegram and waved his arm vigorously. He was right about Luke. The whole world should know about this fantastic event. The telegraphers were tapping vigorously, sending bundles of electromagnetic waves, and quickly transmitted to various places. From England to America, from Churchill's office to Roosevelt's White House. The absurd and unbelievable truthful news was like a flying horse with wings running back and forth across the world. Chapter 44-2044 Soaring Reputation. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. In Venice Palace's bedchamber, the lights were still bright, and the fluttering candlelight reflected the famous oil paintings and extravagant decorations. Different from the previous banquets, full of the laughter of the upper-class guests. Tonight's Venice Palace was very quiet, shrouded in deathly silence. "Rescue leader. Kill the Americans. Long live Italy. Long live the Führer." A few harsh slogans suddenly sounded, accompanied by a burst of fierce gunfire, but quickly calmed down. These kinds of minor disturbances simply didn't arouse any waves. Those fools who are brainwashed by fanatical fascism couldn't really make any waves. "Captain, this is the 11th time." Dugan's dark face was full of tension. He hasn't recovered from the successful raid in the afternoon. So far, he couldn't believe it. It was all real. The Italian dictator, the prime minister of a country, Mussolini, who supported the Axis powers and Hitler, unexpectedly became their prisoner. Let other members take turns on duty. The Italian defenders won't attack rashly. Their king is eager to hang Mussolini in the square. Luke kept his composure. Right now, he had Mussolini as a bargaining chip in his hand, and the fascist forces in Rome didn't dare to move. As for the toppled King of Italy and the royal family, they wanted Luke to send Mussolini to the gallows immediately. The king has issued an announcement to depose Prime Minister Mussolini, and the royal family took over the army. 7 gunmen died, and 4 were seriously injured in the raid. The Allied command sent a telegram. The British and the US both want to seize ownership of Italy. The State Department and the Pentagon, the War Department and the Navy Department are all quarreling. Dugan reported the situation today. Things are going as Luke expected. No matter how the British and Americans argue, this credit belonged to him anyway. and no one could take it away. Luke was excited when he thought of the reputation value that was soaring like a rocket on his character panel. Let them fight to their heart's content. Rome and Mussolini are the chips in our hands. We will sell them to whoever offers the highest price. Luke smiled. He had already made a plan. This isn't a military operation but an armed kidnapping. When Mussolini fell into his hands, he accomplished the mission. All that remains is a political game between the rising bald eagle and the weakening John Bull. However, these complicated intrigues have nothing to do with Luke himself, and he wasn't interested. Luke wants a Medal of Honor that belonged to a war hero and a massive amount of reputation. Italians have a good attitude. The king is a wise man. He immediately ousted Mussolini and ignored Venice Palace's occupation because they wanted to show goodwill to the Allies. Luke saw clearly that Howling Commandos alone wouldn't be able to stop the Roman garrison. However, there weren't as many fascist forces loyal to Mussolini and Axis countries as imagined. This is Luke's reason for staying in the Venice Palace. Behind him are the Allied troops who had already landed in Sicily. Everything is as you said. Dugan sincerely admired it. Even though he won a fantastic victory, the Howling Commando's young captain wasn't carried away and remained unfazed and calm. However, who are we going to sell Italy to? Dugan asked again. His voice trembled slightly because Luke's thoughts directly determined the future of the Howling Commandos. We, of course, are giving President Roosevelt this critical chip. Luke didn't take long to think about it and quickly gave his answer. The most re-elected president in the history of the United States of America was a powerful and flexible person to work with. Moreover, the president sitting in the White House needs an outstanding contribution from Luck to shut up the public's mouth. After all, no one can deny that Roosevelt did play tricks in the presidential campaign and deceived all the voters. If they get the credit for capturing Italy, the other side will surely be grateful for the goodwill Luke passed on. It looks like tomorrow Allied Command will be able to send someone to take over. Dugan nodded. Now, he listened to Luke's every word. One victory after another has established the young captain's authority in the team. Who would have thought that an unknown 6-member team would have made this fantastic and legendary achievement? Send a telegram to the White House and wait for the president's message. Luke ordered it down. From the moment Dugan sent the telegram of victory to Allied Command, the reputation refresh notifications didn't stop. Side quest: Flowers and Glory. The War Hero's second step completed. Requirements: reputation value reached 8,000 points. Achieved. Reward: Bane skill card, back-breaking expert, obtained. Luke crossed off the completed task but didn't expect the second one to pop up right away. Side quests: legendary name. The War Hero's third step completed. Requirements: reputation value reached 20,000 points. Achieved. Reward: one chance to draw Superman card, obtained. Then, the third task, the fourth. Luke tilted his head and looked up at the deep night sky, revealing a satisfied smile. He was about to draw a new Superman card. Chapter 45-045 Rewards, New Mission. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. To Luke's surprise, the quest completion notice kept popping up. One by one, the rewards gave off a soft light in the item column. This time, he led a team to raid Rome and captured Mussolini alive in an armed operation. He initially expected to receive over 400,000 reputation points. According to the development of the events and the publicity efforts at a later period, breaking the million cap shouldn't be a problem. It was foreseeable that when Luke's name spread around the world and was regarded as a legendary figure of the Allied forces, his reputation would welcome a surge. Luke preferred this efficient method rather than toiling to complete quests and slowly accumulate reputation values. What a bountiful harvest! He thought to himself. When he opens the shop in the future, he will exchange skill cards and props without worry. This thought made him a little happy. Anyway, there are quest rewards. Luke's mind drifted. All of the 5 War Hero series of side quests were completed. In addition to the Scarecrow's Fear Gas, Bane's Back-Breaking Expert skill card, and Superman card lucky draw opportunity, Poison Ivy's Phenomenon perfume, Joker's Laughing Gas and Constantine's Silk Cut cigarettes were also provided as quest rewards. Generally speaking, The most valuable thing was undoubtedly the lucky draw opportunity. One can be randomly selected from numerous Superman cards as a reward. In the past life, Luke felt that he had a great chance of winning Silver Age Superman and Superboy Prime. When that happens, not to mention Thanos, the director of the Universal Family Planning Commission, even Odin, the Allfather, or Thor, who had opened his Rune King form, would tremble. However, the latter rewards had more trolling effects than actual use. Poison Ivy's pheromone perfume can increase one's attractiveness to the opposite sex. Note: the effect is better between people of the same sex. This is aphrodisiac perfume. Luke looked speechless. What can I do with this? As for Joker's laughing gas and Constantine's silk-cut cigarette, the former is laughing until the muscles convulse and twitching all over. Taking too much will quickly lead to death. The latter is just a tiny amount of nicotine for your lungs. It will bring you a little closer to lung cancer. After browsing the quest rewards, Luke opened the character panel, and the data had changed. Host, Luke Cavill. Loaded card, Superman, LV1. Abilities, Stellar Energy, passive, Bio Force Field, passive. Reputation, 451,024. Task list, open the Path of Heroes. Side quests completed. Achievement, Legendary Hero. Lines of information appeared on his retina. Luke's mind moved slightly, sweeping over it. Your name will be written in the history books and passed down for centuries, enhancing the host's leadership and influence. Not bad. Luke, who saw the results, was delighted. This hidden aura of charisma sometimes played an unexpectedly crucial role. The lucky draw. This kind of thing should be done on an auspicious day with good background music. Otherwise, it won't feel right. Luke thought for a moment and decided to save the lucky draw for the day when the president presented the medal. Borrowing the president's good luck, this would be a home run. With a beautiful thought, Luke walked into the washroom. Instead of lying down in the vast and luxurious hot spring bath, he simply washed his muscular body with cold water. Blocks of well-defined muscles, like hard rocks, revealed his masculinity. His whole body seemed to be carved out of marble, majestic and fit. Explosive power filled within. Sure enough. My eyes feel sour. Luke sighed as he braced his hands against the wall. He closed his eyes, giving up trying to use heat vision. According to the setting, the stellar energy Superman absorbed typically was stored in the billion trillion cells in his body and could be released through his eyes when necessary. From burning up a planet to sealing a wound, it all depended on the user's control and the energy in the body. Maybe Luke hadn't loaded the card long enough, and he hadn't absorbed enough astral energy. It was hard for him to draw heat into his eyes as Superman did. However, when he thought about it carefully, Clark Kent seemed to have learned this trick only after becoming an adult. Luke's heart felt a little more satisfied. 10 minutes later, Luke, who was recognized as a conqueror by Italy and declared a legendary hero by the Allies, came out wearing a white bathrobe. When he saw the medieval sword hanging on the wall, he couldn't help but think about testing it. Mussolini hit him in the chest with a 9mm bullet without causing any harm. He wondered if this medieval sword, an overwhelming metal squeal followed by its sharp edge flashing with cold light, could break his skin. Luke took it off and slashed it hard at his arm. Clank. The sound of metal clashing and bending echoed. The intricately carved medieval sword collided with Luke's bulging muscles, emitting a crisp sound of metal crashing. An overwhelming metal squeal followed this, and with a screech sound, the well-crafted medieval sword broke apart. On Luke's bulging arm muscles, there was only a superficial scratch that recovered instantly. Even under the wave of his mighty power, the medieval sword didn't cause any damage. It seems that no one can stop me in the battlefields of World War II. Luke leaned against the bed and picked up the book Il Principe, written by Italian thinker Niccolo Machiavelli. Unfortunately, Mussolini didn't learn how to turn Italy into a powerful centralized country but advocated totalitarianism and became a dictator who everyone wanted to shout at and beat up. Main quest, opening of the third camp, Hellfire Club. Requirements, extract mutant gene fragments, 05. Completing this quest will complete the prerequisite for opening the Celestials event. Reward, Leech serum times 5. A few lines of information suddenly appeared in front of Luke's eyes. He still kept reading, but his auditory senses were at the maximum, scanning the whole bedroom like radar. Generally speaking, the quest will start only after contacting important plot characters or getting information on crucial plots. Luke is the only one in the large bedroom, yet he received a quest reminder. There was no doubt that there's a mutant in the same room with him. Chapter 46-2046 Mutants. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Hellfire Club. Luke knew this organization. Its establishment could be traced back to the 18th century. It mainly recorded and investigated some mysterious events, such as vampires, werewolves, and witches. Later, it gradually became a social place for elites from all walks of life, especially inviting famous scientists and influential rich and famous people. On the whole, Hellfire Club at this stage was quite normal. It was not until a German scientist named Sebastian Shaw joined that it became a premier organization for exceptional people, mutants. However, the Hellfire Club occasionally invited the world's top people. For example, Howard Stark, who later presided over SHIELD and took Stark Industries to greater heights. You've been hiding there for so long, aren't you going to come out? Luke put down his book. His right hand clenched into a fist, his muscles tense, and apparent traces of a vein emerged. Boom! His fist swung at the air. The air seemed to be squeezed by a heavy force, and a sound of a shocking explosion erupted. Visible to the naked eye, the air rippled like a cannonball shot. Tons of terrifying power poured out. Outside the bedroom, the open-air balcony was suddenly torn apart. Rubble went flying. A transparent figure was lifted off by the aftershock and smashed heavily against the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "You're a mutant too?" Hearing this question, Luke chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Not everyone who shows something special is your compatriot, standing in your side. Do you know the existence of mutants?" At the corner, a thin man with a black scar on his face stood up and stared at Luke with his cold eyes. That punch formed a booming wave of air, like a solid cannonball smashing out. The mere aftermath of the wave lifted him off the ground. In terms of physical strength alone, the skinny man had never seen a more terrible existence than this allied captain. "I'm curious, who sent you?" "Sebastian Shaw." Luke didn't answer the other's questions but threw out a name. Sebastian Shaw, the Black King of the Hellfire Club, had the powerful ability to absorb energy and turn it to his advantage. If the skinny man came from Hellfire Club, he was sure to have heard of this name. "Do you know Mr. Shaw?" "Well, Captain Cavill, it doesn't matter how much you know about mutants." The thin man smiled coldly, and his figure abruptly became distorted and blurred. Like putting on a layer of optical camouflage cloak, he disappeared instantly. The luxurious bedroom was so quiet that one could hear a needle falling on the ground. Luke stood expressionlessly. His white bathrobe opened, revealing his solid muscles. He wasn't surprised that mutants would appear in World War II. According to the timeline, the leader of one of the two future mutant camps, Magneto, who founded the Brotherhood, should still be a child, still imprisoned in the dreadful Auschwitz concentration camp. Young Magneto once met a crazy Nazi scientist, Sebastian Shaw, who later became the Black King. This person firmly believed in the Aryan master race theory concocted by SS leader Hitler. He agreed with Hitler's extremist approach of cleaning up the inferior race and creating a superior race. After returning from studying in Britain, Shaw, who specialized in genetic engineering, was quickly recruited into the German army's scientific department. As his talent gradually reveals itself, he slowly gains importance and gets involved in managing concentration camp projects, becoming a ruthless scientific butcher. All the imprisoned Jews were Sebastian Shaw's living experiment subjects. He tried to study the human genetic code's profound meaning and thus find the key to unlock the evolution gates. It was one day in 1944 that changed Sebastian Shaw's fate. On a rainy afternoon, As usual, he stood by the window with his coffee. He watched the Jews and Polish people being herded into camps like cattle. A young boy attracted Sebastian Shaw's attention. He watched with his own eyes as the other party cried out in anger while using both his hands to twist an iron gate from a distance. Several strong soldiers couldn't stop it. Sebastian felt like he had found the key to unlocking the door to human evolution. Later, he did learn that there is a superior race of people on Earth, superior to human beings, unique to the Germanic race. They were called Mutants. The name came from an American dwarf scientist. When Sebastian Shaw was studying in England, he had read the papers written by the other party. The dwarf scientist firmly believed that many people in the world were more potent and more talented than human beings. So, Sebastian Shaw launched a series of studies on the still young Magneto and finally discovered the mystery of the mutant's ability the X gene, a string of divine secret codes that seem to be implanted in the human body by the gods. The Hellfire Club mutants came in to rescue Mussolini. It seems that Hydra had finally noticed me. Chapter 47-047 Superman suit makes its debut. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Luke collected his thoughts with a playful look in his eyes. The invisible thin man moved carefully, with his natural ability to distort light, change skin color, and blend in with his surroundings. No matter how powerful you are, you need to find me first. I was just careless before. The thin man nicknamed Chameleon pulled out a sharp dagger. He felt that Luke discovered his existence solely because of a random coincidence. I've infiltrated so many military sites, stolen intelligence, assassinated dignitaries, and never made a mistake. The thin man's eyes looked cold, like a viper that eats people. He quietly approached Luke, ready to slice his throat. Go to hell. The thin man moved like a cat on the soft carpet, leaving no trace. He held his breath, not making a sound. The dagger in his hand flung out and stabbed Luke, who was still standing still. You can hide your steps and your breath, but you can't hide your heartbeat, even if it's faint. Luke sneered, and his body shifted slightly. The dagger stabbed his chest, emitting the clank sound of metal gliding. The sharp dagger made of carbon steel couldn't pierce Luke's skin, only leaving a shallow scar. It soon recovered. The force that bounced back made his arm numb. How is this possible? The skinny man exclaimed. It's a pity he didn't see the fantastic scene of Luke testing his defense with a medieval sword. Otherwise, he would never have thought that he could kill his opponent with a dagger. Crack! Luke smiled, raised his hand, and twisted off the carbon alloy dagger. He then lifted the thin man effortlessly. Tell me what I want to know. I might let you live. The other side obviously looked gentle, but his voice was like the Siberian air, making people shiver. Meeting those cold eyes, the thin man's mouth opened and closed in fear, wanting to say everything he knew. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. The sound of gunfire from a submachine gun reached Luke's ears. He could tell that the sound came from the direction of the dungeons. It seems that you have companions. I'm sorry, you're useless now. Luke casually threw the skinny man off the destroyed balcony as if he was a sandbag. Accompanied by a shrill cry, the mutant trailed a graceful arc in the air. A few moments later, the dull sound of a heavy object hitting the ground could be heard. Let's see what mutants look like here. There was a smile on the corners of Luke's mouth, and his thoughts moved slightly. Wear the suit. To protect himself, he still chose to wear the Kryptonian uniform he got for free, which could increase his defenses a little bit. Who knew what kinds of mutants there were? What if his opponent had laser vision, which is even more potent than heat vision? This Superman is obviously powerful but overly cautious, Luke complained. A bit of light spread out. A steel armor-like nanosuit covered his tall body. It didn't have the S of Superman on his chest, which is the L family's unique symbol. In its place, there was a golden emblem shaped like a dazzling sun. The dark red cloak behind him resembled a fluttering flag. Although the cloak has no practicality, looking fabulous is a lifelong thing. Looking at the tall and upright figure reflected in the mirror, Luke sighed. Fortunately, it wasn't the awkward Golden Age look with the underwear. Otherwise, he wouldn't have worn his suit. Opening the tall, heavy doors of the bedroom casually, from below the quiet Venice palace, he could hear the sound of fierce gunfire. In the dungeon's Venice Palace, the Howling Commandos are facing an unprecedented battle. On the battlefield, their opponents were Nazi soldiers, armored troops, and heavily armed Axis forces. And now, their enemy was an anomaly, a monster that couldn't be perceived with common sense. In the tunnel of the dungeon, a sturdy man nearly 2 meters tall stood. His whole body is covered in steel-like skin, reflecting a silvery glow. A bullet storm swept through, only to send sparks across his body. "Kenneth, shove that fucking magazine over here." With a fierce look on his face, Dugan threw away the empty magazine of his submachine gun. "That damn Iron Man, at most, will only be hit back a few steps by the momentum of the bullets." If they wanted to deal some damage on him, they had to use something more powerful. Moreover, in addition to the Steel Man, there's a red-skinned and slender-tailed, devil-like monster. He can appear out of thin air like a ghost and then disappear quickly. Those mafia gunmen who kept outside the dungeons were taken to the sky by the Red Devil. Then they were let go, thrown down. The sound of the human bodies falling was like a bag full of water hitting the ground. Hitting hard with a muffled bang. Bone, flesh, and blood were stirred into a sludge-like mass that made people want to vomit. In addition to these two terrifying intruders, there's a woman in leather who releases toxins and a dozen strengthened fighters wearing Hydra armbands. They sneaked into Venice Palace by diving in low altitude. The 20 elite gunmen recruited by the Mafia were no match for these anomalies. If not for the terrain's advantage, the narrow tunnel would only allow 2 people to walk side by side. The Howling Commandos used fierce firepower to form a bullet storm. Fearfully, they might have already been wiped out by the group long ago. There's no way to inform the captain. Captain Cavill may not be able to fight against these people. Manelli's face looked grave. Unless a fully armed and armored unit is mobilized, covering a large area with firepower, it won't be possible to kill these abnormal people with their abilities. Chapter 48-2048 Superman suit makes its debut. 2. And Azazel. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. At least the Prime Minister is going with us to the grave. Sniper Jimmy turned to look at Mussolini in the dungeon and smiled. A large caliber bullet was shot from the muzzle of his gun. The penetrating force that could have lifted the enemy's skull hit the burly man with steel-like muscles, instantly making a big hole. But despairingly, the outer metal filled the puncture wound like melted liquid. In just a few breaths, the sturdy body with the silvery luster was restored. I thought the captain was enough of a monster, and I didn't think this world was this crazy. Manelli smiled bitterly. He was like the Germans who saw tanks for the first time in the Battle of Somme in World War I. Faced with such a steel monster, human beings had no chance of victory, and it was even more challenging to have the courage to fight it. Kill Mussolini when necessary. Never let them succeed. Dugan grabbed a submachine gun and went on another shooting spree. Unfortunately, it didn't cause any damage. At most, it formed some insignificant disturbance. Tied up in the back and locked in a dungeon, Mussolini had a happy expression. He knew that Hitler, who was far away in Berlin, Germany, had been conducting superhuman research. He just didn't know the specifics. He never thought there would be such talented people in the Axis powers. Wait. Something is going on outside. Dugan, nicknamed Dum Dum, is ready to die for his country. The Howling Commandos were veterans who have fought many battles, so naturally, they weren't afraid to die. It's a shame that they died in a foreign country when they were about to be honored by the president as war heroes, with flowers and glory. Boom! A loud noise. When the members of the Howling Commandos were ready to die in sacrifice. The earth-shattering sound, like cannon fire, echoed through the dungeon. A rustle of dust fell from the bricks cracks and filled the tunnel, causing Dugan to cough. Outside the dungeon, it was as if a giant beast was walking. Every step it took would trigger an alarming commotion. What's going on? The steel man at the front turned his head and asked. Did the Allies drive their tanks into the Venice Palace? Boom! The earth trembled, and it seemed like a hurricane was rolling outside. A strengthened warrior wearing a Hydra armband flew into the thick wall in a blur. The bricks shattered, and debris flew. Flesh and blood of the strengthened warriors injected with the defective serum looked like they had been put into a juicer. They were crushed and smashed an instant, painting a scarlet and harsh abstract picture. The whole scene looked as if a tomato was thrown hard at the wall. Immediately afterward, the second, the third. One by one, the strengthened fighters who were guarding the dungeon's exterior were smashed through the hole in the wall. The violent painting smeared with flesh and blood is getting brighter and brighter. Is that the Allied captain? It looks like chameleon mist. Useless piece of sheet. The devil with red skin and a long slender tail rolled his eyes and spoke with contempt. His name is Azazel, nicknamed Satan, and he is also a member of the Hellfire Club. One of Sebastian Shaw's men. I'm going to handle the guy outside. You guys take Mussolini back. He's the one the Führer in Berlin asked for by name. The Satan, Azazel, hummed softly. As a mutant, he had always been pretentious and despised ordinary human beings. Most of the mutants who join the Hellfire Club have been discriminated against and hurt by other people, so they were easily brainwashed by Sebastian Shaw's set of racial theory. They believed in the radical statement that mutants are the future and humans are the lower class. Mutants were superior to humans. Ironically, the leader of this group, Sebastian Shaw, wasn't a mutant at all. That crazy Nazi scientist only activated the recessive X gene in his body through organ transplantation, thus gaining abilities. Strictly speaking, Sebastian Shaw isn't a mutant. At most, he's a modified human who stole mutant powers. The red figure, like a wisp of smoke, abruptly dissipated. Then, he appeared in front of Luke. That chameleon's ability, although, boom. Before Satan Azazel could finish his words, a powerful punch was thrown. The turbulent airflow, like an empty wave, rolled up the dust. Such a frightening sound. Azazel quickly shut his mouth. His body instantly disappeared and moved to a distance. Is this guy a mutant? Looking at the crumbling ground where the compressed airflow had blown a big hole, the Satan, Azazel had palpitations. He asked the same question as to the chameleon. In this era, the understanding of superpowered people is still limited to mutants. You're the Superman who captured Mussolini alive and conquered Italy? Azazel asked with a sneer. Superman? There was a look of surprise in Luke's eyes. When had he ever been called that? You're the super soldier from the Allies. The world is buzzing with the legendary story of you leading a team that infiltrated the city of Rome, conquered Italy, and captured the dictator alive. Roosevelt and Churchill said that you have the powers beyond those mere mortals and create amazing miracles that no one could imagine. Azazel appeared to be a bit disdainful, lightly snorted, and said, now the Allies are calling you Superman, saying that you will lead the Allies to victory. Luke couldn't help but laugh in his heart. After hearing this, he didn't expect that he got the title by mistake. Superman of the Marvel world? Now this was exciting. Chapter 49-049 Superman vs. Azazel. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Thank you for your kind words. But that's the end of the farce for tonight. Luke put away his smile and looked cold. Then, he suddenly rushed out. The hard ground opened up with fine cracks, like spider webs. The dark red cloak was lifted, and in less than a second, Luke arrived in front of Azazel. The tall body was like a wall, crushing straight forward. The terrifying wind pressure emitted a hissing whistle. Too fast. With Azazel's reaction speed, it would have been impossible for him to dodge. But with an alert sense of danger, the red figure dissipated like smoke, avoiding Luke's head-on charge. When did such monsters appear in the Allied forces? Azazel moved to a higher altitude. Then he flickered several times, pulling away by a considerable distance. It seems that this is the only way for him to regain a sense of security. Like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, Luke left a deep impression on the Azazel. The other side just waved his fist. With his bulging muscles, it could cause the air pressure to roar. This shows how terrifying his physical strength was. Unless it's Mr. Shaw. Otherwise, it would be impossible to block the power of the punch head-on. Azazel made a judgment. His long, slender tail curled around a sharp dagger, and his eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. As long as it's human, there will always be a weakness. The Allied captain doesn't look like a mutant, otherwise, he would have reacted emotionally to seeing himself. There's nothing to be afraid of if I'm careful to avoid his fists. Azazel looked at Luke, who was looking at him with cold eyes, and he inexplicably developed an inflated sense of I can do it and I'm good. With a few quick instantaneous moves, He got closer to the allied captain. The sharp inverted triangle tail was like another arm extended from his body. It didn't only maintain good balance but could also handle weapons flexibly. A sharp dagger stabbed Luke in the back of the head. "You're too slow." Luke heard the wind whistling behind him and spoke with a cold expression. His right leg flew like an iron whip, twisting the air around it, kicking Azazel in the head. Before he could come near, Azazel could feel the strong wind, as if a gigantic wave was rolling through. The momentum was unbelievable. The air was like a barrel of gunpowder being ignited, emitting an explosive boom. Satan smiled smugly and disappeared, letting the terrifying whip-like kick fall short. "This is just a feint to get Luke's attention." After the smoke condensed and flashed twice, Azazel suddenly appeared. The sharp dagger with the tail curling around it jabbed straight at Luke's neck. "As I said, you're too slow." Luke's eyes flickered slightly, and he turned his head. His left solid arm directly flew over. Ding ding. The sharp dagger poked his neck but rebounded violently. While Azazel was stuck, Luke grabbed his slender tail. With a strong pull, Azazel couldn't resist and was pulled over. Luke pulled the tail with his left hand and punched with his right, sending an uppercut straight at his chin. When the uppercut made contact with Satan's chin, Azazel felt a loud buzz in his head. It was like a dull thunderbolt that struck directly into the skull. After a sharp pain, the whole person lost consciousness. If Azazel could see himself, he would cry out and think of plastic surgery. His jawline was crushed and cracked, half of his face looked like it had been blown up like a gunpowder barrel, all his teeth had fallen out, his cheeks were torn through, and you could barely see his original appearance. The blood that covered his face was like an open faucet, flowing out in a torrent. This miraculous amount of bleeding made people wonder if he would die outright due to excessive blood loss. Frankly speaking, Azazel is still alive because of his strong physique and a certain degree of healing ability. "This is only 30% of my power," Luke said gently. And then, he pulled the tail again and pulled back Azazel, who had fallen to the ground, as if he was a flying insect entangled in a spider's thread. The deficient mutant fell into Luke's hands. His 5 fingers folded, like iron tongs, gripping Azazel's neck. So much for mutants. Hearing Luke's comment, out of mutant pride, Satan instinctively wanted to refute a few words. However, he felt that the hand gripping his neck was gradually tightening. A suffocating pressure forced him to shut up. Falling into the clutches of this allied captain, for the first time, Azazel felt that life was so fragile. As long as Luke squeezed a little more harder, he would finally say goodbye to this world. Not to mention escaping with teleportation. Right now, Azazel didn't even dare to think of moving for fear of provoking the other's murderous heart. "It's not bad." Luke picked up Azazel like a dead dog and strode to the dungeon. The battle outside had long attracted the attention of other mutants. However, they didn't think any terrible opponent could threaten the shadowy and ghostly Azazel. These mutants in World War II haven't seen superheroes that sprang up in later generations. They naturally had a shallow vision, thinking that they were the future rules of the world. If they were brilliant, they wouldn't be brainwashed by Sebastian Shaw. Azazel, the leather-clad woman who was releasing poisons, couldn't help but exclaim when she saw Azazel. With a slight lift of her hand, a mass of green fog gushed over. The leather-clad woman's ability was to release nerve gas, causing a wide range of indiscriminate lethal attacks. The Howling Commandos in the tunnel wouldn't have lasted so long if it had not been for Mussolini's survival. Not a good idea. Luke's expression was unchanged and unafraid. With one step, the ground shook. His upright figure closed in on the leather-clad woman in an instant. The green smoke was blown away by a surge of air before it got close. A hand slashed lightly hit her neck. The opponent's neck immediately slacked as if it had been broken. Both eyes went dull and fell straight down. The battle ended faster than anyone could have imagined. Chapter 50, Not a But. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Binge_translations. Original fanfic by Athia. After getting reincarnated into the world of Pokemon as a baby, Arthur only had one dream, wanting to be the best. But unfortunately for him, the world he knew has changed a lot, became more realistic, and now it's not for kids. Can he struggle through the world and become the top? Find out in this exciting tale of determination, dreams and adventures. Fanfic name, Pokemon Horizon. Tags, action, adventure, romance, Pokemon, no harem, smut, system. Read the pinned review. Search the name, or go to my profile on the paragraph comment here.